Whoa, I removed myself. How are you guys doing? Oh my goodness, what a day. Barely getting here, barely getting in time. We'll make this thing work though. We got this. Where am I? What are we doing today? We're all over the place. We're going to figure this out. We got this. Welcome in, guys. I tried to scramble this whole thing together. I had a really cool thing set up for you for Colson Loveland. I'll try to see if I can mix his press conference in with the video I put together with some cattle branding and some wire put together and whatnot, but might just not happen right now. Might not happen right now. Trying to get too much done with this draft starting an hour earlier. Welcome in to everyone, though. We're going to have fun again tonight, just like yesterday. We're going to have a good time. Yeah, there's mixed reaction on Colston Loveland. That's for sure. I'm really grateful for Carl. Going to see if I could have him pop in here a little bit before the draft starts, but his time constraints with his job and everything just didn't work out. So Carl's not able to pop on here either. So it looks like we truly did get rid of Carl. We were able to get rid of him for good this time. So I'm just teasing. We all love Carl. But what's up, everyone in the chat? Let's look through here. We had a pretty significant. It wasn't a record, but we had a significant number, over 300 people in the chat yesterday for yesterday's draft. That was phenomenal. I think a lot of mixed reaction. If you guys didn't see, man, I'm tired. I'm tired, but I ain't missing this for the world. We got it again. We're gonna see if let's see if we hopefully don't screw this thing up. Oh, see, we got it. Boom. We got it. It's right over there. Let's mix it back. There's the draft for when we get ready for the draft. We'll pull the draft order up. The Browns have 2 of the first 4 picks. The Bears have 39 and 41. And I truly believe they're going to go BPA. They're just going to go best players available. I don't think they trade down. I would like them to trade down. That's what I want them to do. I don't think they're going to do it. There's just too much of an opportunity to take guys that really they feel like could be like late first rounders with this year's draft that these guys could have fell in the late first round. And they just got to take whoever the best player is. And who knows if it's going to be defensive line, defensive end, running back, offensive line, safety. It could be anything. And my only advice today, don't go off the rails like Bears Twitter did yesterday. Handle it with grace. Handle it the best you can because they're just going to get the best players they can. We can figure the rest out later because most of our starters are solid. And we're in good shape. We're in really good shape. Colston Loveland has hopefully warmed on all of you guys. After I did my deep dive last night, I like the kid even more. I grew up on a farm. I hope I can retire on a farm and be this old dude retired from the insurance world and still doing this podcast because I love talking Bears when I'm in my 60s. Hopefully I don't get grumpy and grouchy like Greg Gabriel, though. Ooh, I already kind of am, aren't I? I get after people on Twitter. Ooh, I better change my ways soon. Like, this is like a moment of reflection. This is a moment where you change. I better start being pleasant and nice to everyone because I don't want to turn into that grumpy dude. Because then I can be on my farm as an old dude, watching the Bears, chatting with you guys, having some fun. That's what it's all about. Nick Sartini already with the $1 super chat. Dude, you're starting this way too early. Nick, you're a true one. You're a true one. Appreciate you tuning in and being here and being a part of it. Loveland will be a beast. I agree. The more guys, I made the video till 3 a.m. and then I went to bed. I got to sleep by 4, and then I had to wake up at 8. So I'm running on fumes. There is a Red Bull downstairs in the fridge. I'm probably going to have to go down and grab it. I'm going to have to go grab that in a minute. But right now, we just got the water. Sure it is. It's not vodka. It's not anything that's going to help me survive tonight. Bear down, boys. Keith Hall says, bear down. We got a lot in here. This is growing and growing. Day 2, LFG Antmus says, Hitman's in here. Mark for Salote is in here. Richard Craddock is in here. Florida Bears fan. Got a lot of the regulars, and we appreciate every freaking single one of you guys. You guys are all great. Wait till Seth Rollins, the one presenting. I hadn't heard this yet. That would be awesome. There's so many good Bears fans. You know who I like too? I like Jack Johnson. The actor. I think he's really cool. You guys know Jenny McCarthy? She should front lunch. Like, she's big into like promoting women cheerleader and stuff like that. She should advocate for the Bears to bring the Honey Bears back. That's what she needs to do. She did a big thing about anti-vaccination for a while. Get your cause in the right order and come support our Honey Bears there, Jenny McCarthy. I know that was probably just because she dated Brian Urlacher, but still, she was a Bears fan. We're gonna claim her. Rico Loco Taco. Adam Mason, been watching for a while. Love your stuff. I appreciate that. I appreciate every one of you guys. You guys are awesome. Truman Outlay, Sam L. Hey, Sam. What do you think? Think we're gonna get Ollie Gordon today? It's possible. I've been advocating for the skit scat scoodle doot, guys, and I'm telling you, skittle daddle scoodle doot. Cam Scataboo. He's gonna be a steal in this draft. I think he goes second round. I don't think the Bears snag him. I think they got their eyes on Caleb Johnson. If you're gonna ask me, I think they really like Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. A lot of people ask, is he the same as Roschon Johnson? Yeah, in some ways, I think he's got a little bit more of takeoff. He's got a little quicker burst, stick his foot in the grass and get going. And I think he sees the lanes a little bit better. But also, I think we criminally misused Roschon Johnson. I don't think he's been used appropriately. So the other thing, it's a bold take. Guys, you saw my video last year on Ian Wheeler. It was actually one of my bigger videos last year. It got a lot of love. I think over 50,000 views on that one. It was actually huge for a little guy like me. We're about to hit 11,000. Like we might even hit 11,000 during this draft. So what do the Bears do? Raise the roof or the Cubs? I know you guys aren't all Cubs fans, but Cubs are doing the raise the roof up 3-0 right now. I was watching that while I was finishing up my 9-to-5 job. And yeah, Johnson, there's a lot of them that could happen. Johnson & Johnson. What are the other ones? Caleb and Caleb. Man, there's like 4 or 5 of those that people were bringing up that are pretty punny, similar names for this backfield. Oh, one of them was Colston and Cole. Anyways, there's a lot of them. No Skittles for me. Hey, what if he Skittle boot? What if this guy was just like the most pure and perfect prospect ever, and he's going to the Chicago libraries and reading them the Coconut Tree, which is where that comes from. Skit, scat, skiddle, doot, flip, flop, flea. If you have kids and you've read the Coconut Tree, that's where that comes from. So just so you don't know, I'm not this completely weirdo that's just like trying to rap, and I'm not a rapper. I'm just that's what if he does these things and he goes visits the children's hospitals and he does all these wonderful things. Don't you guys want Cam Scataboo? I think you should advocate for him. Sam L with the super chat, $5 slide no Lincoln towards polls. That's Ollie. That Ollie Gordon's looking pretty good at 72, huh? 72. You really want to wait till 72? He might be gone by then. I think we need to snag him at 41. 41, Sam L. 41. Ali Lucy. I don't know how to say your last name. I apologize. Some of us are Cubs fans. The rest of us cheer for a AAA team on the South Side. Actually, I had some hope for you guys with the White Sox first couple games. I actually didn't notice when they went on a terrible tear because I don't follow the White Sox, but I saw they were 2-2, and I was like, hey, they might start off decent. Then all of a sudden they lost like 9 out of 10. I was like, yeah, White Sox are White Sox. They're gonna White Sox. I'm not a rapper, that's for sure. I'm a white boy. Eminem is a great rapper. I know. You don't have to. Nothing wrong with Southsiders. I don't differentiate. I'm from Vegas, so I don't know if there really is a thing out there where you guys care about Northsiders and Southsiders. I just grew up loving the Cubs because of WGN. Sorry, White Sox fans. That's just what happened. So a lot of people ask that question. Just to go into story time mode for a minute and tell you a little bit about Adam's background. I grew up on a farm, which is why I loved this crap with Colston Loveland today. Not crap. I mean, him talking about cattle branding and doing all that stuff. I think some people were a little queasy during the press conference talking about how one of them holds the calf's head and the other one holds the rear legs and you pull them. Let me tell you guys a little bit about birthing calves. How about that? 199 super chat from Rico Loco Taco. We got to bring Club Dub back this year. We got to bring them Dubs back. That is for sure. 100%. We got to bring it back. Oh, guys, we are, what are we? Where's the countdown on that screen? We are 17 minutes away. Might be joined by my good buddy today here in just a minute. Carl was supposed to join us in the beginning here, but like I said, things just this is an hour earlier, makes things a little hard. Yeah, try being, well, actually, I can't complain too. I'm a Golden Knights fan and not looking good right now, down 1-2 to the Minnesota Wild. So I won a championship recently, but as a Jazz fan growing up on a small farm in southern Utah, you guys sapped all the hope out of my life while I was in high school. Sapped it all out. Michael Jordan beat the only team that really had a legit shot of winning a championship, and it was a push-off. I'll tell you that much. It was a push-off. Now, Michael Jordan deserves a couple calls here and there. He's the greatest ever. Everyone should acknowledge that. Even Colston Loveland should have acknowledged that in his press conference. He dropped the ball a little bit. But it was my only shot there. And then I'm a Bears fan, and I was 3 years old when the Bears won the Super Bowl, 3.5. So people ask how I got into it, and this is story time for you. My brother's 7 years older than me. Love the man to death. One of my best friends. We go to games all the time together. And WGN, where TV is not the same. It's not, Netflix or YouTube or all that crap growing up. It was national TV, and WGN was it. WGN or TBS. Not a push off. WGN or TBS. So you had to choose. Was I a Braves fan or a Cubs fan? Well, my brother grew up. He was started to be a Cubs fan, and then they won the Super Bowl when I think he was 10. And so he got into the Super Bowl shuffle, and he got to experience that as a 10-year-old. So he was hyped for the Bears. And then as I start growing up, I loved Ryan Sandberg and Andre Dawson, and I started playing Little League Baseball. And then I got sucked in. And my entire life until 2016, I didn't get to experience anything. Nothing. Finally, I got a freaking World Series. Now we need a freaking Super Bowl. Got a Stanley Cup a couple years ago as a Knights fan. And no, I wasn't a Knights fan my whole life. I was actually lived in Edmonton for 2 years. I'm not meaning to go into story time here. This is just kind of developing into what's happening right now. Some people have asked these questions. So I lived in Edmonton for 2 years. I became an Oilers fan, but I never really grew up there. And then when I moved back here, and then I went to Vegas and UNLV and everything that was 20 plus years ago. I just didn't really care too much about hockey. And then when we got our expansion team, that was the first big thing that happened for Vegas sports. Raiders didn't come here till after that, and I was not switching to be a Raiders fan. I mean, there was people saying, I'm not switching to be a Raiders fan. F the Raiders. Raiders fans are the most annoying, obnoxious. Yeah. Raiders fans can kiss it. Yeah. I'm glad Ashton Genty went to the Raiders, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, we've gone down story time way too long here. In fact, we should start a poll. We need to start a poll of who you guys want to take with. Come on. Computer's being a little bit slow here. Guys, computer's being a little bit slow. All right. View your channel. I'm right there. I'm coming right back. Getting in here. Don't make noise. Mute it. Pop out the poll chat. Pop out the chat. Now I can close this back up. I'm talking you through this like I really need to, right? All right. Get right there. All right. What do you guys want to see with the number 39 and number 41 picks? Let's get this poll going. Start a poll. I like Ariante Ursula. You guys start putting some names on the side. I don't think Emanwari is going to make it to 39, man. I don't. We can put him in there. Start putting some names of who you guys like the most, and we'll see the most common ones. We'll put a poll up. Who do you want to see at 39? Maybe we'll just put positions first. And 41. All right, we'll do that. 39 and 41. I like the names that are going on, but let's go running back and offensive line. Let's go offensive line and defensive line. Let's go defensive line and running back. And let's go other. Sorry, I asked you guys for something. Then in the chat, I went a different direction. Let's start this poll up. Here we go. Start the poll. Let's get this thing rolling. Rolling. What? Man, that would kind of be a dream for me, Brian. That would be a dream for me. Emanwari and Scourton, then get Scat Skittledoot later at 72. That would be freaking phenomenal. I would love every bit of that. Got the poll going on. A lot of people like defensive line and running back as the option. I'm scared, guys. I don't think they're going to go running back here. I think they're going to prioritize the trenches next. I do. I got a gut feeling. They're going to prioritize the trenches. Hey, can we openly talk about just for a minute here how upset some people were that we got Colston Loveland? Like I heard through the grapevine other podcasts, like even CHGO. I went back and watched that one. The whole room they filled out this they rented out this restaurant or whatever it's called, and they're up there on the stage and the whole room went silent. Silent. That's on them. That's on CHGO for not doing a better job of understanding the situation, what's going on, and understanding that dynamic. Because man, that whole clip, it's just like chirp, 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 chirp. it was it was it was nuts. Like you got to at least talk about the situation at hand. And Braggs did. I saw Braggs did eventually, talk about it. Say, hey, look, well, at least this guy we had on last week, he had Tyler Warren as the number 5 guy on his board. Close. So at least there's that. But the big problem, I saw it coming, and I told you all. Ashton Genty was overhyped like a mother. He was so freaking overhyped. And I'm sure some of you still think he'll be the best running back in the league. And maybe he will. I don't see it. He's going to have a great opportunity. One thing that drove me nuts with Chicago Bears, Twitter, lying, whatever. The Raiders don't have a bad offensive line. Like, I live here. I listen to them. None of them, like a couple fans will say they do. And they have a left tackle, Colton Miller, holding out right now. They're going to figure that out. They've got solid starters across their offensive line. They're going to be fine with the running back. It was, I heard so many of our own podcasters who don't understand the situation be like, yeah, they can't do this. They've got to take Membu. They have to. They were trying to manifest that. Like it wasn't realistic. Like they were either going running back or wide receiver. That was it. They were going running back or wide receiver. That was or you could say they were going to go quarterback, but anybody who saw the Geno extension knew that wasn't going to happen. I got some bags under my eyes, huh? Oof. We're going to survive, though. Once this thing starts rolling, it's going to be exciting and flowing. Colston Loveland's a starter. 12 personnel is considered a starter. It's like saying Nickel's not a starter. Like Kyler Gordon's a starter. And so I see what you're saying, but in the same regard, it's not. That's like saying last year Romo Dunze wasn't a starter because he's wide receiver 3. Wide receiver 3, tight end 2 are both starters in different regards. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't necessarily agree with that one. So here's the thing. I actually have a little insider intel on this exact thing. And I do not believe the Bears would have taken Ashton Genty at 10. I do not believe it. I think they would have used the trade value because there was very good, reliable source that the Broncos would have come up and given a first rounder, and the Bears would have taken that offer to it's hearsay. Neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. The Bears were willing to trade down out of any player to get a first round pick. And I can tell you that from an actual source. They were willing to trade out of anyone to get a first round pick next year. And it just didn't work out that way. So, and there were teams calling the Bears. If you guys didn't see Schefter's report, the phone lines kind of died after Colston Loveland got drafted. And there were a lot of teams calling the Bears about trading up for Colston Loveland. In fact, calling the Saints as well, but the Saints really wanted Kelvin Banks. And Ryan Poles in his press conference was very clear. They saw three tackles going off the board early. They saw 3 of them going in the top 10. So it fell the way it did, and it sounds like the Cubs loved the Bears. I was about to say the Bulls, and I corrected myself, said Cubs, but Cubs game's still on. I'm wondering how it's going. But they saw the board fall, and they loved Loveland. They love Loveland. Hey, we've got a love too. Our love is better than the Packers' love. Our love is better than the Packers' love. In fact, with that, those who are members, give me the member emojis. Give me the Jordan Love poop head, FGB, the puking cheese. Let's get a little FGB in here. They tried to give it to us yesterday. If you guys didn't see on Twitter, we are razzing the crap out of them. They're trying to. Bears still suck. Bears still suck. And our whole fan base is like, you guys just drafted a 5th wide receiver too. You guys don't even have a wide receiver 1. You drafted a 5th wide receiver too. I think it's pretty hilarious. There we go. Relentless Mikey, Blue Boy. Love it. Cubs still lead 3-0. Appreciate the update there. I love it. Here's a question. Did I go too far with the Jordan head poop emoji on his head? Did I go too far with that? I don't feel like I did. I feel like it's okay. I think it's warranted in this rivalry. That's right. Peeing on the cheese from Gavin Southgate. I love it. Pee on that cheese. Keith Hall with the puke emoji and the cheese emoji, the classic that we've been back to from the beginning. I love it as well. Let's see if we can pull up the draft screen here. Present, share screen, the draft. Let's share it. Let's make me a little bit bigger. Let's make this a little bit more applicable. Let's go to the current. Let's go tracker, draft tracker. Should tell us how close we are too. Come on. 42% saying defensive line and running back, 38% saying offensive line and defensive line. We got some trench drunk people, but we got some people that want a running back, and I respect both of them. 4.5 minutes till the draft here. We're close. We're close. We're going to leave that up there. All right. Good point, Squeegee. Ben Johnson is considered one of the brightest offensive minds in football and a first-time head coach. I'm quite sure that polls would have went and gotten any player in the draft that Ben Johnson wanted. 100%. Did you hear my story yesterday, Nick? Appreciate the super chat. $2 super chat. Clay Matthews is a D-bag and FGP. Clay Matthews, at the game I went to in 2013-14, right in front of my face in the winter game. I'm sitting there in freaking 10 degree, 6 degree, whatever it was, below 10 degree weather in December. First time I'd done that in Soldier Field, and it was freaking freezing. We were hugging those hot chocolates like crazy. I mean, my brother and I each bought, like, I'm serious, like 8 of them through the game each. And they're like, I don't know, back then, $7 or $8 a pop. And we were sitting there just dying. And they Clay Matthews right in front of our faces. Like the I own you. I can't wait till we own this rivalry again. They're already butthurt over last year. They're already butthurt over the fact that we won the last game over them. And I hope we just keep it rolling. He wanted Colston. Talking Clay Matthews did? That's pretty awesome. Yeah, Ursery's my favorite, JM. Ursery's my favorite offensive lineman. I've said that for a long time. I've said he's going to be a first round. He was not a first round. Can we talk about how the Chiefs freaking stole Josh Simmons at 30 freaking 2? That's probably the steal of the draft so far in my book is 32 to get Josh Simmons. I wouldn't have minded the Bears trading back up into the first to get Josh Simmons at 32. I do. There's few that I think would be better than Braxton Jones long term. Josh Simmons is one of those. That's freaking all right, let me see if my buddy's supposed to be coming on here. 2 seconds. He is a Colts fan, and he had some insight to share from Chris Ballard's press conference last night, but I wanted to let him share it. So they asked Chris Ballard about the Bears taking Colston Loveland ahead of the Colts. The Colts took Tyler Warren at 14. I'm going to let him share it if he pops on here in a minute. He was supposed to come on and join, and Colts are picking 45. We're just going to chit-chat with you guys while this kind of happens and flows. See how it goes, but he's going to pop on here and talk for a little bit. If you guys didn't see him before, he's the one that we did our upset pick with last year. I did my upset pick videos. They weren't a very popular video. They're kind of fun for us to do, and then we do a golf outing. He beat me this year. He beat me. I'm a loser. I'm a loser, baby. Heard Ballard said we got our right guy. Best match was Cole. Hey, don't spoil it for everybody. Why'd I put this up here if I don't want to spoil it? What you spoiling it for? Yeah, essentially, Chris Ballard said it was the perfect fit for the Bears. He understood why the Bears did it. Tyler Warren was more of a fit for them because they don't have a Cole Kmet. They don't have an inline tight end. And I'm just teasing. I'm just totally teasing you with the razzing. In fact, if you guys didn't see this, let me show you. I shared this on Twitter. And this is important, I'll say. It's important to understand the difference between the tight ends. This will be kind of small. We'll make it bigger. We'll get me off the screen here. So here's your different style of tight ends. In fact, if I make me a little, no, that didn't help. Let's see. That might help a little bit. So you can say, is that, I don't know if that helps at all. So you got your traditional inline tight end. Let's just make this. Traditional inline tight end. Your more moving tight end is your H-back. And then you've got a receiving tight end, which is a Joker hybrid. Then you got a blocking tight end, which is Durham Smythe. And then you got a flex tight end. And that's really what Colston, Loveland is. And there's not necessarily one that's better than the other. It just depends on what you need on your team. But having an inline tight end already with Cole Kmet, someone that is a very balanced blocker and pass catcher. Yes, he struggled a little bit with the blocking last year. I get that, but he's known for, he's a good blocker and a good pass catcher. Lines up next to the offensive line. He can chip guys. Like, he's good at his role. Last year was just an anomaly. It sucked. Then we have a blocking tight end in Durham Smythe, who's going to do really well at helping us in that department. He basically takes over from Mercedes Lewis. You can see the name I highlighted there is Mercedes Lewis. And then flex tight end at the bottom. This is kind of your people asked for a comp yesterday. I didn't really have a good one. But Evan Ingram, Mike Gesicki, those are good comps for this. Very good route runners, very good receivers, but also can do their job in blocking. So they're kind of a hybrid between number 3 and number 4. It's not necessarily that one's better than the other. And these people saying that the Bears are now going to trade Cole Kmet, and this is what they did in Detroit. They went and traded him now. That's malarkey. That's not going to happen. It's just important to understand the role of these tight ends. And you brought Durham Smythe in, and you brought in, who's our offensive coordinator? Freak. Somebody help me out. I'm having a brain fart. Can take me off until I remember it. From Denver. He was the tight end coach. Either way, Ben Johnson's been a tight end. Yeah, Declan Doyle. Freaking things. As soon as you see it, it's one of those things. Brain farts, guys. They're the worst. See, you guys are on it. All you guys. This is great. I love it. Every one of you guys are on it. You're helping me out. So Brock said he's going to come on after the Colts pick, between when the Colts pick and when the Bears pick again. So we're going to get right into the picks here in just a second. We'll have a little fun with that. And then he'll come on here after pick 45 with them. He wants to watch that pick first. Then he'll come on and we'll talk about that. But hopefully I want the Bears. You smoking weed. I'm smoking no sleep. Okay, Nick, I'm smoking no sleep. Those videos I put out last night, they took some work. Oh, I don't regret anything. We've been working our butts off to get to this point. We've been working our freaking butts off to get here. It's been a long trip. Oh, we should update. In fact, let me update this real quick. Show you guys the updated info. I was going to do that before. Where are you at? Got it right here. I'm going to show the updated schedule coming up, because May 14th as the day the schedule is released. We're going to go live on that day, just so you guys know. Schedule. Sega. And anybody else remind you of Sega? Remove from studio. Present. Image file. Schedule. All right, so here's the updated schedule. I just finished updating this today. So here's your schedule coming up. We still got the draft going on right now. Then you got rookie minicamp starting next week or the week after. They get to choose which one it is. May 14th is the schedule release. So we'll go live on that day. It'll be fun to see what our schedule is, and might give away another ticket to the first game I head out to for Chicago. We had a winner from the fantasy football challenge last year. We have to do that again, actually. We got to do that again. That'll be fun. So we had a winner from that that's going to go to the game. And then we have that. And then the OTA workouts, mandatory minicamp, OTA off-season workouts. And then we have a break from June to mid-July. And then July, we're right back at it. Oh, and I got to mention this. I screwed up. In my video, middle of the night, I gave falsified information. So I said that Colston Loveland had an ACL while I was pointing to my shoulder. Those who don't know, the AC joint right here. I said I had mine sprained in a snowboarding accident. AC joint's right here, not ACL. It was just a slip of the tongue at 3 a.m. Totally apologize. His ACL was not the issue. AC joint. He played through it in the season, played really well, and then needed to have surgery because AC joints they can fuse back together. It's not like it's a lot of cartilage really. And so he played through the injury, got through, and then they had to do surgery. So they did that surgery in January, 6-month healing. So he'll be back right as minicamp is starting. He said he can do some light weights. He can't do any contact. So he's working right now. He's doing his stuff. In fact, he was branding cattle and doing barbed wire fences. So anybody else do any farm work growing up? Anybody else enjoy that? Let me know in the chat if you did anything on a farm ever. If I'm the only one. I might be the only one that ever did anything on a farm. We're minutes away from this thing starting. It says they're on the clock. I don't see that on TV, but it says they're on the clock. And it'll be the Browns. Who do we think is, in fact, let me end this poll. You guys want defensive line and running back. Ooh, chickens. Stanley did chickens. I like it. I had chickens. I hated the chickens because the freaking rooster every morning. Hated the freaking rooster. We finally moved the rooster farther from the house, so we didn't have to hear it. My brother got rid of his rooster eventually because it was so annoying too. We don't have chickens anymore. My sister has chickens. I never really did the farm. We had the farm implement dealership, so we did the tractors, but I got to help out sometimes on the farm with some other people's farms. My brother-in-law has a farm still. I don't do anything anymore with farming. I live in Vegas. I do nothing. Nick, I grew up in Indiana and took advantage of some farm girls. Does that count? Absolutely counts. Take care of those Daisy Dukes. Trying to see if this is starting. We're almost into it. We ended that poll. Let's start a new poll. I want to see who you guys think, because the big talk is Shadur Sanders. Who do you think takes Shadur Sanders? It's either the Browns in round 2, or he's going to fall all the way to round 3. Raiders round 3. They don't have a round 2 pick. Or Steelers round 3. Or I guess it could be Saints later, but the Saints have shown no interest in him at all. All right, I'm going to start that poll. We're just having a little fun here. Picks are shortened from 10 minutes to 5, I believe. We'll find out here in a second. I'm just going off memory. I'm pretty sure it's 5 last year. I don't think Shao goes until the 3rd round. I don't think people are going to be in a rush to take him with his age. Seahawks could be. I should have put other. Seahawks could be an option there. That's true. I just know the Raiders and the Browns showed the most interest in him. Hey, I'm not going to knock on this whatsoever. Good old farm. Street corn. Street corn's good stuff. All right, they're starting round 2 right now. Let's see if I change the camera angle, if it screws us up today. So far, so good. We're not screwing anything up. Oh, you guys are seeing a little bit too much of my messiness. There we go. Less messy. What kills me is the big screen's right in there. I hate this angle. It's very unflattering, but this is kind of cool to show you guys what's going on at the same time that we're talking and doing this. Oh, that's terrible. That is absolutely terrible. Terrible news. I had not heard this whatsoever. Mikey says Derek Harmon's mom passed away shortly after he was drafted by Pittsburgh last night. Oh, can you imagine the heartbreak? I mean, I'm glad she got to see her son fulfill his dream. And was it Mikey? Do you know if it was like cancer or anything that they knew was coming, or was it like, oh, she was on life support already, so this isn't something that was, sudden and accidental. I work in insurance, so that's a term, sudden and accidental. But it kind of sucks. But at the same time, if she was already on life support and she got to at least be around while her son fulfilled his dream, that's kind of cool. I don't know how to take your vote back. Browns have 2 picks in the top 4 here. They can afford to go quarterback. I wouldn't be shocked if they do. They can still take a running back or a lineman or something. See, just come on, Brock. Come on here. Brock, are you in the chat? I wonder if you're named something other than what I know. So he's sitting here telling me during the draft they said she had a stroke years ago. I'm not listening to the whole draft because I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Graham B, there's going to be some people that feel like that still. I think you just need to put the tape on. You need to watch the kid. You need to listen to him, and you need to give it a shot. Give it a shot. Oh, it looks like the pick is in, and it's already on screen, so it's not spoiling anything. Carson Schlesinger to the Browns, linebacker, is the pick for the Browns. Wow. Bears showed some interest in him. I didn't think the Bears would go linebacker this early, so I'm not heartbroken over this one. But Schlesinger was a very coveted prospect by several teams. In fact, I think your Colts even had some interest in him too, Brock. We're behind on this feed. I am not live. That's why. I paused it while I was doing a video earlier, and I've been having it on all day. So it is behind. We got to get this thing live, guys. We got to get this thing live. All right, now we're live. Sorry about that. Amateur hour over here. Pick is in for the Texans. Texans traded out of the first round. I think Sanders will go first. I think either one could go, but I think Sanders will go first. I hate the race baiting. I'm just going to say it. Like I hate the race baiting crap. Like the last 3 number 1 quarterbacks overall to go have been black. There's no race baiting crap going on with quarter. He's only falling because he's black. Shut up with that crap. Has nothing to do with the color of his skin. I'm gonna get on my pedestal for a minute, guys. Most people who have played sports don't have an issue with the whole race thing. You become teammates with people. Remember, the Titans is real, people. Remember, the Titans is real. It's freaking real. Brock, it says you need to connect your microphone and camera before you can add them to the stream. So you got to get connected properly there, brother. Just so you know. Well, that's not the right setting I wanted. There we go. What's up, Brock? Can you hear? Brock? Well, he's out of here. Texans have the pick in, and here we go. I need to turn the angle. Jaden Higgins, wide receiver. Now, a lot of people were predicting that this would go wide receiver run, that we're going to have a wide receiver run for a little bit here. What's up, Brock? Can you hear now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
There you are. Brock, big Colts fan. We've gone to games together. My good buddy, if you guys don't remember him when we did the upset pick videos.
You recognize this jersey?
Yeah, I do. Where's that jersey from?
You bought it for me for Christmas. So
Christmas gift. Sure. Leatu Latu, who I promoted to become a Bear last year, and you guys drafted him, so that's the jersey I got for you.
Well, Higgins just off the board, and I hate when my division rivals take players I really like. So
Players you like. They say there's going to be a wide receiver run here. Just be glad they didn't. Who's the wide receiver that's left? I had it on early. Is it Luther Burden? He hasn't gotten drafted yet, has he?
no, he's still on the board.
Yeah, that one doesn't make sense to me. Luther Burden. Just be glad it wasn't Luther Burden. He's going to be lethal for somebody. Someone's going to get a steal there. All right, Brock, give us our insider info. You listened to Chris Ballard last night. We were talking. Let us know what he was saying about the Bears taking Loveland. We got some Bears fans that still need to be talked off a ledge here.
Well, it's kind of interesting because the indie media kept asking him about if he was surprised if Loveland went first. And he'd said a couple things. He said, well, go ask Ryan Poles. But he also said, he fits probably a lot better with Komet and who they have there already, and that probably was the reason they went with him.
Yeah.
He also said it's just flavors. They are a little bit of different tight ends, so which one you wanted, that's all that mattered.
The Bears use that same terminology of flavors. They talked about that a couple times in the draft when we were in the pre-draft process. They were asking Ryan Poles about different players in different positions, and why the specific question was, why don't some teams see players the same spot on their boards? And he uses the exact same terminology. He said, it's flavors. Like, just what every team doesn't need the exact same thing or the exact same style of player. One team might need
you got different schemes and different needs, so that's why certain players will go earlier than expected, especially linemen.
Even, offensive linemen, you can have different needs as a right tackle, left tackle, or defensive ends. There's different styles of defensive ends, defensive tackles. You got a 3-tech and a nose tackle. You got different wide receivers, an X receiver and a speedster or an outside or a slot, so just a matter of the flavor. So both of us were happy. I told you I thought the Bears were going to take Warren right there while the draft was going on. And then we ended up picking Loveland, and I was shocked, just like every other Bears fan. I don't think anybody saw it coming because we had hyped up certain players so much that when it happens, you're just like, what just happened? But,
yeah, I was fine with either tight end. I wanted Loveland or Warren. All the Colts fans wanted Warren, so every Colts fan today seems to be very happy. But I'll tell you what, I do like Loveland. He's very fluid in his movement. He's a better route runner. And him being able to get open, that's going to be big for Caleb.
Yeah, you might have scouted him more than I even did, because we were talking, and don't out me because I told you months ago. I did. I told Brock, I said, I don't like Loveland. And then it was only because of Carl. You guys know Carl because he's come on the show several times. Carl was a Michigan fan. And only because of Carl, a couple of weeks ago, he said, you need to take a second look at him. And I even told Brock that I did finally. And I said, actually, I like Loveland. It's not my the primary pick I would go after, but I like him. So he's warming up to all of us, though. He's a farm boy.
Yeah, he's from Idaho, so he's probably worked on the farm lots, and I think Ryan Poles alluded to his hand strength from putting wire fences up. So
yeah, so his press conference this morning, he talked 2 days before the draft. He was back in Idaho during the draft, and they were at his aunt and uncle's house just because it's bigger. And it's funny because you and I would understand these things because they all gathered together at aunt and uncle's house because it's bigger. Like, it's something you do in a small town. Like, for Christmas or for holidays, it's always, who has the biggest house? We're going to go to their house. Maybe everybody else does that too. But Brock still lives. He lives in a small town where we grew up, relatively close to it. I mean, where you live now has what, 8,000 people in it? How big is?
Not even that big.
Not even that big. And in his press conference, he said he was doing cattle, and they were at, like, Courtney Cronin, our local Bears beat reporter. She asked, what does that entail? And he talked about how you wrangle the calf's head. One person wrangles the calf's head, and the other one grabs the 2 legs, and then they brand them. And this is why you brand them. Then you clip the ears, and then I don't think they understood all the terminology still, but you got to put your stamp on it. It's for the health of the cattle. You have to immunize them, and you have to make sure they're in the proper place. And I think people were like, what? So it was actually pretty fun to listen to for someone coming from a farm. So
yeah, I thought the best line when in Ryan Poles' press conference was when he says, well, have you ever pulled wire on fences in Idaho before? And he's like, well, no.
No.
That made me laugh. But that was
can't say I've done that.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I had a little video ready to go showing people with his press conference, but I just ran out of time, so I didn't have time to get it ready. Looks like the Seahawks pick is in.
Yeah, they traded up with
yeah,
the
who was here?
Titans.
Oh,
The
okay. So
Titans.
the Titans were the third pick. What did they give up? Did you see?
I didn't see. I just saw they traded.
We'll see if we can pull it up in Twitter here in a minute. Shouldn't be nearly as much as first round stuff at this point. Graham B. See you later, buddy. Appreciate your comments. He was not very happy with the pick, so I was not highlighting his comments a minute ago. All right, here we go. Looks like Richard Sherman is announcing the pick for the Seahawks. He's getting the booze. Packers fans don't like the Seahawks either.
What did you think of AJ Hawk's announcement last night?
Oh, look at this pick, Brock. I'll get to that in a minute. Can you see it on the screen?
No. Oh, him and Worry.
We both like him and Worry.
Yeah.
Nick Emenwari's off the board, everyone. Nick Emenwari's off the board. I really like Nick Emenwari. Everyone here knows that. One of my favorite prospects, but this happens every year. Last year, Tyler Nubin, who went to a crappy situation. Seahawks, great situation for a safety. He'll do well there. Giants, terrible situation for a safety. So Tyler Nubin got the short end of the straw, but Nick Emenwari will do really well in Seattle.
Yeah.
God,
built like a linebacker that plays defensive back.
Look at the comments. Adam's heart is broken. No. I wanted Nick. Yeah, he's a special talent. And I think if he was there at 39, I think the Bears would have to be tempted to take him because Ryan Poles just gave his big speech about taking the best player available. And I do believe he is. I'm going to be worried if Luther Burden gets there at 39 because the Bears would be tempted with any best player available. I don't think we need a wide receiver right now. I think we really need to solidify those trenches.
Yeah, that's where the Colts are. They finally do have a decent wide receiver room after 5-6 years of complaining about it. But
Dad, you finally got your tight end too.
Yeah,
finally got your tight end.
Well, we talked about how bad the Colts tight end room was last year. Our top tight end had 14 receptions, so that's how terrible it was.
Hold.
And he's no longer on the team, so.
Did you see that yesterday with my videos? We did this a lot yesterday. Not wanting to trade up. I should have put the final part in there, but yeah, I agree with you. Oh, where did it go, man? You guys' comments are moving so fast. Someone mentioned Andrew Makuba. I really like Makuba as well. Here we go.
If you need a free safety, that's the guy.
Yeah, and he would replace Kevin Byard for us. Quinshon Judkins off the board to the Browns. He's one that I thought would fit really well with the Bears. We're seeing our players fall off the board, guys. Some of the guys we want.
I told you you're drafting Henderson, so.
You did. I just think Judkins, Caleb Johnson, or Cam Scadaboo are a better fit for what we need this year. I really like Judkins the most out of them too. I didn't think he'd be there at 39. I think Caleb Johnson will be. Dang.
Yeah, you've talked up Judkins before to me, so.
Yep. There's a group of 5 or 6 running backs I'd be really happy with. And there's some beyond that too. RJ Harvey, Damian Martinez. I mean, there's a couple others I'd be really happy with too, just not as much as these top 5 or 6. Yeah, I like Watts too. Xavier Watts from Notre Dame. Good fit for the Bears too. Be a good fit. You guys are looking for a safety. No, you're not. Who did you sign? Was your safety you signed?
Cameron Bynum.
That's right. Yeah, Cleveland is doing a good job in this draft. Who do you guys think had the best day one so far? I'd have to say Cleveland probably with that draft, with that pick, did some of the best work.
Getting the first round pick for next year. So.
And a second and a fourth this year. So they just picked up Carson Schlesinger. No, or was it Judkins?
I really like Schlesinger.
With that trade.
be there.
That trade
with the extra pick.
from 2 to 5. One of those was the extra pick. I can't remember which one it was though. Had to have been
the Carson Schlesinger. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Bears fans want Henderson over Judkins. I just don't think it meshes as well with Swift and Ian Wheeler. I think Swift and Wheeler are kind of going to be that 1-2 punch on the wide zone running back. We need more of an inline gap that has good vision to hit the holes. Can go between each gap and see it really well. And Quinshon Judkins, Caleb Johnson, they read the holes really, really well. Hey, what do you think about Mike Green from an outside Bears perspective, from a Colts perspective? You guys probably aren't looking edge as much as we are. Some places have you taken an edge, though.
We will take an edge. The only edge we have on contract after this year is Latu, so we'll definitely pick an edge somewhere.
Oh, so you're kind of like our safety room. Our safety room is not under contract after this year. And you lost Dio to us, Dio Odengbo.
Yeah, he's going to play much better for you guys than he did us. He didn't.
I don't think he did bad for you, though.
Well, he didn't do bad, but he didn't start. He didn't get as many reps as he probably deserved. And like we talked about, our cornerbacks were so bad that he couldn't get sacks because the ball was out before they had a chance to get to the quarterback. So
yeah, makes a big difference when that release time. When the hey, Mark Versalode says Cubs win. I like it.
Well, Miami just traded up here.
I'm not paying enough attention. I got to go to Twitter here and see what the trades were for these.
Yeah, I'm about 20 seconds behind your feed as well. So,
all right, let's see here. Who was the first trade there?
I think that was
the
Seattle.
Seahawks.
Yep.
Just gonna type in Seahawks trade. You guys might have it in the chat already. All right, so the Seahawks gave up 252 and 382. So their second and third round picks to come up 17 spots. That's about good trade value. I want the Bears to do something very similar to that. So that was the first trade. And then here's the second trade on the screen right now. They give up 2 and 5, 2, 3, and 4. The Raiders are receiving their second, third, and fourth round picks for the Dolphins' second and fifth round picks. So really pick swaps of the second and fifth and second and fourth and adding a third to it. Not bad. All right, here's the Dolphins pick. They're trading up. They took Kenny Grant yesterday, who I love.
And they need offensive line help, safety help.
Yeah. Oh, no, my heart is breaking in front of me. I know he was on the Bears board. Jonas Savania. He's gone. Here's all the reactions. My anxiety is up. Jonah's gone. Great offensive line help for them. Here's a good question, Ricky. Ricky poses a good question. So the way it works is the teams are ordered in the first round. The question is, why are Bears picking 9th if it was 10th in the first round? So all the teams that had the same record are in a grouping. So say there were 3 teams that each ended with 4 and 13 records. They would pick first, second, third. The reason the first team gets to pick first is because they had the hardest strength of schedule or the weakest strength of schedule. And then each round they shift and rotate that. So they come down one and they rotate them in order. So the Bears were in the same record as the Saints, but the Saints got to pick first in the first round. But now it rotates and the Saints move down the next round. And then the next round it'll rotate. I don't know if I made that make sense. But if you had the same record, you're going to rotate order with the same people that had the same record with you in other rounds. So it's not, you don't get the same record, or you don't get the same order each round. It rotates. It's a complicated system. I hope I made semi-decent sense of that. Did I just confuse the crap out of you, Brock?
No, I think you did it. Explained it well.
Woof. All right, we got a $5 super chat from Kyle's the Bear fan. Feels nice to be stressing about any position in particular. We actually, for the first time in ages, can just get best available. Watts or Scattaboo. I'm with you, man. I love it. I love it.
Watts is a good player.
Yep.
Another
Xavier
player
Watts would
we
be
like.
fun.
I think he plays free safety too. So you got him and Makuba. Other than that, it seems like there's a lot of strong safeties in this draft.
Yeah, and the Bears need strong safety too, though, with the injury history with Jaquan Brisker. So I'm not sure which direction we'll go there, but I like multiple guys though. Oh, you want Watts or Scattaboo? Okay, so you're not sold on both. You want one or the other.
Well, you got 2 picks right here close. You could probably get both.
We're going to be stuck with one of these running backs. We're still really good running backs on the board. I'm still pulling for Caleb Johnson or Cam Scattaboo.
And
A lot
I
of Bears
love
fans will be
Henderson,
pulling for Henderson. What was that?
I said I love Henderson. He's the top one on the board for me.
Yeah, I think Travion Henderson is the highest ranked one according to them on the board right now.
But...
So we're next after the Patriots, guys. We're almost here. Had to shift it down so you can see our picks. We're almost there. Other strong safety prospects. Got to go off the top of my head. We're moving into day 3 territory with some of those. Oh, I have to check
some
my
of
phone.
the later day 3 safeties. I think I like Malachi more.
Yeah, we're looking later.
There's a couple on Ohio State's. I think Simmons.
Late Dante Trader Jr. is a good one. Let me pull up the database here. All right, let's see who's going off
Makuba.
Oh, Billy Bowman, I like a lot. Lathan Ransom.
Ramson's the one I was thinking of.
Where's the Penn State kid? I don't see him listed here. What's his name?
Winston, isn't it?
Kevin Winston. Kevin Winston. He's not listed here, but
he's good. A stud.
There's some good ones.
But he's another hard-hitting big safety.
Patriots on the clock. Are you saying they took Darius?
Sanker's another good safety I'd like.
Yeah.
Out of Virginia.
What was his name? First name. Man, my
Jonas,
eyes.
I think it's Jonas Sanker.
Yep. They got 2 of my guys. Yeah. Are you saying Darius Alexander's who they took with the Patriots? That's another one the Bears could snag.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Man, when the draft comes on, my phone goes, I got everyone texting me, and blowing this thing up. We've been so ready for this thing. The Bears are on the clock, guys. The Bears are on the clock.
For Patriots.
So
and with their new coach, this is going to be a Trent's pick right here.
Yeah, they took Will Campbell in the first round. Oh, you know what I'm hoping for, guys? What I'm hoping for here? I want us to trade down with 39 regardless of who's on the board and take a future pick plus another one this year so that we can drag the Panthers trade out. This is the Panthers trade from 2 years ago. I want to drag this sucker out and keep milking this sucker. No, we need to take the best player available right here. Gotta go trenches. I'm with you. So no one's taking Shadur Sanders still. I think he's ending. I think he's lasting until the 3rd round. Now that he got past the Browns, I think he's done for. He's not going till round 3. All right, here we go.
Well, New Orleans is coming up. They need a quarterback.
Yeah, but I haven't seen them show any interest in him. But
True.
If someone falls, you can snag someone.
Who do you think the next quarterback drafted will be?
It's got to be Sanders or Milroe, one of those 2.
Yeah.
Here's the pick for the Patriots. This makes me nervous because we're going next. Don't take our running back. Don't take Ursery. All right, Roger. Nobody wants to listen to you talk.
Yeah, they draw this out way too long.
Oops. We'll put this one back on. Oh, dang it. His shoes are on there. Travion Henderson. They took both Ohio State running backs are off the board, and the Bears showed extreme interest in both of them.
Yeah, that one stings a little bit. That's who I would have wanted.
He's quick. We needed him quick.
Well, you still have your Caleb Johnson. You like him.
Caleb Johnson and Cam Scattleboo. I'm telling you guys, Scattleboo's better than you think he is. He's a good running back. I think Bears fans are low on him because he's not Ashton Genty.
Another running back I like later on is Martinez, Damian Martinez.
Yeah, we mentioned him. I like Damian Martinez a lot too. Man, this is flipping tables. Let's freaking. All right, let's look at this real quick before the Bears pick. Here's our. Oh, this wasn't our most updated one. Dang it. Let's see if I can find the most updated one. Delete. Give me a second. Looking at our top 30 visits. 1 second, guys. See if I can hurry and get it up before. Do not quote me on that. That's what she said. See if I can get it up before. All right, 25 draft. All right, here we go. Let's bring this sucker up. Top 30 visits, image file. Here we go. Okay, so here's the most updated top 30 visits for the Bears. Josh Connerly's gone. Jonas Savania's gone. Caleb Johnson's still there. We had him for a top 30. Anthony Belton would be a little early now, I would think. I don't think we're going wide receiver. Omar Norman Lott's not too early. Remember, we did meet with Alfred Collins at the Combine and went to his pro day too. Demetrius Knight, I think he's a little early. And I would think Caleb Johnson here or Omar Norman Lott. I don't think they planned on Ariante Ursery being there. I like Ursery here. I like Ursery a lot here.
Yeah, you guys did a lot of work on the interior of your line, so.
Yeah, we did.
You got 3 new starters, actually, don't you?
We do. 3 new starters, and we need some depth. We need some depth hard. We need some depth hard. Yeah, Mike Green is there. Donovan Iziraku is there. Nick Scourton's there. I was pounding the table for Nick Scourton before this. I would love Nick Scourton. Ooh, they're on the phone right now.
Is that your top edge right now?
Right now, Montez Sweat and Dio Odengbo are our edges.
No, I mean, is that your top edge you would want to draft?
Nick Scourton's the top one on our board. I think we met with him at the Combine, and we met with him at his pro day, but we didn't have a top 30 with him. And I like Scourton. His production went down a little bit this last year, but his pressures, just a lot like Odengbo. Tons of pressures, but the sacks didn't relate. Last year with Texas A&M, or last year with Purdue, 2 years ago with Purdue, he had 8 sacks with 38 pressures. This last year, when he transferred to Texas A&M, he had like 37 pressures and only 4 sacks. So half as many sacks, but just as many pressures. So sometimes it's just like that, though. All right, the pick is in, so we are not trading down. Yeah, we are not trading down. The pick is in. I don't like Mike Green because of the size, guys. I think the character concerns are an issue, but also Marshall, small school. You guys know the small school thing bugs me a little bit with certain players. I wouldn't hate the pick of Mike Green, but I think Scourton's a better fit with Dennis Allen with his size. JT Tiamalu. Uh-oh. Mikey saying WTF. He knows the pick, and he's not happy with it. Bears fans are going to be so pissed.
Now I'm more interested.
At Ben Johnson. Yeah, that's a really good point. Scourton is 20, just under 21 years old. Oh, what's this going to be? What's it going to be? Freaking. Oh yeah, Des White's announcing our pick. There's
I also told you might take the Boston College edge, and you weren't a fan of that one, right?
Donovan is. I don't mind. I just same thing size. I just like a bigger edge. Here we go. Simmer down. Luther Burden. Oh, that's a steal, though. Fans are going to be so pissed off at this because we took another wide receiver. But guys, he's a steal. That was a first-round talent. Last year, before the offseason, he was projected to be the #1 overall pick in this year's draft. Now, you can't control who your quarterback is and everything else, but Luther Burden is a really, really loose, separating wide receiver. This is one that Bears fans will give initial pissed off reaction to, but don't be pissed off at this one. You're taking best player available. You're taking BPA, and you can't hate on BPA all the time. I'm trying to find a screen where we can be together. Sorry.
There we go.
I want to see your guys' reactions. I want to see your reactions because my immediate reaction was like, people are going to be pissed. Like, we need trenches, and I get we need trenches, but this is the definition of taking the best player available. Luther Burden has such loose hips. He's going to fit in the slot perfectly for us. I know we picked up Olamide Zaccheaus. We picked him up for a couple $1 million, guys, on a 1-year contract. Luther Burden, watch the highlights on the screen here. I'll shift my angle here. Let's see. Luther Burden is a special talent. This is like the epitome of taking BPA. This is so funny. I love what the Bears have done here because it's gonna piss off so many fans. Let's see if I can. Oh, can you guys see I wish I could zoom in on it. I'm trying not to get copyright strikes and just broadcast it from my screen, but man, we got Caleb Williams throwing to DJ Moore, Romo Dunze, Luther Burden, Colson Loveland, Cole Kmet. I mean, we've got probably the strongest receiving core in the NFL now. Like, I'm not even exaggerating that as a Bears fan. We are freaking stacked to the gills. If we have anybody go down on the offensive line, we're in trouble. We are in serious trouble.
The strength of this draft is interior offensive line. So you guys can pick somebody up in round 4, and you'll be fine.
That's really solid, like level-headed from another fan base helping us have some reality here. I gotta look at the chat here.
Now, this is a great pick for you guys.
Yeah, give us your perspective, Brock, as an outsider.
Well, I'm thinking like Josh Downs, what he did for the Colts in the slot. He made us so much better. He solidified our receiver room. And this is what I think this kid can come in and do for you guys. I mean, you guys have better outside receivers than the Colts, but this guy can work over the middle. He's shifty. He's going to get open. You guys got an offensive-minded head coach. So you probably figured you're going to get some playmakers, and that's what they went out and done. So I actually like what the Bears are doing. You can solidify that offensive line. You got your starters. You just need depth. So you guys are fine.
I'm actually shocked with you guys in the comments. Obviously, I'm going on my tirade. I'm not even looking. And there's a lot of support for it. I thought there would be so many people pissed off of this. Okay, there's a couple people. Mikey's pissed off. This is trench loaded draft. I'm pissed off. I get it too, Mikey. This is a very heavy defensive line, defensive end, middle of the pack, interior offensive line. I get it. But this is, I mean, Luther Burden, guys, on every mock draft board, you would have seen him 15, 20 range. And before the season started, he was literally projected to be the #1 pick off the board out of any position. Wide receiver, running back, tight end, quarterback, anything. Like, he was the #1 prospect going into last college year. Now, Missouri's quarterback, not great. There's rumors of him not being a great teammate. there's other side of that too. When I was looking into him, I didn't do a deep dive because I didn't think we were going wide receiver this early. But I follow up on the top prospects. But the other side of that story is that he's so fiercely competitive. When Missouri wasn't doing well, he's just upset. And sometimes there's players like that. I don't think there's any personal character issues like his personal life or, beating up women or, driving cars too fast or anything like that. It's just wild for Bears fans to be here right now going through this. They're saying we're already back on the board. So the picks in, we're on the clock again. I do want to trade down now because I feel like we need more picks now to fill our trench needs. But Tyler Shaw goes to the Saints. Wow. Old man Shaw. I mean, he's built like a quarterback, 6'5", 6'4", 220 pounds. So he's built like a quarterback, but I did expect Shadur to be the next one off the board. His girlfriend's happy. She just they went second round instead of third. Just got a little bit more money.
Yeah, not surprising Saints went quarterback. The uncertainty of Carr.
Yeah, I'm not either, and that's why I said I don't think they would go Shadur because they just were not interested in him from all the rumors you saw. But obviously they bet with Shaw, and they were interested in Shaw, and they didn't want to wait till the third round for him. You go get your guy. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm not following the chat as well as I should. This is like right in the mix of like the everything the Bears are going through. But here we are, one pick later, 2 picks after we picked, and we have an opportunity to pick someone you wanted at 39 or trade down. It takes 2 to tango. Maybe someone doesn't want to trade up. I think we need to go offensive line or defensive line here. I don't think you can go running back right here. Alfred Collins at 41 would be absolutely phenomenal. Alfred Collins, the only one outside of the top 3 that I really love for defensive line.
I'd love it if he went to 45 to the Colts.
You want Alfred Collins too?
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, great prospect. Hey, let's get Sanders now. I don't think he's BPA. Maybe someone does, though. Excuse me. Some people saying we're not drafting a defensive tackle. I think, if anything, we need offensive line depth more than anything. So I can.
Is that a trade?
It. Oh, we did trade out of it, guys. We traded out with the Bills. The Bills have traded up. We get extra draft pick. We need more draft picks. We did it. We traded our pick.
And as we've talked about, they're not going trenches yet, but this is a deep trench draft. So you're okay trading back and getting some of these guys.
And I still feel like we can get some of those players, some of the, the Wyatt Milums, the Alfred Collins, the Tate Ratledge. There's still really good players to have at the end of the second, early third. Like, there's really good players to have. So I feel like this is fitting because we wanted them to hold and do the appropriate. So I got to stop that because they're announcing it. So they received our 2nd, 3rd, and 7th round picks. We got both their 7ths and their 4ths. I feel like we fleeced them. Oh, we gave up 41 and 72 and 240. We got 56, 62, and 109. I got to break out the trade value chart. I got to pull out the trade value chart and see how this looks. But I feel like we fleeced them. I'm sure it's not a fleece. I'm sure it's close, but I feel like we did.
Are they going to come up for Will Johnson? Or do you think Will Johnson's medicals are too concerning? That's why he's falling.
That knee has got to be blown out, right? I mean,
there's got to be something. He's too good of a player to still be on the board otherwise.
Right. All right. So 41. You got your calculator there, Brock. Let's do this old school.
I don't. I'm on my phone, so.
You're damn right. I'm happy. I'm stoked, man. This is freaking exciting. I did call it. I called a trade down. I called this, guys. All right, so 41 is worth 146. I'm going to use the old piece of paper. 41 is worth 146. 72 is worth 67. And 240, which is our last 7th rounder, has got to be worth 1. They're not worth much. So 240 is worth 1. All right. So that is 4. Carry the 1. 214 points. All right. So 214 points the Bears gave up. We got 109, which is the very beginning of the 4th round. That's 30 points. We got 56, which is 98 points. And we got 62, which is 84 points. It's 2, carry the 1, 10, 200. It's freaking even. It's a straight even trade. Screw it. But either way, we get 2 second rounders, and I love it. In this draft where they say between 10 and 60 or 10 and 70 is all equal, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Good. That's good.
It's not always about just what the trade value chart says. Oh man, I'm on cloud 9 right now. Adam is happy, guys. Adam is very happy. Yeah, we traded our 2nd and our 3rd and our 7th for 2 seconds and a 4th. The seconds are both at the very end of the 2nd round, and the 4th is a very early 4th rounder. So, yeah, if you're looking at the Jimmy Johnson at 725 versus 710, if you're looking at the Rich Hill, which is more widely accepted lately, it's 214 versus 212. So that's an identical. Yes, it is
as
good.
Close as you can get.
In this draft, I think it is good value because that range where we're going to be 56 and 62, you're going to get guys that, might normally be in the 40 range. So I do believe this is a good trade. All right, their pick is in. Buffalo's pick is in. And I think, honestly, guys, I think the Bears were looking at Jonah Savania, Travion Henderson, Quinshaw Judkins, all guys they had met with extensively. And when all 3 of them went off the board, they took best player Luther Burden, and then they worked a trade out and said, look, we're going to trade back into this range where we see more of these guys that fit our needs. That's exactly what I talked about on the video yesterday with, let me try to find the chart I showed. Man, I am so stoked right now. This gets me hopped up. This is draft day. This is where I'd love to be in the war room, man. All right, file. Save as draft JPEG picks.
That's TJ Sanders is off the board.
Oh, I like TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Good pick for them. But he's more of a 3-tech. We don't need a 3-tech. We need a nose tackle. Man, there is so much chat going on. I freaking love you guys. We're back over 300 again today. Man, so much going on. Adam, that's a ton of mouths to feed. Hey, think of it this way. You have no excuse not to put up Pat Mahomes type numbers with this offense. Ben Johnson's putting 30 points up a year. We're going to be an offensive team now. There's no excuse not to be scoring 30 points a game. If not Ravlich, then Milam. I agree. I like either one of them, guys. We're fitting into a range now where I like players. And guys, look, this is what we just showed you. There weren't a ton of things that fit perfectly with what we had met with in our top 30 visits. So it's not crazy that we traded back. All right, where did I put it? Right here, picks, open. All right, so here's the picks that were available before the day started.
I think the Jets just traded up.
Who just traded up?
Is this the Jets pick, or did they just trade up?
The Bills traded up. Yeah, the Jets are on the clock. Was that their pick originally? I don't know.
That's what I was wondering.
Get back to this.
Getting too distracted with other things, but
so here's your list of players according to mock draft database of who's left. You look into that 56 range. TJ Sanders just went. You don't know when guys are going to go, but you're looking at Caleb Johnson, Princely Uman-Mielen, Tate Ratledge, Marcus Embo, Jack Sawyer, Jordan Birch, Kevin Winston, Shamar Turner, Kyle Williams, Omar Norman Lott, Wyatt Milam. I mean, there's just a ton of players available. Let's not be upset over, what we might have taken. We have 2 picks now in the second round. I can see why some of you might be upset, but we
Two
took
more
BPA.
picks. You've already had one, right?
Yeah, we had one, so now we have two
So
more at the end of the
3.
second round. Well, no, we traded away our third round pick too. So we traded our second 41 and our third 72 for their 2 56 and 62. And in addition, we got their fourth rounder that's an early fourth rounder.
So who was your third receiver before this pick?
Alameda Zacchaeus.
Yes. I think you guys did good.
Yeah, he's solid, 500 yards a year, and he's very consistent. I think he might be pissed off with that pick, but what this is going to affect the most is this is going to take Tyler Scott, who has not done anything for us since we drafted him, and I don't know if Tyler Scott makes the team. I wonder if we try to trade him to someone for a 7th rounder, a 6th rounder. He's still on rookie contract, and he was a 3rd round. Now he's a 4th round pick. If you can get anything out of him. We had 2 picks in the second round. Now we have 3 picks in the second round. I don't know if I mumbled up what I was saying there, but that's where we stand now. Yeah, Tyler Scott's gone. Oh, man, I don't know who gets Brian. No Jack Sawyer. I would love Jack Sawyer. No, he doesn't have the quickest get off, but he's one of those he's just going to be in on every play. There's certain guys that don't have the quickest burst, but they find a way to be into every trade or into every. I was reading this at the same time. Beautiful trade, says Knowledge. We're getting there. We're getting there. Patience. 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 I gotta say this to you guys. That might be getting old for some people. That one, add this to stage. All right, so here we are. The Jets are on the clock. I got to update the ticker here. All right, so we took Colston Loveland. And the number 10 pick. Luther Burden. The 3rd. With the 39th pick. Thank you, Carolina Panthers. That is now fulfilled. The famous trade that we got as a result of the Colts. Thank you, Colts, for losing for losing that game to the Texans at the end of 2 years ago. Thank you for losing that and giving us the number 1 pick.
That was the last second too. They lost that game.
Yeah, and the 2-point conversion happened after time had already run out.
Yep.
After a trade down, now own the number 56 and number 62 picks. I think it's 56 and 62. Let's check again. Woo-hoo-hoo! I am high as a kite right now. Not just figuratively. Yeah, 56 and 62.
Mason Taylor. I was going to call that. I should have said it.
The Jets,
Mason
yeah,
Taylor
that makes
was
sense for
good.
the Jets. They
Yeah.
needed. There was rumors of them taking
Warren at 7.
Tyler Warren at number 7. Yep.
I'm glad they didn't. But
All right, new ticker up across the bottom of the string. Save and show. There's the new ticker. So there's the updates. So the Jets trade into that pick. 42. Nope, the Jets had that pick originally.
Okay.
They're good. Niners are on the clock. Got to get back to the chat. You guys are active, and I love it. Yeah, Landon Jackson. If Landon Jackson makes it to 56 in a heartbeat, I would go Landon Jackson. Let's go,
a little
Bears.
talk
What's up,
of the
Devontae?
Colts taking him too.
Oh, yeah? All right, so Jim Helms gave us the updated without my fancy calculator. He says Jimmy Johnson chart values 721 versus 700, so plus 21 for the Bills. Fitzgerald Spielberg chart is 2174 to 2492 plus 38 for the Bears. Any way you slice it, I think because the value of coming up into the range where everyone's talked about where, between 10 and 60/70 range, they're all the same quality. I mean, you're essentially taking a guy that's around 30, 40 quality at 56 and 72, if that's how you want to look at it. So either way, this is a good trade. It doesn't always have to go off your trade value chart. We picked up 2 extra second rounders. We gave up our third, and we got a 4th rounder now, and we still have our 5th rounder. This does make it exciting. Those 7th rounders are just trade bait, and those are basically undrafted free agents, in my opinion. Those 7th rounders, number 240 overall. I mean, that's just, you're throwing a dart at the dartboard. It's what it is. So thank you, Jim, for sharing that. He also had more. He said Rich Hill chart is 248 versus 224, 24 for the Bills.
Oh, Alfred Collins is off the board.
No, don't tell me this. Alfred Collins goes to the Niners. I told you guys they were going to revamp their defensive tackle room. Oh, I wanted Collins bad. I wanted Collins. Oh, we're going to be stuck with Billings. I accidentally muted. You guys didn't get to hear me.
Everything went really quiet there for a minute.
I was ranting. I didn't want us to lose Alfred. I told you guys that the Niners are revamping their defensive tackle room. We're going to be stuck with Andrew Billings. I don't like it at all. We need Omar Norman Lott, Jordan Burch defensive end. That's really good option still. I don't like Alfred Collins being gone. I don't like that one.
So Andy's on the clock. It wouldn't surprise me if they trade back. But.
All right, so here's your pick coming up. Dallas Cowboys pick is in. Oh. I watched them announce Alfred Collins right now. Oh, my heart. Be still my soul. Hold, Adam. Take your own advice and hold. We can do this. We can survive. An optimal angle here. They used to have it so you could have the video going at the same time. They're not doing that right now.
Well, I was going to bring something up about your pick yesterday as well.
Which one?
I heard somebody talk about this the other day, talking about Loveland, that his breakout season was his age 19 when they went to
he's
the
still
championship. So he's real young, and he showed really high promise at a very young age. So
yeah, I can agree with that. I'm still reeling with the Alfred Collins pick. I really wanted that one bad.
Well, you had your chance, but now you're complaining about the trade back. Look at you.
You're going to incite this fan base right here. You're going to incite them. Watch the chat bar now. They're going to. We're going to be.
I can set this on fire and then walk away.
That's right. That's funny. We're going to be a burden on NFL defenses. I like it. Yeah, I'm not too worried about Tyleek defense or Williams. He doesn't know how to stop the run. I know you love him, Knowledge. I wasn't in love with Tyleek Williams. Yeah, just turned 21.
You're looking for a run stopper, but you kept talking about that Lott kid.
I know that's because we took him in for a top 30. That's the only reason I keep bringing him up.
Okay, he's a great pass rush, but he doesn't stop the run.
100%. You nailed it. Yeah, he's not known for stopping the run. That's why I wanted Alfred Collins. He's very balanced.
Yeah. That Lott kid's almost like a third down defensive tackle. Pass rush tackle only.
All right, let's do a recap here of the first of the beginning of the 4th round or the 2nd round. We got the Browns taking Carson Schlesinger. Look at all these trades that have taken place. Trade. Some of those were on day 1. Houston Texans took Jaden Higgins. Seattle Seahawks took Nick Emanwari. First one that broke my heart. I mean, these 4 in a row broke my heart. Cleveland Browns took Quinshaw Judkins. Miami Dolphins took Jodna Savania. New England Patriots took Travion Henderson. He's going to fit really well there and help take the burden off of Drake May. The Bears then took Luther Burden III, who I don't think a lot of fans still understand the dynamic receiver that he is. I didn't even know if the Bears had met with him. This is one where a really good player fell into our laps. Guys, and we have, look at the depth for years to come. Still got DJ Moore for 3 more years after this year. We've got Cole Kmet for 2 more years. We've got Romo Dunze on a rookie contract first year, so we have a 5th-year option, so 4 more years to count that. Then you got Luther Burden. Then you got Colston Loveland on a rookie contract with a 5th-year option. We've got weapons. We won't be picking a weapon on offense after we pick a running back here. Maybe we'll pick another running back next year. But other than that, there's no weapons to be picked for the next couple of years. It's going to be trench drunk for the next couple of years. So if those who like the offensive weapons, like your wide receivers, your running backs, your tight ends, you're getting it in this draft. You're getting it right now. Oh, look who the Cowboys picked.
Who is it?
Just popped on the board. Donovan Iziraku, Boston College.
Yep.
Ollie Gordon incoming, baby.
Well, Colts are on the clock. We'll see if I'm upset with these Bears fans that are upset with Burden, or if I'm happy.
You do want a wide receiver? What do you want right here, Colt?
No, the Colts actually have good wide receivers now.
Yeah, I thought so.
I would say it's going to be a trench pick. Either
they say you need an offensive
tackle,
line.
Edge. We don't have a right guard right now.
Okay.
So
yeah, you lost Will Fries.
Yeah, we lost Will Fries. Our tackles are good, and we have a swing tackle that's going to be a starter after next year. So I would imagine it'd either be a guard, edge, or defensive tackle.
Yeah, but you guys always do good at taking linemen in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounds.
Will Fries was 7th rounder. So
Matt Conclaves last year, what was he?
He's a 3rd rounder.
Yeah.
Bordellini was a 4th rounder. He's going to be our starting center. So
yeah, see, it always cracks me up when you guys say this. 3rd round picks haven't been Pole's forte. He's had 2 of them, and one last year was a developmental offensive lineman that we knew wouldn't even play until this year. You can't say Karan was a bad pick yet. The other one, Velus Jones Jr. I mean that. Anyways, too early to say on those things. Yeah, how happy is Caleb Williams right now? He's got to be a kid in a candy store. Give him another lineman they can fill in, and he's going to be happy as can be. No, I'm not mad about the trade down at all now. I really just wanted Alfred Collins, but I don't even know if the Bears wanted him that bad. But they need more picks. If you're taking best player available and you're taking these weapons, there's still lots of good options, guys. Landon Jackson, Jack Sawyer, Princely.
Pick is in for Indy.
Your war room doesn't look like it's hopping up on anything.
Well, I'm behind you, so you're going to have to announce the pick for me, so I don't have to wait.
Sounds good. Trade back up. Nah, I don't want to give up any picks. I don't want to give up any picks.
I'm a little surprised Colts didn't trade back, actually.
Here's your pick. It's coming up. Let's see if I can change my screen setting and make me bigger. I don't know if you can see that. I know it's small still. So here's the Colts pick.
Hey, Jonathan Taylor's announcing it. I love Jonathan Taylor.
Second round running back. Ooh, JT Tiamolu, the defensive end out of Ohio State. I like it. I like him for the Bears.
Yeah, that's not surprising that it's an edge.
JT Tiamolu.
Latu and him, he's, I guess, our future edge.
Yeah, you're pretty good at edge for the next couple years with those two. I like him. He's bigger size than Jack Sawyer.
Well, Latu is very good. He's better against with the pass rush than the run stopping. So this kid on the other side makes sense.
Glad he's off the board. Knowledge says he didn't want JT.
Apparently, we're only drafting players who wore 44 in college. So,
yeah, there's your defensive line is showing, or your additions. You got DeForest Buckner, Latu, JT Tiamalu, Kenny Moore, Cam Bynum. They're showing your defensive pieces is what they're showing.
Yeah.
Now your war room is happy.
Yeah, I'm happy. I knew we'd go edge somewhere here on day 2.
All right, we're inching closer, guys. We're at 46 now, and we got to wait till 56. We're 10 away, but we're getting there. The Raiders do pick at 48. That could be where Shadur Sanders go. Bears O-line coach better earn his paycheck or we will have a repeat season. It's all about that depth. We need to add a couple pieces here, but there's some good pieces to be had. I know this is small. I apologize. Excuse me. I apologize, but there's still some really good players on the board, guys. Darius Alexander, the defensive lineman out of Toledo, is still on the board. Xavier Watts, safety. Landon Jackson. Let's see. Caleb Johnson, Princely Uman Mielen, Tate Ratledge, Marcus Embo, Jack Sawyer, Braden Swinson, Jordan Birch, Kevin Winston, Shamar Turner, Omar Norman Lott, Jared Wilson, Wyatt Milam, Andrew Makuba. There's still some really, really good players. I am not concerned right now that we get to take 2 picks right here and then still have an early 4th rounder. So we got an early 4th rounder that we didn't have before. This is a good thing. It's a good thing.
The other thing with you guys is you're not really looking for a starter. You're looking for a guy who can fill in certain situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, depending on Jonah, because Jonah's always hurt, but
the defensive tackle, we need a defensive tackle that can rotate though and play significant minutes. I mean, we've got Grady Jarrett and Jervon Dexter and Andrew Billings, but Andrew Billings will be gone after this year. So yeah, that's a really good point. It really is a rotational guy. So trading back and getting a 4th rounder is valuable. Yeah, Poles can also come
more
back
your
in.
offensive line. I wasn't thinking your defensive line. So
yeah, our offensive line though, we do need a solid backup. We have no depth right now in our offensive line. We need literally another tackle, another guard, and possibly another center. I think they're going to roll with Ricky Stromberg, who we picked up off waivers, and Doug Kramer to rotate and see who wins that battle. But surprised Mike Green that's worth talking about. Mike Green is still there, the highest prospect. And to be fair, I never had him as a 1st-round prospect. I said that to you guys, and you guys scoffed at me, but he knocked over Josh Connerly in the Senior Bowl, and everybody got hyped up over that. But I always thought his game didn't translate against bigger competition. The game against Ohio State, he looked like he got handled. I think that really hurt him. I think it hurt his draft stock because it's the biggest game of the year. Really hurt him. So, Nick Scourton's still on the board. I forgot that. Holy crap. Let's get back over here. Remove this. Add to stage. Is Nick Scourton really still on the board?
I can't pick him.
What? All right, 10 picks here. 10 picks here. Could we be so lucky? Got the Packers in front of us. The Packers are going to steal our pick. I know it. Freaking Packers. I hate the Packers. F the Packers. Can I make this bigger somehow? All right, the Rams pick is in, and the Cardinals are on the clock now. Where do you think Quinn Ewers is going to end up going?
Colts late.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt you guys to take a shot at a quarterback somewhere.
They've met with him a couple times. We just got rid of one Texas quarterback, so I guess we can replace him with another Texas quarterback.
Oh, look who we got back. Carl!
Gentlemen, how's it going? Brock,
Carl,
how are you?
we're having some fun here. Brock, Carl, Brock.
Hey, what's up?
I haven't seen any live reactions of yours. What do you guys think about Luther Burden?
I was actually stoked. What was your reaction while it was happening? So my exact reaction here, I'll try to replay it for everybody. waiting. It's like, oh, fans are gonna hate this, but I love it. Fans are gonna look at this chat. It's gonna be.
Well,
that's what I did. I was like, the chat's gonna hate this, but it's actually best player available.
Yeah.
Smart pick.
I was gonna say good teams draft best player available. That's what this pick screams to me.
Yeah.
And the more I'm thinking about it too, someone's asking me about Loveland, right? If you have a young, offensive-minded head coach, you probably want to get impressionable players. You've got two really moldable pieces with really high-level abilities, in my opinion, very high-ceiling guys. I thought that Luther Burden was the best wide receiver in the entire nation going into the start of this college football season.
Totally.
And his
agree with
quarterback play was awful, and that's why he fell to the Bears at pick 39.
All right, pause you for 1 second, Carl.
Yeah.
Terrence Ferguson just went to the Rams, so another
Is that
tight
tight
end?
end?
Off the board. Yep.
Tight
Terrence
end out of
Ferguson
Oregon?
to the Rams. Yep. Okay. Sorry, Carl. You're spot on. I love what you're saying.
No, yeah, I mean that's all I got to say, man. I'm just saying, like, everyone wants to say, "Oh, that trade for the Bryce Young, it's over, it's over." I don't think so. I think in a perfect world, Roma Dunze develops into your number one wide receiver going into next year, and you can have serious thoughts about trading away DJ Moore for one last ride for some real serious assets.
I muted Carl. Don't you talk about trading away my DJ Moore. No, I think this makes it so we're solidified. So Caleb has consistency for the next 4 years. He's still on his rookie contract for 4 years. You've got DJ Moore, Cole Kmet for 2 of those years, at least. Cole Kmet, Romo Dunze, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland. We're not even drafting tight end, wide receiver for the next 3-4 years. We'll see. But I can see what you're saying. I don't like the idea of trading away because you've got different roles there. DJ Moore, you get him the ball and it's like a running back. He's a unique receiver because he's like a running back with the ball in his hand. He's going to get you those yak. Romo Dunze.
I got bad news for you.
What?
So is Luther Burden.
Yeah, Luther Burden's definitely a yak guy. He can run people over. I agree with that completely.
So my sentiment here is just that the Vikings and their fans never would have thought that Stephon Diggs could be traded. And look what happened. These things happen, man.
I'm glaring at you. You can't tell, but
This was a wonderful pick. Yeah, I mean, it's value. I was going to say in a parallel, finally, my man stops getting disrespected. Jeez.
Hey, look at that. Will Johnson goes to the Cardinals.
He should have gone at 7. 47 is embarrassing.
Well,
that
you know
poor
that
knee of his.
That knee had to be blown up for this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if Adam Schefter is tweeting anything about a player from the University of Michigan, he has every little bit and piece of information. So if he has to sit, recoup that knee, whatever the case is, but it's so funny, man. Imagine a podcast of Will Johnson and Marvin Harrison Jr. talking together. Oh, my gosh. That's awesome.
That's a great pick for the Cardinals. That helps
Absolutely is.
They're
That's a
stoked.
great pick for anybody who took him.
Yeah, anybody who got him this late, that's a steal.
Thought the Bears could get wild and pick him at 41, but I'm very happy they decided to trade back. Got some dividends with what they did last year with Buffalo. They've got a really strong connection there, it sounds like. What do you guys think about that trade?
Very equal trade, but I think it benefits us because now we get another pick in the second round where that range, 10 to 60, 10 to 70, is worth more. We're getting those picks, and then we get a fourth rounder too. So it's obviously we gave up our third. It's an equal amount of picks, but now that seventh rounder, 240 overall, that's a dart at the dartboard. I mean, that's an undrafted free agent range.
I genuinely think that those 3 picks they got from the Bills, all 3 of those players start for the Bears in some capacity. Those are going to be some good players.
Rotate, yeah. Defensive line, running back.
Exactly, yeah. Best, ideally interior, but any defensive lineman. Hopefully, ideally, Caleb Johnson.
Only one that wouldn't is if we got an offensive lineman, an interior to back up, like if we picked up a Tate Ratledge
and I'd
Wyatt
be very,
Milo.
very happy with that pick. It's just, again, you don't want them to start, but
they could end up.
We didn't want Karan to start last year, and his welcome to the NFL was against not Daniil Hunter, but the Minnesota Vikings. So these things happen. You have to be prepared. So
yeah. Hey, so Carl, key us in on Colston Loveland. You were out of it last night. You were celebrating. You were taking your victory lap. How much?
I'm not going to come down from the fact that I thought that pick 10 on a tight end just didn't make sense, but I think that we can kind of mesh in the sense that if you wanted 12 personnel so bad, Colson Loveland was the absolute pinnacle prospect for that to pair with Cole Kmet.
Man, I'm really glad you turned me on to him a couple weeks ago, or I would have sounded like an idiot like everybody else on Bears Twitter last night. Like, I would have been reacting negatively, and I would have been stupid to the fact. Like, I talked to, so Brock's my good friend growing up, and I talked to him before you turned me on to Colson Loveland, and I was like, dude, I just don't like Colson Loveland. I've got him as like my number 5 tight end. And he would tell me, nah, actually, Colson Loveland's really good. And then you on our podcast just said, you need to look at him again. And so I did. And then I tweeted it. And I said, you know, you saw the tweet where I was like, friend told me to relook at. I was wrong. Actually really high on this kid, really good prospect. I still like Tyler Warren more, but Colson Loveland, really smooth route runner. Separation rate's incredible. So I'm glad you turned me on to him before we drafted him, or else I would have sounded like a. Anyways.
Yeah, not much more else to say in my opinion. Again, just the perfect compliment. I'm still kind of shell-shocked that my favorite college team, or my favorite NFL team, drafted a player for my favorite college team. It's crazy to me, but I will take it.
There's a couple scenarios here with that 4th rounder in play that could make me freak out like nobody else has seen me on this podcast before, like literally freak out.
Jackson Woodard,
Ricky White, not going to happen anymore because we're not taking a wide receiver. Or
yeah, that bums me out, man. I think that Pat Bryant's dead, right? Like, there's just no chance now. That upsets me.
No other wide receiver. So Jackson Woodard or Tyler Batty from BYU. I think you know a lot of other people. I went to UNLV, so I love UNLV, but I grew up at BYU range. So all my first 18, 19 years, huge BYU fan. So I root for both schools. Yes, you can root for 2 schools when you're in that situation. So Tyler Batty at defensive end and Jackson Woodard at linebacker. If one of those 2 happen, I'm probably going to flip out, dude. I'm probably going to, and both of them have huge upside. Such huge upside.
Well, I know what you told me about some memorabilia. I mean, that would be good enough for me to be extremely excited about that pick, man. I'm serious. I mean, I can't, just from our conversations, I cannot think of a better player to kind of 1-for-1 replace Jack Sanborn.
The problem is
perfect player for that.
The rumor is that the Raiders are really hot on him, so they might overdraft him. And all it takes,
he deserves it.
All it takes is watching the Boise State UNLV game to see why Jackson Woodard is such a special prospect. Every single one-on-one versus Ashton Genty, he shut Genty down. Genty did not win a single one-on-one versus Jackson Woodard. Jackson Woodard should have. Now against the team, Genty had some breakout plays, but when he went one-on-one versus linebacker, Jackson Woodard shut him down. Not one time did he get past him. In fact, he had like 5 tackles for loss against Genty in that first game.
Wow, I didn't even really comprehend that the Texans have selected Ursery. That's incredible for them.
No!
They should be very, very happy about that. And Jaden Higgins as well. After who did the Texans trade their first-round pick to?
It hasn't shown it yet.
Giants.
Carl.
They let the Giants come back up and draft Dart.
So the Giants sealed their fate, and Dayball will be bagging some groceries next year, and in exchange, the Texans become a lot stronger than they.
I don't know if you saw the trade just barely, but the Texans traded up with the Raiders, and the Raiders got the Texans pick 10 picks later, and their 3rd rounder number 99. So they traded from 58 to 48, and the Raiders got the Texans 58 and 99. If that makes sense. I haven't seen the pick yet, and it's not on the screen yet, so you're clearly ahead of us. So they're going to announce it right here.
It's just stupid Twitter. Yeah, I hate Twitter. It's Ursery.
Another one bites dust.
I said this earlier. I hate when my division rivals make good picks. It pisses me off, and they've made 2 good picks.
And they need offensive line, and Ursery is a great offensive lineman in this range. To take him in 48th overall, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, 6'6", 330, just that alone. He's got a chance to just come right in and replace what Tunsil was, but they'll have someone they can coach.
So here's the thing with Ursery, from when I scouted him, he doesn't have the most fluid movement. So moving side to side, he's not the quickest, but his anchor, you will not have a single Bears fan that would complain about the Braxton Joe's anchor. Like when he anchors, no one's pushing into him. Like he is a absolute beast. He can affect the run game as well. He can get out there. So
Oh, wow.
I think
they're projecting him as the right tackle. I forgot Cam Robinson. They signed him as well. So, yeah, this roster is ready to compete right now. So, good for Texans fans.
So Brock's a Colts fan, just so you know. So that's their
Oh,
division rival.
Shoot, I'm sorry about that, man.
Yeah, so I don't like the pick. I like the pick. I don't like
So-
it for my division rivals.
As a Colts fan, are you happy that the Bears passed on Loveland so that the Colts could end up getting Tyler Warren?
I really like Warren, but I was fine with either Loveland or Warren. I think Loveland has the higher upside. I think he's more fluid, but I think Warren's a better blocker. And
You missed our
He's
whole
just as
conversation,
fast.
Carl.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't mean to make you guys repeat yourselves, but
Oh, you're good. It's
I
actually
think, I think that Tyler Warren is better for the Colts and Loveland is better for the Bears. I think it was a
Yeah.
true win-win scenario for both of those guys because I think you need the more, I'll call it pro-ready, immediate impact starter to try and save that quarterback that you guys have. And I don't know how you feel about Anthony Richardson, but
I'm hopeful, but I think we'll be drafting a quarterback next year.
yeah. if
so
guys
you
play
missed
your
the.
cards
We
right.
talked about Ballard and Pohl's press conferences, and they both said like the identical thing, like his flavor. They needed a more inline tight end. We needed more hybrid type of tight end, and we got what we needed, and they got what they needed. So
Yeah.
here's
And
the
I
Bengals.
think Carl said the same thing that Ballard said in his press conference. Says Loveland works really well next to Komet. They didn't need Warren next to Komet.
He actually said that. Is that your owner or your GM?
GM.
Yeah.
That's incredible that he talks like that. That's amazing.
All right, so the Bengals have selected Demetrius Knight Jr. out of South Carolina, linebacker, who the Bears brought in for a top 30 visit. So there's another one off the board the Bears were considering, but I don't think with our needs we have now, we definitely need trenches more than linebacker.
Was that like a Twitter poll? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Like, are they just choosing a defensive player because of what they did this offseason for their offense? Like, it's kind of silly, man. Is that truly where he was supposed to go? I just heard them say after Schlesinger, this off-the-ball linebacker situation is just dreadful.
I think he was meant for this range, but he's an older prospect, so he was expected to drop because of that.
Well, Demetrius Knight, the Bengals' run defense wasn't the best last year, or at least the state they're in now. Demetrius Knight is that linebacker that will hit a hole, and he's going to fill the run. He's going to stop the run game. Like Demetrius Knight, that's why I liked him for the Bears.
By the way, the pick is in for the Seahawks at 50, but did you see what they did to start the round today? I mean, talk about time being a flat circle. They drafted Cam Chancellor in 2025. That is incredible.
I didn't like it because I wanted him to fall. I don't think the Bears would take him 39 anyways. We'll go back and show
I
everyone.
think that Amanwari would probably be too captivating to pass up on at 41 if push came to shove there. But yeah, I mean, that's a perfect fit, man. Talk about they want to kind of roll back the clock. Time is a flat circle. Legion of Boom. You got Amanwari and Witherspoon. Those are some incredible secondary players for them.
I was talking about he fit the perfect situation. I loved Tyler Nubin, very similar last year, but he went to the Giants. What a crap situation for Tyler Nubin. He didn't even have a shot to have a good rookie year. Nick Amanwari going to the Seahawks. He's fallen into the perfect situation to have success right off the bat.
And I hate to say this too, because I talked about these running backs ad nauseum. Both of those fits are just stellar for Judkins and Henderson. I love
they were
it for
supposed to
those
fit
players.
for us. I know. I was talking earlier about how that's going to help Drake May so much. Like that's just
the Patriots have made 2 draft picks so far in 2025, and they've drafted essentially 2 linemen. It's incredible.
So
that running back's amazing at pass pro. It's just a perfect fit. And Judkins did deserve to be. He's the 3rd running back taken, but I don't know, man. Judkins could be as good as anyone from this draft class. The more I watch that kid.
Yeah, I like Judkins.
I'm the Michigan fan.
He was the best fit for the Bears. I just didn't see him lasting to 39, and he did not last to 39. That was the one thing I predicted.
Yeah, I hated seeing him mocked at 72, whatever it was. Like, oh my god.
Some of those. This just proves how much some of the mock draft simulators are not realistic at all. So let's hurry and do this real quick. Some of you asked, you got here a little late. We have over 350 in the chat now. Appreciate you guys being here at draft night. It's huge. Right off the bat, we'll go over the recap real quick. The Bears have traded number 41, down with the Bills. So we traded away 41 and 72, as well as 240, which doesn't matter. That's like giving away a hot dog.
Well, yeah, that is the hot dog that pushed her over the edge. It matters, but
Yeah. So we traded away those 3. In return, we got 56, 62, and 109. So early 4th rounder.
Adam, what is pick 109?
Running back? I don't know what.
That is the Austin Booker trade.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
So that's where we stand with, and here's the pick so far. So Cleveland took Carson Schlesinger, Houston took Jaden Higgins, Seattle took Nick Emenwari, and this run right here really hurt my soul because I loved all 4 of these prospects.
I was all in on Ceviche at 39 or 41, bro.
All these were ones that hurt my soul as they were happening. Cleveland Browns took Quinshaw Judkins. Miami Dolphins took Jonah Savania. New England Patriots took Travion Henderson. The Bears took Luther Burden III, and I was
Antoine
going on my little...
Randall L. selected Luther Burden III. Thank you very much.
I was going on my rampage, and I thought there would be more negative reaction. I actually came out of my rampage, and you guys didn't react as negatively as I thought, so props to you guys. The Saints took Tyler Shaw, Old Man Shaw. The Bills took TJ
His
Sanders.
name is so strange. The broadcasters are pronouncing it Tyler Shuck. It's weird.
Isn't it Shaw?
I know, but apparently Ian Rappaport, Daniel Jeremiah are calling him Mr. Shuck. So I don't understand it.
Well, I don't know. Jets took Mason Taylor. Alfred Collins to the Niners.
And I got to give you your flowers on Alfred Collins.
What was just how highly I had him ranked?
Yeah, you thought he was a potential fit at 72, and then as we discussed it more and more, you kept saying nope, nope, nope.
Well, yeah, your simulators had him at 72, and I said no, he won't make it past 41. If we take Collins, he'll have to go at 41.
Sorry to keep interjecting. I mean, talk about a throwback. Sean Alexander the Great. He's kind of letting himself go though. That's a big boy.
Roll through these. So we got Donovan Iziraku to the Cowboys, JT Tiamalu to the Colts, Terrence Ferguson to the Rams. The Cardinals took Will Johnson. Ariante Ursary to the Texans, Demetrius Knight to the Bengals, and then right now the Seahawks have selected Elijah Arroyo. Even with his injury history, they're taking a shot on. We like these. The more tight ends, wide receivers, and quarterbacks that come off the clock before we pick is great because it's going to mean more of these. Yeah. We're 5 picks away from our pick now.
And if the Panthers are as stupid and reactionary, specifically their owner, if they truly are the way I feel about them, I could see Harold Fannin going right here.
Yeah. How did I do that? I'm trying to fit all 3 of us, but make this smaller. We need someone who knows how they're doing stuff here, Carl.
Yeah, shuck. Tell me about it.
So Keith J. Hall says it's shuck. So I am wrong on this one. So I apologize for not. We got 3 of us in here talking. Sometimes we chat a little bit.
Oh, there's a trade. Wait, the Panthers traded up? Yep, I don't even understand what we're looking at.
With Denver, it looks like.
Interesting. No, Carolina is picking 8th in the draft. Oh, we had their. Yeah, that's right. Got it. Understood. Okay. But yeah, I mean, pseudo breaking news here. Luther Burden, according to Courtney Cronin, says he did not talk to the Bears much in the pre-draft process and was surprised that Chicago drafted him.
Good. Oh, Mike Green's still there. I think this personal issue, the sexual assault cases have got to be bigger than we thought they might be. He addressed them.
I nailed that, in my opinion, man. Like, that's the one thing you don't mess with that. Now, I don't know how bad it is. This has Howie Roseman smothered all over it. So keep that in mind.
Nick Scourton goes to the Panthers. Screw you, Panthers.
It's not good. But there's still one last hope, in my opinion, for our Bears as far as that position.
I don't know if we're going edge next. I think we're going offensive line or defensive tackle. I really do.
It's going to be best pick available. We've already clearly seen that. But I would love Landon Jackson on my football team. Obviously, I said one of those 2 seconds from the Bills is destined for a running back, I think. It has Caleb Johnson smeared all over it.
Yeah, I think we definitely got to take a running back here. Caleb Johnson, if he's there. If not, Scattaboo.
Not this high. I think that they would truly wait in that scenario to that next pick. But
Scattleboo's good. You gotta come off that horse, dude.
You can get Scataboo with your early 4th round pick.
That's what I'm saying, Brock. That's what I'm saying, man.
Brother. Oh, brother. I'm gonna mute both of you.
That's fine.
Hey, great minds think alike.
All right, so I put up a Q&A. It's not a poll, but I put up a Q&A. What player do you want us to select at 56 and 62? That way we just be free thinking with you guys. Nick Scowerton, a great pick for the Panthers at 51. That's really good value at 51.
Why is Greg Gabriel live tweeting? Oh my gosh.
Why does Greg Gabriel ever tweet at all?
I hear you. I don't want to sound like too much of a jerk. But
Xander says Landon Jackson. I actually like that. Landon Jackson, Princely, or Jack Sawyer. I think a lot of people want edge. I don't know if we're doing it. I think we got to go running back and offensive line here. I really do. They might be happy with Dio Odengbo and Austin Booker and Montez Sweat and then take another one in the 4th round. I don't know. If we can still Caleb Johnson here, this is going to be fantastic.
Goodness gracious. I sure miss TweetDeck.
Who else do we have waiting for a running back? The Chargers already took a running back. The Buccaneers aren't going to take a running back. That's
Scroll down slowly on your board.
That's it before us, though, dude.
Oh.
It's right there.
Oh, it's really that close.
We're that close.
I mean, Green Bay could shock you, but...
No. They got Marshawn Lloyd coming back from injury.
Yeah. Broncos
behind us. They're behind. They already took Omarion Hampton. They're behind us, though.
Congratulations, Titans.
Titans took Olufemi Oladipo, and I think that's a little early for him.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Just depends on where a team falls in love with the player.
Relentless Mikey, give yourself some credit, buddy.
I love the attitude of Bears fans when we go through this, when we go through the feelings of it. Like, doesn't matter what I want. We're not going to take any players I wanted or that I mock draft. I'm done with this crap. I'm done with it. Mikey, I so can appreciate what you're saying. And I want Jordan Birch too. If you want someone who gets after the quarterback, he's going to sacrifice a little bit in the run game, but we got other guys who can help contain in the run game. That would be a great pick for getting pressure. Some of you want a chance at Mike Green. I just think those character concerns have got to be way too big.
I will say though, if you believe in your coaching staff and you kind of want to really try something like this is the time. I mean, this value is just screaming in your face.
No, I actually had him as a 2nd, 3rd round pick all along. That's what I said. I said that game against Ohio State was too glaringly weak, and his lower competition, he had all those stats against the worst competition, just like Ashton Genty. His biggest stats came against the worst competition.
Yeah. I think I always felt that Mike Green was destined for the Lions. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions took him in the 1st round. That clearly didn't happen. So I think now, value-wise, they'll probably get him in the 2nd.
They desperately need one more edge rusher there.
Are Mike Green and Deshaun Watson related?
No, but they know each other through the massage parlors.
Through Madam Yang's tug and pull.
Yeah, for real. My God, Jesus.
Well, also Kraft, didn't he get wrapped up in that too?
Yeah, sure did.
Maybe he been drafted by the
wrapped
Patriots.
up with a warm towel. What are you saying, Brock? Unbelievable. What a cute little picture from the Cardinals. God bless you guys. I hope Will Johnson's just an absolute incredible stud for you. I hope that Will Johnson ends up being better than Patrick Peterson for the Cardinals.
All right, let's see who we got going on here. All right, so we've got coming up really good options, honestly, for us. You got Xavier Watts still. I don't know if we'd go safety this early with our other needs. Darius Alexander from Toledo still on the board.
What is this big board? Is this yours?
No, this is from Mock Draft Database, just the ones that kind of fit our needs that are left. And this is not...
Is Trey Amos still there?
The picks that have happened today are not updated. Trey Amos is still there.
Siobhan Revel, I think, is still there.
Yeah, he's there too.
Yep.
Again, I mean, if you're doing best pick available and these guys are fringe first-round picks at the middle end of second round, I mean, what do you got to lose? But
Darius Alexander would be a good pick for us. Really would.
I've been listening to the Willis Twin Towers brothers over on Barroom Network, and they just are gushing over this Xavier Watts kid.
I like Xavier Watts a lot.
If you recouped the ability to draft him, just do it with that trade with the Bills.
Yeah, I've mocked Xavier Watts at 41 for us several times. Like 41 was the range I had for Xavier Watts. So I think him being here in this range is absolutely fantastic.
These players who, according to this medium, are lower, right? TJ Sanders, Ceviche.
Yeah, this is just
backs,
one. This is just one place, and they've got Caleb Johnson at 59.
Above.
I've got Caleb Johnson all the way up at 39, 40 range. So Caleb Johnson at 59. Don't take the range. Just look at the players on the board.
Yeah.
And the same with guys like Jordan Birch, 71. I think he's 60 range. Same with Wyatt Milam. I think he's 60 range.
There's also still a chance that the Bears could fulfill my, I guess, call it suggestion as to how they handle their first 3 picks. 2 of those needed to be linemen. Still could come true in a roundabout way, right? You turn 41 into multiple picks.
Yeah.
Still technically do it, I'll call it. But
Hey, Carl, what do you think of that edge rusher from Michigan, Stewart?
I watched that player really flash for Michigan in 2024 this past season. Obviously,
Too small.
He did that playing with 2 top 15 defensive tackles on the interior. But again, I don't think he fits the Chicago Bears scheme.
He's too small.
He's a great player, but he's probably going to have to do that for someone else.
He's barely 6 feet tall.
Trust me, man. Impact player. Don't
He's Mighty
care about your
Mouse.
size.
He's Mighty Mouse. Yeah, Omar Norman Lott would give us someone that would sacrifice the run to get the sacks, though. We need some
would
sacks.
you look at that? Guy came around. Allen Robinson II. Great pick by the Bears 59 minutes ago. Simeon Rice, is he from Mount Carmel, Illinois?
Is he?
I'm pretty sure he went to high school in Illinois. Yeah, Simeon
I
Rice
didn't
is
know
a
that.
beast. Well, there goes your cornerback from Notre Dame. It's a good pick.
That's okay. That's okay. We're not looking cornerback right here. So Benjamin Morris and Notre Dame to the Buccaneers. Good player. It's we're inching. We're 3 away, and there's really good options on the board for the Bears at 56. Also, a lot of really good options at 62. This trade is looking really smart by Ryan Poles.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Not only that, we're going to be looking early tomorrow. We're going to be watching, and we're going to have draft pick early 4th round and 5th round.
Green Bay, I don't think anyone's talked about Matthew Golden to the Packers. I thought that was another really good pick for them. That's a really good football player.
I was having fun making fun of Packers on Twitter earlier. They're bragging about Matthew Golden, and I said, "Good job, you got another wide receiver 2 with your first round pick. You now have 5 wide receivers too. Congratulations."
Yeah, he could ironically be their best wide receiver too, but
well,
I like the pick for them.
He's a quick wide receiver that can't separate. And that's the problem with Matthew Golden. He can be as fast as lightning, but he doesn't get away from he doesn't have that shiftiness to separate from people. So
I just don't know if I agree with that. I'm sure the advanced metrics could prove me wrong, whatever you want to do. Oh no, the sexual assault king is going to Green Bay. Are you serious?
Mike Green.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, that's funny.
Wait a second. The only time I saw that was in the chat.
I haven't seen it yet either, but I see it in the chat too.
Yeah, Dylan, that's got to be a troll. Please say you're trolling. Please.
It's not up yet.
Please.
I don't mind it. I don't think Mike Green is as good as people think. I think he's going to get smashed at the next level. You saw what happened at Ohio State. I don't mind it. I don't want Mike Green to the Bears, but I know a lot of Bears fans want Mike Green. I'd rather have Landon Jackson or Jack Sawyer, one of these bigger guys. Landon Jackson would be a dream pick right here for me. I'd rather have Landon Jackson than Mike Green. I'll say that.
Me too, Adam.
Oh, he's bringing a family on the stage to announce the sexual assault predator.
Wow, and he just had a terrible blunder on the microphone. Poor guy.
I didn't hear it.
Goodell.
I had my headphones on, so I wasn't listening. I have this on so low I can't hear it, so I can still do this.
Anthony Belton, where's the truth? I want the truth.
Oh, they're announcing for the Boys and Girls Club, and now they're going to announce a sexual predator. That's so cute.
God, this is going to make such a good YouTube short.
We just hit 400 in the chat. Appreciate you guys being here. This is kind of crazy. Anthony Belton. Ah! Stab me in the heart. That's a good pick. That's a good pick for the Packers.
Talk about a comp to Ursery. Same exact measurable, 6'6", 330. I would imagine the story's the same with the kid.
Yeah, not quite as smooth a mover, but I think his pressures were really, really low. Really good athleticism, and he gets out well for the run, too. Anthony Belton's someone we brought in for a top 30, I believe. Let's check the board. He did. Look at that right there. Top of the 3rd round. Anthony Belton, offensive tackle, NC State. We did bring him in for top 30.
Who are you guys watching? Which broadcast are you watching?
NFL Network.
He just got shattered by... They called that a highlight. He got walked against Tennessee there.
I don't know why they'd show that on highlights.
And you're pushing the Cadillac. Come on, guy. Oh,
I love how this is a Packers pick, and it was someone we actually really liked, and now Carl is pushing the negativity of him. I freaking love it. You're pushing the Cadillac? What a pussy. That car was in neutral.
It reminds me of the guy who jumped out of the pool for the Bears. Was that Henry Melton?
That was a long time ago, man.
I know.
Isn't it Becton who was the guard for Eagles last year?
Oh,
no.
Too, yeah.
The Bears definitely had a player who, like, their claim to fame was jumping out of a pool,
too,
and it was a defensive lineman. I think it was a defensive tackle. What do you got, Harbaugh?
He didn't mention the $100 bill in the back of the playbook either.
What do you got, Harbaugh?
Yeah, the Chargers aren't going to take running back. I'm good with whoever they pick. We need Caleb Johnson there. If he doesn't pick Caleb Johnson, though, I might have a meltdown. Like, Caleb Johnson is best player available now, and we need a running back. Like, this is like the perfect scenario for the Bears.
I'll crank hog at him.
Trey Harris goes to the Chargers. The Bears pick is in. All right, now if this isn't Landon Jackson,
you passed on the other kid from Iowa for Trey Harris. Jim,
Trey Harris is Trey Harris is a great value brand of Rome Odunze. Trey Harris is a really good pick.
I'm sure they upgraded to Quentin Johnston. I can tell you that much. So
Trey Harris is, I'm telling you, Trey Harris is great value. Rome Odunze. He's a good prospect. I like him.
Who's got the leaks? I don't care about the buildup. I just want the leaks. I want to know.
No running back. No. I want running back right here. Caleb. Oh, I'm okay with Landon Jackson. Landon Jackson or
no. You don't take the defensive end first. I don't think he's that special, right? Because you got Mike Green and Landon Jackson.
But I have Landon Jackson. Here. I have Landon Jackson as like a number 39 overall prospect, man. If he's fallen all the way down here to 56, I'm good with it. Like
Who's got the leaks?
Caleb Johnson or Landon Jackson. Come on, Caleb Jackson or Landon Jackson. Caleb
Johnson. Who are you guys following on Twitter for the leaks?
Don't leak it. Don't.
I only care about leaks. I don't care about this build-up garbage.
No, I want to see it happen.
Carl Johnson. I'll buy a jersey right now. I have to buy a Loveland jersey already and get a Loveland sleeve. I don't know if it's going to be real or a fake one, but then I have to get a custom. Come on,
Carl.
Come on.
Don't be leaking it for me. Oh, they take a commercial now when the Bears pick is in. F this.
I got really terrible news for you guys. Because we do not have a draft pick anymore. We just gave someone important something.
No, it shows the pick is in. There's not a trade.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, no.
You think we traded it? It says right there.
Tom Pelissero tweets trade. Lions on the clock. 51 seconds ago. Lions trade up to 57. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
I didn't know the
Denver's
Lions
pick.
were
That's the
behind us.
next
They're
pick.
trading with the Broncos.
All right, well, we're either taking Landon Jackson or the SA assault victim, and the other player will be playing against us.
You're not
And
taking the victim. You're taking the perpetrator.
we've drafted Boston College OT Ozzy Traplio, so we are screwed.
No, Ozzy
There's your
Trapio
tackle.
is someone that we brought in on on several visits, so that's true.
It is true. Brad Biggs tweeted it out, so
Would you
Got the
quit
push
ruining
notification.
crap for me? You just ruined this whole experience for me, Carl.
Broncos trade
That's me
57
yelling
and
at you.
230 to the Lions in exchange for 60 and 130.
Carl,
Holy smokes!
this
You
is
go
me
up
yelling at you.
100 picks just for 3 back?
what did they pick
Oh,
up?
Carl, you can't trade away draft capital for a good head coach. All right.
You're on a roll today, I'll tell you that much. But you just ruined Ozzy Trapio for me. And Ozzy Trapio is a good pick. I just don't think we need our backup tackle at this stage. We need
Well.
other needs.
Now, are you positive that this kid is a tackle?
Yeah, Ozzy Trapio? Yeah, he's a tackle. He wasn't a top 30, but he was definitely met with several times. I know we met with him at the combine.
What tackle? Is he a right tackle?
Let's pull him up. I'm pretty sure he was a left tackle, but I think he played both. I think he played multiple positions, to be honest. Ozzy, you don't know about Ozzy Trapio?
Never heard of him.
Shut your front door. Boston College, where Ryan Poles went to. 6'8". I mean, he's a monster of a human being.
Hold on, I'm taking a lot of flack in the chat. If you guys aren't going to ruin it for me, I'll be more respectful. But I could have sworn to God that the chat is like the source of the leak sometimes. So that's what I'm.
Hey,
afraid
but that's
of.
the chat. You can ignore the chat, Carl. You need to shut your front door when it comes to these picks being announced. You can ignore the chat when the pick comes up. It shows that he played right tackle, but it's not showing any of his stats right now. I think PFF
the only
is
reason
down.
I asked that is because there was that murmur, or at least someone didn't immediately shoot it down, of Darnell Wright moving to left.
No, shut up. I mean, seriously, we can't be having this stupid rumor mill crap going on right now. We can't be doing that.
I'm just saying, if
No.
you're spending pick 56 on a potential starting right tackle.
So he played left tackle his sophomore year, and he's played right tackle since. So he's the backup right tackle behind Darnell Wright. We don't have a backup right tackle, so that's what he is. So just don't be spreading crap. See, look at this. Ross Richards. Get rid of Carl. Get rid of Carl.
All right.
Carl.
I will
You
be.
shut up, Carl.
I will be more genuine and not check Twitter. But
so 62 don't say a freaking word. We're having a
sure,
good time here.
I've closed Twitter. If you guys, and I'm gonna turn off notifications on my phone. If you guys don't ruin it in chat, I got you. I think I underestimated the Masonites, so that's my bad.
Carl dropped his clown nose. Mute Carl for the next pick. I can do that.
You don't have to. I'm not looking.
Could switch over. I wonder if they consider Darnell left. They're not considering. That's.
You know, Adam, I did a mock draft and sent it to you last night, and I had Ozzy going to you. So.
Oh, you did? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's someone the Bears have seriously looked at hard. Oh, look at this.
So
We got
what's
the
more,
famous Bears fan.
What is more likely?
Seth Rollins, WWE star, out there announcing the pick for us.
So I'll let you guys listen, I guess, and then
Yeah, screw you, Carl.
one more chance.
Yeah, where's Cliff? What did he say? Yeah, Masonites fire. Keep Carl, they say. They're all right. There's some people that don't hate you, Carl. You got one more chance, Carl. See, you're loved.
I
don't mind Carl at all. I like him, so.
And I like you too, Brock. Thanks for that, bud.
Yeah, there we go.
Look at Seth Rollins working the crowd. I love it. Baiting on the Packers.
No, Seth. No. There you go, Seth.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, he's really cranking hog up here, man.
So he said, I love Lambeau Field Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field. He's pulling off the WWE full-on, like, showmanship. Carl, you see that 40 viewers left when you spoiled the pick?
I'm trying to be calm, cool, calm.
I hope you
collected.
feel bad. I hope you feel guilty. Yeah, there's Ozzy Trapillo. Ozzy Trapillo is the pick.
I'm gonna
This
start
is not a
saying
bad
that.
pick. We finally went trench drunk.
Next time we outro, I'm gonna say let's burn it down and bear down. I love that. So here, day one starter at right tackle, Rob Havenstein is a comp. Wow. So here's my question to you guys then. Is this Aussie fellow someone that they'll give his shot at right tackle and test Darnell Wright on the left? Or are they truly going to try and give this guy an off year and have him molded into a potential left tackle?
He is a truly backup developmental player who you bring in to have depth. I would think this year we don't have a backup right tackle behind, so you make him comfortable where he came from. He's been a right tackle the last 2 years. He's been a left tackle before. You put him at right tackle behind Darnell Wright, and if Darnell Wright ever gets injured, he gets a chance to play. If not, he's developing for a year. It's just like any other position. You develop and learn. You get a shot when we're blowing someone out or something like that.
You can't keep developing and you having a guy as a backup.
This guy is not
your
starting over any of the 5
56th
offensive
pick.
linemen we have right now. There's no
I
shot.
don't understand.
There's no shot he's starting. You don't understand what? Look at our team last year, Carl. Last year, how many guys got injured and we needed backup?
Darnell Wright did not get injured.
Correct, but you had all these other ones, and you have to have good backups. If someone on the left side got injured and you wanted to fill him in on the left side, sure, but you're not going to have him starting over anybody else. Quit stirring the pot, baby.
No, I'm not saying he should start as a rookie. That's probably an asinine thought, and I never said that. But you have to have a plan for the kid. So what's the plan?
Develop and put him where he's comfortable behind Darnell Wright year one.
Well, I think he's your swing tackle.
Yeah, there you go.
He'll play left or right this year, and then depending on what happens with Braxton, maybe he
Has
develops to
Karan's
be left.
quad came off of his bone again? Like, this is crazy. This is craziness.
So here's your top 60 visits to the combine. You can see on the right side, below Gray Zabel, below Holland Pierce, Ozzy Trapillo on that right side, Boston College. We met with him at the combine. If I remember his interview, he talked about how much he enjoyed meeting with the Bears. So,
Knowledge untamed. How amazing is this moment? Me seeing Luther Burden III on my football team.
yeah, I don't get the obsession with trying to get rid of Braxton either. Like, it's stupid.
The problem is what happened with the Titans and that former Steelers tackle. That is the problem. See, look at everyone's telling me think before you speak, and look at Matthew.
You do seem like you might have a little bit too much to drink last night, Carl. Like you're just shooting things off the hip here, buddy.
Oh, I'm always like that, but I'm clapping back. I'm clapping back at the clappers in the chat. Bunch of lil bros in the chat. If you know, Adam Mason.
Carl's on a roll. Brock, how's your day going?
Pretty good. I have to wait a long time for my next pick. So,
You have
what
all
did you say? You have 62. It's your next
Yeah,
pick.
we're in.
Yeah,
5
it's
picks
over.
right now.
Yeah,
And then you're
Matthew.
done with day 2.
I'm not even looking at StreamYard no more. I'm living on Twitter and I'm not talking about nothing. I'll just keep all the information to myself then. Firm handshakes for the chat. Jeez.
Oh,
Tate Ratledge goes to the Lions.
I mean, a dude with a mullet. That seems like he's a Dan Campbell guy all the way.
Yeah. I like dudes with mullets, and I like Tate Ratledge a lot.
Yeah, I like offensive linemen with mullets. It just fits.
So the storyline for these Lions will be, see, that's how you build a football team. You invest in the trenches. And when they finish 4th in the NFC North, you guys can play this exact clip on April 25th, 2025.
Oh, Tate Ratledge is a good pick. I like Tate Ratledge, and they needed a guard bad after losing Kevin Zeitler.
Yeah,
Good
that's
pick
a
for them.
player you pick, and he's
Again.
there for 10 years.
More speculation from your favorite co-host, host, whatever you want to call me on Bear Down Sports, but Baltimore, a guy with a high talent and some allegations, seems like a match made in heaven for Mike
Could
Green
happen.
going to Baltimore.
Is Shadur Sanders going to finally go off the clock here at
That would be very
57?
undeserving.
58?
That would be very undeserving at pick 58. That's way too high for him.
The Broncos aren't taking Caleb Williams. They already took Omarion Hampton.
What are you talking about?
In the
No,
chat.
that was the Chargers.
Oh, you're right. No.
Denver
Yeah.
took
Denver will probably
you're
take
right.
Barron.
Iowa kid.
Oh, crap. I don't like it. All right, so the Raiders are taking It's funny when people know I'm from Vegas, they automatically think I like the Raiders. I absolutely hate the Raiders.
Are you from Oakland?
Nope.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
I got you. That's the joke from here, though. Like, I don't think we go all line twice. I think we have to go running back here or defensive line.
They have to go BPA if they're a serious football team. So
Which is Caleb Johnson or Landon Jackson.
cannot disagree with that. Don't say it, buddy. Don't say it. He's proving himself to me again, Adam.
Who? Jack Beck is the pick
man,
for the Raiders.
The man above. That Sanders kid, he'll never get a second contract in the NFL. He's trash. Jack Beck, another guy who was destined for the Lions. Talk about no block, no rock. So that's a great football player for them, in my opinion.
Well, this is the Raiders, buddy.
I know. I'm saying. Raiders, great selection for them.
Adam, you're right. We'll probably draft a place kicker.
No, that's next year. Zavada goes into the draft next year, everyone.
104 is going to be very valuable. That is going to be a very valuable pick. Defensive line or running back, whichever one we don't take. My eyes are failing me. My eyes are tired. Dennis Allen just resigned. Washington could draft a running back for sure. I hope Caleb makes
They
it there.
should.
This is going to be the next couple picks are going to be hard for me to watch. After the Ravens, the Broncos and the Commanders could both take running back for sure.
Well, Denver
Carl.
took a running back last year, didn't they? I'm trying to think who it was.
Oh, their main running back is free agent now.
Yeah, but they drafted a rookie last year that I really liked.
Now I
can't
know who
think of
leaks
his
it.
name.
Yeah, so, I won't say nothing.
Good. Don't.
Just a bunch of leakers in chat, but if the leaker's on the screen, everyone gets their...
Are we gonna have to remove you until we make the pick? Like, are we really?
I'm not. I'm done. You guys have clearly expressed that you don't want the information to come from the source. You want to watch it from your TV screen, and that's fine.
Mike Green.
Yeah, I mean, let me just
Could be.
answer Taco Man 85 directly. His chances of going to jail have increased exponentially. If you know, you know.
No, it's there really could be some court case allegations that could come true if he's falling this far, right?
Well, outside of that, what is the fentanyl capital of the world? Some could argue it's Philadelphia, but it's actually
I have no idea, to be honest. Texas?
Big B,
El Paso?
Big B. Big B.
I don't know what
Big
Big B is. Like, what are you? Just say what you're saying here.
Derrick Henry. Come on, man. How much more obvious can I make this?
Baltimore?
Yeah, pick is in, bud. The pick is in.
Baltimore is the fentanyl capital of the world?
Absolutely.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's good because you're a stand-up guy.
What's that?
Notorious TBG says if the Broncos get Caleb Johnson, the Bears get Cam Scattaboo at pick 10 whatever.
Jeff says that since you showed up, Carl, Brock hasn't been able to say anything because you won't shut up.
No, I just went quiet because I let the Bears guys on the Bears channel talk more.
I hear ya. There's Adam. If you want to play this, the Bears just tweeted out Bird and the Bear.
Bird and the Bear?
Bird and the Bear. They've got a
Burden.
video of Luther Burden.
Oh, yeah, I like that. Let's go find it. What's with my screen here on Twitter?
Just be
Why does it go
careful. You
white?
don't want to blind anyone with that video, Adam.
Why is my screen all white?
What does that mean?
Oh, really? It's white.
Shedeur Sanders becoming the real life Bo Callahan. Jim Helms, I don't think that you should disrespect Bo Callahan like that. Don't even know who Bo Callahan is.
He's the imaginary guy from Draft Day movie.
Gotcha. Okay, I definitely need to watch that.
Oh, you really didn't know? I thought you were being facetious again. That's what you always do.
No, I'm not a movie buff. I just like Lord of the Rings.
You probably are one of those guys who
Green.
goes and meets with people at the park and plays in their skirts too, aren't you?
Come on. You think that low of me?
Man, bird down. Let's go.
Ah, I can't see. You're blinding me. What's on his neck?
Oregon gets to Chicago. Chicago, man. It's Luther Burden here. I can't wait to get to work and get to Chicago, man. Bird down. Let's go.
Bird down. Bird down. Bird down. Let's go.
God, firm handshakes from Matthew.
Here's the. That's Rollins ramping the crowd up.
Wisconsin! Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that.
Oh my God!
Shut up,
I
Paul.
know y'all
Matthew!
mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange.
Matthew, we did it! Oh
But
my
in all
God, Matthew.
seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field. And in case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzie Tropillo, tackle from Boston College. Let's burn it down and bear down Chicago. We are
Nothing like having a WWE star to bring some sportsmanship in for fun.
We have one. He's called Pat McAfee.
Carl left, so he didn't spoil the pick. I'm taking it.
You yelled at him too much. He had enough.
We love Carl. All right, let's see if the pick's in. They haven't announced it yet. We'll get to
Well,
it.
they're on commercials, so it'll be a minute.
So I was asking before, the Colts have all their straight line picks, right? Like first, second, third,
Yeah,
fourth.
that's
fifth,
all
sixth,
they
seventh.
have.
They haven't traded anything. They're not weird like everybody ends up being.
Well, no, the Colts always trade back. Ballard loves to collect as many picks as possible. That's why I was actually shocked they stayed at 45.
But they haven't this shit.
But they haven't yet.
Yeah.
I guess 80, I'm guessing, will be traded back.
We will see. Caleb's still on the board. We got to get through the Broncos and the freaking Redskins first.
Although I would like if the Colts drafted that Iowa State cornerback. Porter.
What's his first name?
I think it's Darien or something like that.
Darius Porter or something like that.
Yeah. He's like 6'2" with speed. They don't have a lot of speed on the cornerbacks.
All right, here comes the Ravens pick. It's coming up.
Do you guys know what the Broncos pick is yet?
No.
No.
Okay.
We don't know who the Ravens pick is yet.
You guys are stand-up gentlemen. I gotta tell you guys.
We're not checking Twitter like you. We're trying to have a fun experience
that's why I was so bullish on the Darkness Retreat, because these things happen.
People in the chat are saying, yes, I try not to check the chat too much.
But you're live.
Oh, there it just popped up. It's late, but the Ravens have taken Mike Green.
Right. So again, not only does Mike Green have to ensure that the sexual allegations do not cause any future issues, but now he has to stay away from fentanyl in the fentanyl capital of the world. Mike Green, God bless you, and I wish you best of luck, buddy. You are the perfect Baltimore Raven.
You realize you're just throwing out slander. You have no idea if Mike Green has ever touched a drug in his life. You have no idea.
Oh, if I ever got within viewing distance of Mike Green, I would expect him to beat the ever living you know what out of me, and that's fine. But he's never going to see me, and I'm never going to make as much money as this contract is going to give Mike Green. So, in my opinion, my slander comes off as lighthearted. But
I guarantee you'll make more
if
money.
If I offend anyone, please know that I mean no offense to anyone.
You'll make more money in your lifetime than Mike Green will make over a 4-year contract on a number 59 overall pick. I promise you that.
How much is he making per year?
He'll make like $1,400,000 on a 59th overall pick.
Over the 4 years or per year?
As an average, he'll probably make about $5 to $6 million off this contract as a late second.
I'm not slanging dope at him. $5 million.
You're gonna make that.
I don't know if I
lifetime,
can get there.
Carl.
Now here, let's move past the childish, stupid stuff that I admittedly started. Right? Pick 60 for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, this is where it gets.
This
tricky.
is a fucking doozy. I love this pick more than anything the Bears have done.
We haven't gotten there yet, Carl.
The Bears have drafted a player from my school, and I like this pick more than anything the Bears have done. Right. I know, Bob Billings, firm handshake to you, buddy.
Calm it down.
No, I'm serious. I'm very bullish on this player, and this is an incredible pick for them. Monty Ball to make it as well. This is just perfect. If you're a Broncos fan, you're loving this.
I'm just going to keep putting things up over so your face is covered up on the stream.
I deserve that. I deserve nothing less.
All right, here's the pick. Yeah, I like R.J. Harvey too. R.J. Harvey's the pick for the Broncos.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, man. Like, R.J. Harvey's a strict upgrade to DeAndre Swift in every facet. Like, this guy's incredible.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the best player off the board. I don't think they had different needs than the Bears. The Bears need Caleb Johnson. We need Caleb Johnson.
Now, again,
right
this
here.
is pure speculation, right? If the Redskins get cold feet and take Bashul Tutton here, don't call me Nostradamus. Again, that's speculation.
Cold feet. I don't think they will take a running back, to be honest. I think the Commanders have other needs. What are their big needs? Don't they need defensive backs?
I mean, the Skins run 3 running back sets with Jaden Daniels behind the line of scrimmage all the time. I mean, they need a really capable running back.
They need a running back. They need a cornerback. They need a safety. They got multiple needs here.
Hey,
and a wide receiver.
That's a cute little offense. That's an offense that might be able to win a wild card playoff game for those Broncos.
Cute little offense. I'm glad that came out of your mouth and not mine.
It all is piggybacking off of what I feel about their quarterback, who is just punching way above their weight. But
we're next.
Is this breaking news? Can I say what Colson Loveland's number is?
Oh, no, go ahead. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's 84.
Yeah. 84. Who's the last Bear to wear 84?
Miles Boykin, who has moved his number to 80.
Who was the last Bear before? Well, somebody moved from 82 because I remember someone took Colin Johnson's number that was 80. So we had a lot of shuffling around that just happened.
Oh, chat, can you stop leaking the pics for me? You're ruining my immersion. Chat, stop, please. A to the J9.
Oh my gosh, this guy, like he's on something today. Like, is he coming in here toked up
Having
on
a good time.
he's on fentanyl or something.
Has he been to Baltimore recently?
He might have been. He's been to Vegas. Vegas is a fentanyl capital too. Carl, were you out here and I didn't know it? You were stoned off your mind?
I need to know where to donate to Brock. I need to know. That was an incredible comment, bro. That's amazing.
Oh, there's your Trey Amos.
Quarterback out of Ole Miss. Trey Amos
Is
off
Adrian
the board.
Amos participating in that draft room party? I'm just kidding.
He's very excited. All right, we're on the board. We're on the board, boys. We're on the board, boys and girls. Here we go.
Give me
Bears
the
pick.
information. Give me the information.
The pick is in. No trade down again. The pick is in.
How do you know? I don't see that.
It says on the screen right there. Like right in front of your face. The pick is in.
Oh.
All right, what position is it going to be?
Running back. Running back or defensive line. It's got to be one of the two.
Yeah, I'm going to turn my camera off.
Good. And don't say a word.
Oh, I mean, I've got some words to say.
Shut up.
They're gonna roll us into a commercial as well.
Of course they will. All right, let's do this. Just got Ozzie Trapillo. Before that, we picked up Luther Burden. Before that, we picked up Colston Loveland. Good draft so far. Nothing that I hate. We need some more positions of need, though. We need them running back. We need defensive line. We need some more help.
Adam, I was right.
Where did Nick Scourton go?
He went to Carolina, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Carolina. I was mad at that. Is
You
this
still
going to
have
be...
your boy Landon Jackson on the board, right?
Yeah, Landon Jackson, Princely Mielen. Honestly, any defensive end right here would make me happy. Any that's on this area, I would be happy with, honestly.
Adam, I have no words.
Good. Shut up, Carl.
I've got nothing.
He's obviously alluding that he knows who it is.
And now you're going to have to wait for commercials to find out.
Okay, Carl, look.
I don't have to wait at all.
Look what people are saying. Carl, enough. They don't want it spoiled by you.
Have I spoiled pick 62?
Yeah, but you're kind of poking that you know.
It's not poking that I know, it's that I do know.
Well, stop it. I make it smaller. Will it look bigger on the screen?
Bryce Jones, I love you too, buddy.
We're almost to the end of the second round. Oh, I'm getting really anxious here. As long as it's an edge or a running back. Edge or Caleb Johnson.
Okay, let's just completely pivot away while we're watching these commercials.
Carl says they say you're keeping it entertaining, Carl. We're just having a good time, but
I know, I mean,
just don't spoil it.
That's why I like doing stuff with Adam, because Adam is the man at producing and presenting the stuff that matters. I give it some flavor, I'm the MSG of Bear Down Sports.
He's the spice.
Yeah, exactly. Not even spice, but
this is my.
I wanted to pivot completely away from this for a second and ask you guys about Josh Simmons on the Kansas City. No. Yeah, the Chiefs.
The Chiefs. Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
I think it was the still of the first round. I said that earlier on here. Like, how do they fall into that? Like, that's ridiculous that they fell into him at 32. Absolutely a joke.
Yeah, if his
it's one of those moves where if they're going to continue that dynasty, that's the exact reason why, right? But this is it feels like the breaking point a little bit.
Like, that was absolutely insane. You see the workout videos of him and how fluid he's moving. Like, if he's healthy, which it shows that he is, like, this is absolutely insane. Like,
the
sad if he was healthy, he'd probably be the first tackle off the board.
I agree with that.
They showed the videos though. Like, they showed the videos.
I mean, if he didn't get hurt, he would have been
never had the injury.
Yep.
But here's what I'm worried about, and I guess the Chiefs, they don't give a rat's tail about this, right? They want to win now. I don't care about Josh Simmons in 2025. I care about Simmons when he's trying to get that second contract. The contract year, is that knee really going to hold up that long? I've got serious question marks.
I think they're in their window now. They're going to take advantage of their window right now.
Right. So again, I mean, this is what extends that window for them, and then it'll all come crashing. But they don't care about that right now, which is awesome. So
Yeah,
perfect
that's a
fit.
problem for 4 years down the road.
Okay. It's picks in. They're getting close here.
Wow, it's Shiloh Sanders. There's a real quarterback controversy. No, I'm just kidding.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up. Come on,
Well,
be Landon
Shiloh would be
Jackson.
even funnier than Shadir Sanders. So.
Punter. I'm not looking at
Jim Helms in the chat looks a little bit confused, but
I'm not looking at the chat anymore. What does the time go down from round 2 to 3? Like it's quicker in round 3.
It's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
On both of
until
them?
Round 7. Round
Really?
7, it's 4 minutes. So
Jeez.
who is this?
I put that in your chat earlier, but you ignored me like you usually
I
do when I'm
don't.
chatting.
Who
with
are you in the chat? Like, what is your name in the chat?
Brock.
I haven't seen you once. I think you're blocked from the channel.
That's rude.
Who's announcing?
Des White again. Wide
Yeah,
receiver.
he'll
that
announce all
did
second rounders.
absolutely nothing for us ever. Shows on the screen. Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, Texas A&M. Told you we needed defensive tackle help. Oh man, the projections on him. Wow, this is such a pick that was so varying.
Oh my God, Zach Pickens is gone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You know what, Carl? I think he's what this means is what's his name that we re-signed as a restricted free agent for $3.2 million is gone. Chris Williams? I think Chris Williams is gone.
Oh, I got some awful news for you. This coaching staff does not care where Zach Pickens was picked. In a bottle, in a vacuum, without knowing anything else, Chris Williams is the better player than little Zach Pickens.
Chris Williams in the last year of his contract and he
Let's cut
sucks.
Zach Pickens.
Let's cut them both.
No.
Shamar Turner's a good pick. What was the range on him? It varied between each outlet. I mean, you saw him as high as the early second round, as far as down as the end of the third round. Like there was such a range on Shamar Turner.
Now, what's going on with this Landon Jackson guy? Because everyone falls for the bait on that type of stuff.
Landon Jackson was projected so high.
How is he not being drafted?
I don't know.
Maybe that screams Philadelphia. I don't know. Shamar Turner is Zach Pickens.
Maybe they don't like his skin condition. That's really rude of them to be prejudiced against him. Like that's really
You almost made a little bro comment, Adam. Unbelievable. I'm bearing down on Twitter suggests that he sucks.
the Chiefs are already have their selection in. They're already ready.
Oh my God, Courtney Cronin.
Jeff Potter.
Finally,
I don't see Shamar
defense.
Turner as the 3-tech. Do you see Shamar Turner as the 3-tech?
They just projected that on the screen.
Oh.
Yikes! Yikes! The Chiefs.
Omar
though,
Norman Lott gone. Well, we clearly chose Shamar Turner over him. So
MP. When's our next pick? It's 107, 10 something.
104.
the Bills.
I thought.
109. 109.
109.
109.
I was way off.
We lost 270 or something like that.
Let's see here. Shamar Turner has played primarily B gap. So he has played probably more. Man, he's played a lot of outside over tackle. He's played a lot of edge too. So he's switched between B gap, over tackle, outside edge, a little bit of A gap. He's very versatile, clearly.
Yeah, little Ian Rappaport said Texas A&M DL Shamar Turner, a likely top 50 pick. So,
what are you using that voice for?
because these guys that are paid to tweet, no respect for them.
I like the top 50 pick. Omar Norman Lott goes to the Chiefs.
This guy.
How do you guys feel about the Shamar Turner pick? How do you guys feel about that?
Well, I was right, Adam. I mean, I said two of the top 3 picks needed to be linemen, and they turned one of those picks into 2, and they used them on linemen. So they did what I expected them to do.
Well, technically, they turned our 4th pick into the 4th pick. So you kind of are being truthful, but not really. We traded up from 72 to 62, so it's the 4th pick.
Ross Richards says that he's confused by our last 2 picks.
I don't necessarily disagree with your sentiment. I like that we took where we needed to take, offensive line and defensive line. I really hope Skittle Scattlebooth falls to 4th round.
Yeah. No, at this point, I mean, that's what we're aiming for, right? I mean, there's a cold chance that Caleb Johnson falls. I doubt it.
Man, what does this say about our... Oh, man. Well, I doubt Caleb Johnson's falling in the 4th round. Ollie Gordon in the 4th round, anybody?
Sam L.
I love it.
That's where we've at. I've called this half jokingly the disaster scenario, right? Sam L. We're right there.
Look at the comments here. Nobody likes our picks.
Worst draft ever.
More
I don't
tears.
mind your draft.
Total
These is-
disappointment.
Do you have chat history on? Can we check if these guys like Ben Johnson? Like, what are you guys talking about?
I
Come
don't
on,
even know
guys.
how chat history works, Carl.
I'm just joking.
Oh, wow. I missed the super chat. I am so sorry. Kyle,
Keith
the
Hall.
Bears fan. I can't believe I missed the super chat. I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Feels nice to not be stressing about any position in particular. We actually, for the first time in ages, can just be best available, Watts or Scatterby. Well, that didn't happen, but I appreciate the super chat anyways. Well, the Bears are wrapping theirs up. We're sticking around with Brock until the Colts pick again here, but
Well, I actually got to jump off for a minute because my phone is about dead. So,
that's what they have chargers for, Brock.
well, yeah, but I got this thing plugged into my phone right now, or I can't hear you. So,
First world problems.
it truly is. It truly is. But I'll try to get back on with you later, Adam.
Sounds good, buddy.
Carl, good to talk to you.
Brock, same. Likewise, buddy.
Yeah, bye.
I just like the other defensive tackles better. Man, I don't think there's a lot of optimism here with this. All right, this is a good comment. Double B says Turner was 56th overall on the Beast, number 6 on the defensive line list, where Norman Lott was 15 on the list. Let's pull up the Beast. That's what we need to do.
I should be able to help you with that. I will say, yeah.
All right. So
My
let's remove this one.
dinner is on its way home, Adam, so I will be jumping off here pretty soon as well. But
You're good, brother.
Do you want some help with the Beast? I can share my screen for that.
I got mine up.
Okay.
I'm just trying to convert it. All right, so here's your defensive tackles. You can see right there what he's talking about, Shamar Turner. They have him as a 2nd-round grade and did not participate in the 40, but 6'3", 290 pounds. So he's a big interior defensive tackle.
Yeah, I was going to say, what can we take from these measurables, right? I'm trying to look at that arm length, 33, almost 33 and a half. Not the
more
biggest.
of a 3-check.
Yeah, I mean, that's what NFL Network, the graphic had. What are these Eagles drafting? Let me inform you of that. Oh, Adam, I'm so sorry.
Andrew Makuba's off the board.
They replaced CJGJ, so
F
good
my
job.
life.
Good job.
All right, so
Hey,
Shamar
Roseman.
Turner they have as the 6th defensive tackle here. And let's just look at the quick write-up on him. I know this is really small on your screen. I'll just read it.
Bottom.
Shamar,
Go bottom. There's a bolded segment if you want the quick rundown.
you just want the quick overall.
Underneath these strengths and
Right
weaknesses.
there in the bold.
There's your summary.
Overall, Turner needs to introduce more discipline to his play style, but he prides himself on being the aggressor and relies on his initial twitch, fierce hands, and combative mentality to be a factor. He projects best as a penetrating one-gap tackle. So one gap, he'd probably rotate in more with Billings.
I think
probably
that's
gonna be-
exactly what you needed after you signed Grady Jarrett. So
Yep. I think we're good. I think we're good with this pick, guys. I think initial reaction is we liked other guys. This is kind of the theme for the Bears draft this year is we kind of liked other players. We didn't think we knew what the Bears were. We thought we knew what the Bears were going to do. We didn't think they would take the pass they've taken, but here we are. Let's go look at the wide receivers.
Get rid of double B's comment on the screen, though, because it does take out kind of some of the sections that you're trying to show when you're looking at the beast here.
Oh, I didn't realize that was still up. I apologize.
You're good, you're good.
Thank you for letting me know.
What is with the anger? Guys, I don't understand this fan base.
We have to remember through all this. Nick Sartini, I got to highlight that real quick. I'll come back. I saw it on the other screen. Nick Sartini with a $2 super chat. Skit scat scoodle doo flip flop fleas skittleboo Scooby Doo in the 4th round. I'm down for that. Like, I really like Scataboo. I like him a lot, guys, and I think he's being undervalued by a lot of people. I really do. I like Scataboo.
Adam, I feel like the NFL might be trending towards my sentiment in the sense that regardless of how good the guy is, his play style, and in my opinion, maybe there's some previous things, he's one of those guys who's going to be here for a good time and not a long time. And you can't take those guys really.
We will see. All right, we're on the 3rd round now. We'll change that on the screen here in a minute. See if the Bears trade up. It'd be fun to have us trade back into the 3rd round. Wide receivers.
I was going to say, where does good old little Dane? Yeah, there we go.
All right, so here's where they have him ranked. And he's got Luther Burden, the 3rd overall ranked as a 1st, 2nd round grade. This should make people feel better about Luther Burden pick. And last year, guys, at the end of the season, before the new season began, he was right here, number 1. And many had him as the 1st overall pick in the draft last year.
Wide receiver.
No, 1st overall, Carl. Like 1st overall. Many places had him as the number 1 pick off the board, period.
No, I mean, I'm on TikTok a lot. Luther Burden, either himself or his camp or whatever, they were hyper aggressive on TikTok with his draft stock. You could tell that he was anticipating a much higher draft selection.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm saying your mock simulators and your pre-draft ranking, a lot of places had him as the number 1 overall pick in the draft before last season started. So we're saying before, and then the new college season starts and these players rise and the boards fall and everything changes. But Luther Burden was the number 1 prospect this last year.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with Ross Richards, full stop. Again, I'm the Michigan fan. My NFL team drafted a player from my college at 10th overall. Not my college team. I did not go to Michigan. I prefer the pick of Luther Burden.
It's a good
I'm
pick,
going to wake
guys.
up. Yeah, this pick's incredible.
All right, let's go down to the summary.
Do we want to talk about how hard of a job it is going to be for Tyler Scott to make it on this roster?
He's not making it.
It's going to be exceptionally difficult for that poor kid.
So here's why he went from being the 1st overall pick. You look at the last season right here to this season, only 375 yards. And it's not all his fault. In fact, I would give very little fault to him. You look at Missouri's quarterback situation, it was a train wreck in Missouri. He had a 78-yard punt return for a touchdown, a 10-yard rushing touchdown, a 1-yard rushing touchdown, blah, blah, blah. He's a DJ Moore Jr. is what he is. He's a DJ Moore yak guy. He knows how to read defenses and manipulate them.
And the thing here is that I think this fan base should be ecstatic about drafting a talented wide receiver, knowing that his coach is incredible.
Yeah.
If there's anything, any sort of good quality for Luther Burden, I'm positive that Antoine Randall will be able to get the most out of him. That's why I was so bold as to say that I think that if all goes well, that Panthers trade is not done yet. You can trade away DJ Moore just like how the Vikings traded away Stephon Diggs. Give it a Michael Jordan one last dance.
I'm trying to see who their quarterback was this year.
Bills.
People are asking.
The Bills will fail again in 2025 for some silly BS, and they will say, you know what, we just need that one elite wide receiver. There you go. We've already done a lot of business with the Bills.
All right, so here's his summary. Overall, Burden is still working on his undergrad degree in route setup and separation, but he holds a master's in creating the ball in his hands because of his explosive speed and competitive toughness. For an NFL team targeting a yak weapon with upside to be more, he will be an appealing option early.
God, do I love Dane Brugler. That's incredible.
Let's read this whole summary. A 3-year starter at Missouri, Burden was predominantly a slot receiver on offensive coordinator Kirby Moore's motion-heavy scheme. Oh, wow. That doesn't sound like it's going to help out Ben Johnson at all, does it? With only one 100-yard receiving performance in 2024, he wasn't able to build on his All-American sophomore season as an entire Missouri offense struggled. But there were enough flashes to tease his high-level talent. With his run-after-catch skills, Burden saw a high volume of quick hitters and crossers, which showcased his any-direction burst and physicality to give defenders the shake. His route running is his best, described as a work in progress right now, but he appears unfazed when forced to flip his body and track adjustments on errant throws. I'm good with this pick. Let's take this off.
I do think that the Bears needed a guy to help take the top off to complement everything else that they've assembled, and I think Luther Burden's perfect for it, man. I don't care about the 4.41 speed. That's the guy. This offense, again, I hate to say it, on paper, is trending in the right direction at the very least.
Let's find a highlight of Luther Burden so people can see here.
Yeah, no, Notorious TBG is correct. The Bears did need a slot receiver, and I think that I overvalued Zacchaeus a little bit. I still think that Zacchaeus is actually going to contribute for this team, but he's going to be what we thought Tyler Scott was.
I think Zacchaeus will have a role, but this is what you're getting in Luther Burden, guys.
This game away right now. 2nd down and goal, 13th play of the drive. Cook to the air, into the end zone, caught, and there's Luther Burden. Touchdown, Missouri.
Yep, who's the receiver? He's not going to be standing up in the slot as often as you might think. I understand what you're saying, Chad.
Luther Burden. Make the run here. Cook throws the deep ball down there. Caught Burden. Touchdown.
Yes.
10 pounds. He's DJ Moore 2.0.
Pressure up the middle.
Yeah, we could absolutely get a 3rd rounder for DJ Moore. 100% we could.
What?
You can get a 2nd for DJ.
I think the Bills next year, I promise. You've already got so much camaraderie in that trade department between those two teams. Clip it. Clip it. Oh my God, Jim Body. And what does that make you?
You gotta calm down, Carl.
Oh, these guys just can't come in here and feel like they're just gonna go on.
You just gotta ignore
Sauron.
some of it.
I'm the evil eye. I see all. Yeah, Greg, right here, buddy. I'm right with you. Again, I'm the Michigan fan. I like the Burden pick more than I like the Loveland pick.
It's just such good value. I mean, we stole him in the 2nd round. How
much more can I embarrass myself? I think that the Panthers will regret passing on Burden for McDonald. I think they will regret it. And ironically, they could have had a DJ Moore replacement, and they chose not to.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the one right before
Spaz
the
dog. No one said need.
Before the week of the draft, I called Luther Burden the best wide receiver in this draft and could go 1st overall over Tet McMillan. I just think Tet McMillan was hyped because of his height and his ability to catch those ungodly catches.
I like the argument for the Panthers picking him, if I'm being honest. You have a little guy. You got to get a big guy to catch those prayer balls.
I actually really like this post.
Is that a square? Is that picture in the form of a square? He could have just ripped that right from me. No, it's not. Good job, Caleb.
Suck it, Packers fans, though. That's freaking awesome. That would have been a legitimate wide receiver 1 for the Packers. That is a wide receiver.
Yeah,
2.
I would have had a bit of a meltdown. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. But I still think Matthew Golden is good too, man. I think that's really close there.
No, Matthew Golden is not nearly as good as Luther Burden, in my opinion. I not just because we picked him and they picked that. Like, that's legitimately. That's not even. We're missing the draft here, Carl. But Harold Fannin just went to the Browns.
The Browns could have been. The Browns could have ruined their team forever and drafted Shedeur Sanders, but instead they finally are doing something right, and they're going to have to continue to make these moves to offset the silliness with Deshaun Watson, but they're having one fantastic draft up to this point.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. So let's get to the 3rd round here. Looks like the Giants took Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo, and the Chiefs have taken Ashton Giolette. Gilate. I don't remember how they pronounced that, to be honest.
Gillette.
Out of Louisville.
Feels weird.
Also a really good edge prospect for sure. Harold Fannin has gone to the Browns, and now the Raiders pick is in. And so far, just scroll down so you see there's no Bears pick here in the 3rd round anymore. But, something could happen. We could come up.
I'm sure, Adam, I don't know if you know this, if I'm being honest. The chat, I have a feeling you don't, but Brad Biggs makes it painfully obvious that Shamar Turner played through a stress fracture in his shin all last season.
I did not know this.
So again, we're not talking about drafting a player that fits our need and because he's cute and he knows the wife of your coach, blah, blah, blah. You're just taking the best player available on the board, man. That's what good teams do.
And that's the thing, the range with him, you just saw it with Dane Brugler. He was the number 6, or what was it? He was one of the highest defensive tackles on his board, and he went anywhere from the 2nd round range to the 4th. It was very varied on that. Darian Porter
back on the clock.
Darian Porter goes to the Raiders.
The Lions are on the clock for pick 70. They've traded with the Jaguars. I do not actually know what pick, whatever it's called, is.
Hey, you guys in the chat, I'm serious. Don't undervalue Ian Wheeler. We are taking a running back in this draft, but I really do think they have big plans for Ian Wheeler this year.
I would strongly agree with you if our previous coaching staff was returning, which I'm thankful that they are not. But
No,
I do hope that they don't hand him anything and they make him earn it.
Did you not hear Ben Johnson talk about him?
Come on, Adam.
Come on, what? Carl, come on, what?
There's no chance that the new head coach of a team is going to talk negatively about a UDFA who tore his ACL last year.
I get it, but he brought him up. They didn't ask him about him. He brought him up. When a coach brings someone up, it's different than them asking, "Hey, what do you think about Ian Wheeler?" "Oh yeah, he's a good prospect. We really like him." They asked him about someone. They were asking him about DeAndre Swift because his previous relationship, and he talked about DeAndre Swift and he said, "I really like this running back room." Yeah, Ian Wheeler, that kid we got. No, that was actually Eric. I'm sorry, this is Eric Bieniemy that was talking, and Eric Bieniemy said, "This is Ian Wheeler kid. I'm really impressed with what I've seen from him so far. I'm really excited to get to work with him."
If I'm living in a perfect world, then I'm cutting DeAndre Swift and giving that role to Ian Wheeler. But
well, you're not cutting anybody
it won't
this
happen.
year. You're going to let him rotate in and see how it works out.
This Howie R. Bears guy, what are you trying to set me up with this troll stuff?
No, you're asking how big Ian Wheeler is. He's very average running back size. He's like 5'11", 210 pounds, I think. Like he's your normal running back size. He's not small, that's for sure. But he's quick. He had 4.39 speed. I did a video on him last year. If you guys didn't see that video, go check it out. Just type in there Ian Wheeler. Whole video on him. Multiple returns for touchdown at Howard. Yes, it's Howard. I realize small school, and that's why he went undrafted. Multiple returns for touchdown, punt, and kick returns. And he's got that feistiness in him to fight for yards too. So he's fun. And if you guys remember the preseason last year, he was averaging like 6-7 yards in the one game, and then he didn't get touched.
What's up with that other wide receiver from Iowa State? And this might be my sayonara, but is that kid not picked yet?
Kyle Williams goes to New England Patriots, the former UNLV Rebel. Who are you looking at here? Let's see this big screen here.
No, I just know that there was kind of a debate on which Iowa State wide receiver was better. And obviously one of them, the kid who mirrored Nico Collins, has gone. That's my doorbell. So, chat, Adam, I'm going to bid you a farewell.
Sounds good, buddy.
I will not be able to spoil any more picks for you guys, so I apologize. But
good.
I will leave you with this. Very, very happy with what the Bears have done up to this point. Have not lost faith. I'm more invested than ever. I think that we've had great conversations about the 12 personnel, all that good stuff. Not the biggest fan of the Loveland pick from my school, but I'm a lot more hopeful today than I was at this point yesterday. So,
don't know how you can't love that pick. That was a great pick. A good kid.
Love. I will come to love the pick of Colson.
You will
Loveland.
do what? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm out of here. Goodbye.
Seriously, what you just say, Carl? My goodness, that kid out of here at the wrong moment. Unbelievable with him. Jeez, Carl. Carl, come back. You're the only one. Carl does make it fun and exciting. We do like Carl. Hold on 1 second. I want to see if we trade back into this round. I have a gut feeling we are. The Lions are on the clock. Their pick is in. Terry and Arnold is making the selection, and with their pick, don't be someone good. I hate watching our division rivals. Google Shamar Turner ejections. Ooh, we're going to have to do this here in a second. Dirtiest player in the NCAA. Hey, I don't mind a little mean and nastiness as long as he contains it and controls it. Isaac Tesla, wide receiver, Arkin. I don't even know. I honestly have not done any scouting on this kid whatsoever. Jeesh. Big. He's big and quick. So it looks like he's about 6'4", 225 pounds, runs a 4.43. Looks like some of you guys know who he is. I don't know. I just a gut feeling. I feel like we're going to trade back up into the third round with so many needs and the prospects we have. We can't always trust. Okay, so here's the trade. So the Lions came up. They took this pick at 70. They came up and they gave away 2 2026 third rounders. They get back a 2026 sixth rounder. And they swap pick another one. So the Lions gave up quite a bit to come up and get this kid. I don't know if anybody else had him on their radar as much as the Lions did, but hey, more power to the Lions for giving up their future draft capital. I accept it. So what's up, Alan Pena? Welcome in, man. We're just having a party here. We're just having a good time. Carl got us all riled up and then he left. So let's see this. Let's check this out. Shamar Turner. Spaz Dog said Turner, poor use of hands, inconsistent with how quickly he gets his hands up and often has wide placement to expose his chest as a run defender. Yikes. I'm not too worried about what anything says right now with him. You just read from Dane Brugler. Very high on him. Let's see what Dennis Allen does with him. I'm just going to say that. Let's just see what Dennis Allen does with him. Let's Google Shamar Turner ejections. Shamar Turner ejections. You know the Bears have looked at whatever they've seen. Ejected from a game against Ole Miss. He was penalized for a flagrant after striking Rebels offensive lineman Micah Pettis. Let's see here. Let's see a video. I'm looking here. It's being slow. Sorry, guys. It's being slow. All right, let's pull this on the screen. We'll remove this one. I'm going to show this. I haven't seen it yet. I'm not proofing this, so if it's something that gets offensive, I apologize to all you guys. It's on ESPN, so it's not like you couldn't find this on your own. So I'm looking at a trusted source. We're going to have to watch an ad. Sorry.
So do our communities.
My name is Oscar Zavaleta.
We'll turn that off while the ad's going on. But this is apparently the dirtiest play. I don't see a bunch of them. I just see one of them. I agree, but everyone's got their opinion. I can understand why they might say it. Blah, blah. We'll see what happens. I like him too much. I don't think DJ Moore is going anywhere. All right, so apparently this is Shamar Turner's dirty ejection. Got ejected from this game.
We know why Shamar Turner was ejected, Jordan.
Oh, look, Micah Pettis has been finishing blocks like this all game, and watch Turner get up with the frustration. That is, right there. What? And another one.
And he goes
this.
And another one.
And he goes
get up with the frustration.
So obviously,
right.
The offensive player being a little bit dirty here, walking over him as he gets up. It's all part of the
Looks like
game,
this
though.
all
Standing up,
game and watch
standing over
Turner get
him.
up with the frustration that is.
That's unnecessary. I'll say that much. That's unnecessary.
And another one.
And he goes right across.
That's not the smartest thing in the world. Not the smartest thing in the world. I'm not gonna classify my opinion on him on one play here, though. So, all right, let's go back to the draft. All right, back on the draft. The Saints pick is in, and then we're going to be at the Bills shortly after that. Seth Rollins approves. That's freaking hilarious. Knowledge. Yeah, where do you guys think Shedeur will go? Now it's not even third round. I mean, we could be fourth round ready. We could see like an all-time epic collapse here. This is it's a bad look, but the guy literally dragged his nuts on him. Not a big deal. I tend to agree with this. All right, the Saints take Vernon Broughton, defensive tackle out of Texas. I saw very little of him. I wasn't super high on him. I saw a lot of runs given up. Was not the best against the defending the run, so I'm not really worried about Vernon Broughton being off the board. Landon Jackson is still undrafted. There's a lot of really good prospects that are still on the board that we could have fall to us in the fourth round or let's see here. Next. So Landon Jackson is the highest prospect not to be drafted at this point. Landon Jackson right there. And then after that, Billy Bowman, Siobhan Rival, Dylan Sampson, Xavier Watts, all good options for the Bears. We've got some good options here. Xavier Watts, Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones, Braden Swinson. There's going to be a good pick for us there in the fourth round. Joshua Farmer's a good pick for us. That's actually a great comment, Bob. Remember, Ngugamakong Su was highly penalized too. Some of these guys just play with a lot of passion. They've got to learn to rein it in. They've got to learn to handle it appropriately. Brock, I'm ready to bring you on if you're not like flipping all around, but I'm going to wait till you're stable, buddy. Just so you know, I know you're there. Oh, Landon Jackson's off the board. Ah, I turned my head. Landon Jackson's gone. No, my heart's broken. Landon Jackson just went to the Buffalo Bills. Screw you, Bills. Screw you, Bills. Screw the Bills, Brock.
You were a big fan of Landon Jackson.
I was a big fan. I was willing to take him in the second round. And that would have been our pick at 72. Whatever. It is what it is.
I wasn't as high as you on him, but at this point, yeah, I think it's great value.
On Landon Jackson, yes. That third round is amazing value for Landon Jackson. Whatever. How close are we to your pick here, buddy?
They're 80, so
we're within range. We're right there.
Yep.
Jets pick is in and Broncos are on the clock. I'm hoping that we were just going through some of the prospects that are available. There's a lot of good prospects still. Obviously,
Xavier Watts, I'm surprised. I'd love Xavier Watts right here.
Yeah, I would too. If you guys take him, I think it's a great move by you guys. Bills fleeced us with our own pick. Who, I don't know what you mean by who made it into the second. We selected Luther Burden. We just went over a bunch of stuff and highlights with him. I think Luther Burden is probably a better prospect than Colston Loveland. I don't know. I feel like we got 2 first rounders with Luther Burden. I really do.
And you like him more than Golden. They're kind of similar players.
Oh, I definitely like him more than Golden. I think Golden doesn't get enough separation. All right, the Jets are selecting right now, and they're taking Azareye'h Thomas, cornerback out of Florida State. I think they're taking some of these guys out of order. Obviously, this just proves how teams put their big boards. They're not the same as how we see our big boards, obviously. So we just showed a punch by Shamar Turner. He got ejected from a game by punching a guy in the nuts. He deserved it, though, Brock. He deserved it. The guy was hovering his nuts over his face. Okay. You don't teabag someone and not get away. You don't teabag someone and not expect a repercussion. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
All right, we're getting close to your pick. You got the Houston Texans right in front of you. That kind of sucks for you.
Yeah.
These are going quicker. They have 5 minutes, but it seems like they're putting the picks in quicker in the third round.
Yeah, until they decide they need a commercial break.
And they'll slow it down. I might need a commercial break here in a second.
Yeah, I like Thomas, this kid, but he's another one of those big corners that run 4.5.
Oh, not super quick, but he
Not quick, but
big body.
Yep.
I just got a gut feeling the Bears are going to trade back into this sucker. I really do, into the third round. There's too many good players available not to come back in. Wow, it looks like the Broncos and the Niners have both submitted their picks, is what they said, but they're going to go to a commercial.
So I missed a few picks. Is Caleb still there for you?
Let's scroll up. Yeah, Caleb Johnson's not off the board. So here's the third round so far. Darius Alexander has gone to the Giants. Ashton Gillette has gone to the Chiefs. Harold Fannin went to the Browns. So these tight ends have gone off the board quicker than people thought they would.
Gillette isn't a tight end.
Fannin?
Oh, I thought you were circling. I thought you were circling Gillette.
No, Fannin. So Colston Loveland went, Tyler Warren went, Mason Taylor went, Terrence Ferguson went, and now Harold Fannin went, all within the top 67. Many people thought that would last till 80 or 90.
Yeah, Ferguson's a surprise one. He's very athletic, but
no, the Bears had him as I guess where he went in the second round was surprised. Yeah, that's a little higher, but many people thought he would go early third round though. Darian Porter went to the Raiders. I think you might have missed that one. That's a player you were looking at.
Yeah, I really liked him.
Kyle Williams.
Makes sense for them.
Yeah, for the Raiders needed it. Kyle Williams, who started at UNLV and transferred to Washington State, went to the Patriots. The Lions took Isaac Tisla, who I guess a lot of people in the chat were saying he was a 7th round to an undrafted free agent prospect.
Well, NFL Draft Buzz had him as a 7th rounder, so that's where
they're getting from him.
I like him, but that seems a little high.
He's 6'4", 225 pounds, and he ran a 4.43. So I can understand the appeal for sure. Big body.
Yeah, just a good route runner too.
So I don't. Dean Corso says this draft is an F. When you get 2 first round, when you get Luther Burden, I know it's not what we technically needed, but there's going to be a really good player that falls to us in the 4th round. So this trade just became really valuable. I get Ozzie Trapillo and Shamar Turner might not have been everyone's favorite pick, but they fill a need that we had for backup tackle and defensive tackle. So those were both important, and they might not have been who we highlighted, but they still fill the need. And I'm going to trust the coaches on that one.
Yeah.
But we picked up Luther Burden, who was best player available, who, in my opinion, was a top 15, top 20 pick. And Dane Brugler had him as the number 3 wide receiver. And we stole him in the 2nd round. So I'm not going to say this is an F. I'm going to say this is a solid B grade. We probably overdrafted Colston a little bit, but when you hear the rumors from Ian Rappaport and from Adam Schefter, they said teams were calling up trying to trade to get Colston Loveland. So taking him where we took him sounds appropriate. Luther Burden was a steal, traded back, and now we're going to get a 4th rounder who has should have a good player there. From where the board is lining up right now, I'm pretty optimistic about this draft right now. Actually, knowledge says F plus. Okay, it's not an F; it's an F plus.
And we love the instant reactions when our team's doing good, but we don't know what grade this is going to be until 3 years down the road.
Yeah, I loved Zach Pickens. I wanted actually that pick 2 years ago. We already taken Jervon Dexter, and I wanted to take. Who was the 6'3" wide receiver out of Wake Forest? He went to the Giants eventually. Anyways, I wanted to take a wide receiver there, and we took another defensive tackle. I hate this pick, and then I was like, actually, we need another defensive tackle. So Zach Pickens. Okay, I love this. And now Zach Pickens, I can't stand. We don't know until they take the field. Yeah. We don't know how they're going to do.
And even most of these rookies need a little time to develop. So after year two, you kind of know what they're going to be.
So after that, the Saints took Vernon Broughton from Texas. I was not high on him at all.
Yeah, it seems a little high, but I like him.
Did you? Okay. The Bills took Landon Jackson, who I was very high on, and then the Jets just took Azire Thomas. So, and now, Broncos just took Pat Bryant from Illinois. Broncos took Pat Bryant, who we brought in for a visit, and local went to Illinois. So we liked Pat Bryant, but we already took our wide receiver. So
yeah, I'd rather have Burden.
yeah, absolutely. And he fits that slot role really well. It's gonna be really interesting to see what we do with the wide receiver room, because we signed a bunch of guys that could be like Miles Boykin, guys from the past, and Devin Duvernay, and now we've
he's a good returner to Duvernay.
Absolutely.
So that's
we'll
going to be his role.
Definitely keep him, but I can't see us keeping Tyler Scott now, who's done absolutely nothing for us. I mean, he's been a wasted draft pick for us so far. So this is going to be interesting to see how our wide receiver room shakes out, and I don't think anybody will know until after camp. This is one of those things that's going to go into 90-man camp, and guys are going to have to fight for their spot.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with having too many good players at a position.
This is a great comment by Papa G. Bears fans don't underestimate or understand drafting best player. In the past, the team drafted for need every year, and that's why they struggled so bad. Yeah, we haven't made the playoffs since 2018, guys. We haven't won a playoff game since 2010. So something's got to change, and it needs to happen by taking best player available.
Yeah. And I don't know if Ryan Poles has ever talked about his board. I know the Colts GM, he talks about his board, and they don't have them ranked 1, 2, 3, 4. They have them ranked in tiers.
Yeah.
And so they say this is the guy that makes the most sense for need and value. So.
All right, the Niners are on the pick right now, and they're taking a player the Bears brought in. The Bears were very interested in. We all thought was a 4th, 5th round prospect. Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State, who I started falling in love with. Really like the prospect of him, but the Niners obviously loved him to take him at 75.
Yeah, that seems high to me, but
yeah.
And this is a weird draft. When they say everybody from 10 to 75 and probably 75 on is the same prospect or same value.
We're getting into a range where you're seeing things going way out of order. You can see players going anytime, anywhere. This could be interesting. They like Nick Martin, obviously. Bears like Nick Martin. We met with him multiple times. We brought him in for a top 30.
Yeah, you give more value to top 30 visits than I do.
Well, the Bears have taken top 30 visits every time since Ryan Poles has been the GM. And that's changed this year now. I don't think we brought Shamar Turner in. I don't think we brought Luther Burden in. In fact, Luther Burden said he had barely talked to the Bears. He was surprised the Bears picked him.
It's what I would think with Luther Burden is he was in a tier by himself when they were on the clock and they said, we can't pass this talent up.
Yeah, that's probably how it went. Like you got your tiers and then he's just kind of sitting up here. Everybody else has been taken and they've got other prospects and they're looking and just like, well, how do you pass up on that when we've evaluated?
Makes too much sense. And hey, if he's your slot receiver for the next 10 years, that's who cares?
Who wants to answer this one from Xander? Adam, what do you think of Ollie Gordon out of OSU? What do we think about Ollie Gordon on this channel? We love Ollie Gordon on this channel.
Big bruiser.
We love Ollie Gordon. That'd be a great pick for us. All right, the Cowboys pick is in, and they've taken Siobhan Reval. So he is off the board.
It's another guy that fell probably because of his injury.
Yeah, I didn't see him as a first-round prospect, but I did see him as a second-round prospect. Yeah. And he definitely fell. Some boards had him in the first round. Most of them had him late first, early second. And yeah, tall and long, but really skinny. I wonder if his light size affected it at all.
It's 194 pounds at 6'2". That's not too bad.
Is that what he was? I thought he was something like 170 or 180.
That's what they just said on. I'm watching ESPN too, so.
Yeah, he looks bigger than I remember. Quick, aggressive. Not a bad draft for the Cowboys so far. Tyler Booker, Donovan Iziraku, and Siobhan Reval. Like, that's actually a really good draft so far. Oh, there's our good buddy right there. Matt Eberflus. Oh, isn't that so cute on the screen? Seeing Matt Eberflus on there. That's just so cute.
I'm surprised Steve Eberflus got a cornerback with speed.
Yeah, if Caleb Johnson or Cam Scattleboo falls to us, I'm going to be celebrating. I'll be dancing. And then if 158 somehow we get Jackson Woodard, I'll be freaking. You guys will watch me freak out like crazy.
I'll tell you that the linebacker I really like, and I'd be fine with him at 80, is Mondin from Georgia.
You like Mondin?
Yeah.
All right, Panthers pick is in. They're announcing it right now. Yeah, Jack Sawyer. Oh, Princely Umanmielen goes off the board to the Panthers. I like Princely Umanmielen. I think that's a great pick. Jack Sawyer is still available. Yep, he is still available. So I do like Jack Sawyer as well. What have you missed, Sean? You've missed everything. We had craziness. We had Carl in here antagonizing everyone, picking fights with the chat. We had to kick him out, get him out of here. CJ West is a good prospect, too.
Yeah, he's a big nose tackle type player.
There's Princely. Man, I like Princely a lot. I saw Princely as a borderline first-round prospect. In fact, at one point, I promoted he could be a first-round prospect. Oh, we're having a good time, though.
A lot of teams are double dipping at those edges, aren't they?
Yep, it's a good class for it. You got a lot of high prospects. So let's look at the prospects that are still available on the board. These guys are all taken. They're going by grade here on the right, just you know how they grade them. So those guys are all taken. Here's Billy Bowman. Safety is still available out of Oklahoma.
I'm not as high on him. Are you high on Billy?
I like Billy Bowman. I do. I like his game.
Misses too many tackles.
I'll have to go back and watch again. I don't remember that. I'll have to go watch again. Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee is still available. Xavier Watts is still available. Xavier Watts right now would be my pick. I would love to have Xavier Watts come in.
Yeah. If he goes at 80 with the Colts.
Oh, you're getting
Wait,
close.
Did the Colts draft? It says 80 New England. Did we trade out?
Did you trade?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I'm just going to leave that up for a second while I type in the Twitter. Colts trade 80. That's from 2020, 24. I should just put Colts trade, not 80. Colts trade. I'm not seeing anything.
Unless I'm wrong, I thought the Colts were picking 80.
They were. We saw it just 2 seconds ago. Let's go back here. And
yeah,
look
that's
now.
true. We did look at that.
All right, let's go back and look. Picks. We're in round 3. Oh, you're up at 80. What did you see different?
On ESPN too, it says Arizona, Houston, and then New England. So
interesting. Maybe it's coming up here. NFL Network doesn't have it changed yet. On the bottom ticker at NFL Network, it doesn't have it changed either. Interesting.
What the heck's ESPN 2 doing?
We'll see what happens. All right, we'll go back and look at prospects for just a second. Yeah, there's some really good prospects. In fact, let's just go look by position because the Bears need a running back. You can see who's still available. Dylan Sampson.
I like Dylan Sampson.
Caleb Johnson. Jordan James. Cam Scatterboot. There's still some really good prospects here available at running back. We know the Bears brought in Jaden Blue. They worked with Brashard Smith. There's just such a deep class. A lot of people thought these would be running off the board. Look, we're in the 3rd round and only 4 have gone. So if teams don't see this as an emergency need, it's, hey, we can grab these guys whenever we want. So there's so many good ones. Interesting how this all fell out. At edge, Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones, Jordan Birch. Oh, I want Jordan Birch. Bad. Oh, I hope one of these guys falls to us. This needs to happen. I feel like we're taking running back next, though. Defensive tackle, we've already taken, but Jamry Caldwell. I'm glad we took one. I'm glad we took Shamar Turner because some of these are coming off the clock now. And
coming off the clock or off the board?
Off the board. I misspoke. Thanks for catching that. I meant to say off the board. interior offensive line.
What
which
are
we need.
friends for, to make fun of you a little bit?
Exactly. Why don't they have interior offensive line? They've got center. Oh, guard right there. We still need a guard. Marcus Embo, Wyatt Milam. I like both of those guys
a lot of interior guys still.
Joshua Gray, Dylan Fairchild, Jackson Slater. Man, there's some good options later.
There's Miles. Yeah, did you say Miles Frazier? He's a good one too.
Yeah, I don't know if I said him or not, but definitely. There's still good options for sure. Man, we got good options here. I'm glad we traded for that 4th rounder, guys. This really was big. All right, the Cardinals pick is in. They're picking now. And then we've got the Texans pick is in as well. Cardinals have taken Jordan Birch, who I just said I wanted to fall to us. Why are you cursing me? That's all right. Jordan Birch, I like him. Wasn't detrimental to us. I think we're taking guard and running back next. I think we have to with our 4th, 5th rounders.
Yeah, I think Colts will take a guard here shortly. Okay, now they have it fixed on ESPN too. It does say Indy. So
I wonder why they had because that wasn't a trade. That was always the Colts pick.
Yeah, somebody screwed that up.
Man, that's a great pick. That's a great draft for the Cardinals so far too. Walter Nolan 1st round, Will Johnson 2nd round, Jordan Birch 3rd round. That is a great draft.
Well, and they got that Rich Gannon, who's defensive minded, so he's probably very happy.
Yeah, especially all three of those are phenomenal picks for the defense.
Yeah, as long as Will Johnson's knee's okay.
Knowledge is funny. What happened is everyone I graded as a steal or Adam graded as a steal, but the media didn't have ranked high, went early. We aren't getting a decent edge in this draft. There's still good options. I don't know if it's that much of a priority to them this year either. All right, here's the Texans pick.
They went, what's Knoll?
Oh, Jalen Knoll. Yeah, it's on the screen. Jalen Knoll, the other Iowa State wide receiver, is off the board now. I like him. I don't think it's something that you should be too concerned about. But
no.
Good slot receiver, good option. I wasn't too high on him for the Bears.
Well,
Colts are up. The pick is in.
They're concerned with Tank Dell's health. Who knows if he'll come back? So
BYU defensive end, he wouldn't be an immediate starter, but Tyler Batty would be a great developmental defensive end. You wouldn't want him to touch the field too often. You'd want to get him in a good conditioning program and a good program with a good defensive mind like Dennis Allen to teach him for a year and then see what you can do with him.
Yeah, we like that guy because he played at BYU.
And he's aggressive. I mean, he's got a motor, and you listen to that locker room talk when they were down in that game, throwing the F-bombs all over and trying to motivate everyone. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, that they accidentally leaked on him.
Yeah, sure, they accidentally did. Savion Jones, I like Savion Jones too. There's still some good options.
Well, the pick is in for the Colts. I'm surprised we're not trading back anywhere, but guard, defensive tackle. I mean, Xavier Watts I'd love to. So
yeah, Batty played. Where is it? The comments went quick. So Batty is more of a 5T. He's not really your outside guy, but they played him a lot that way at BYU. He's bigger though, so yeah, he'd be more inside like that. Here you go, Brock. You ready?
I got a cornerback.
Justin Wally, cornerback, Minnesota. I like Minnesota defensive backs. I am not familiar with Justin Wally.
He's not very big. 5'10".
5'10", 190. Who's your new defensive coordinator?
Oh, geez, what's his name? From Cincinnati. It's got a name that I always screw up.
I like every Minnesota defensive back that ever comes out. Like, they're always so freaking good. I just don't know him very well. So far, Tyler Warren, JT Tiamalu, and now Wally. Your first two picks I like a lot. Your third pick is, I don't know who he is, but
I've heard some people talk about him and say he's kind of built for our defensive scheme, so it probably makes sense. But I don't know a lot about him either.
So Daniel Jeremiah has his best available. Shadur Sanders, Caleb Johnson, Williams, the cornerback out of Cal. I missed the rest of those. But there's still some good. It's actually kind of crazy to watch Shadur Sanders fall this far when they've hyped him up so much. He was here in the green room, and they really just did that for Dion. But he had his own. Did you see that he had his own room set up so his whole family could be there? It was like his own press box. It's just funny.
Yeah. Anarumo is our defensive coordinator.
Okay. Here's the Bengals pick. Oh, the guard I like, Dylan Fairchild out of Georgia. I like Dylan Fairchild. There's such a mixed reaction here. Bears draft board sucks.
Well, I love your first 2 picks, so.
I don't mind the last 2 picks either. They're just not who we expected, but they fill a need.
Yeah. Ozzie makes sense. You can never have too much protection for your young quarterback.
Shamar Turner's not a bad pick either. It's just a lot of people didn't expect it.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, so.
Third best pass rusher might be Elisha Roberts. Adam Scout. I don't remember because I didn't take a hard look at him because there was something I wasn't super impressed with. Let me see if I have some notes here on him. It's pulling up slow, my Excel worksheet where I had this. Hold on. All right, where are we looking here? Elijah Roberts. Yeah, I don't have an initial notes on this one right here. I'll have to go back and look later and check out Elisha Roberts a little bit more, especially if he falls to us. When is our 4th round pick? It's number 109. Right now on the draft, we're sitting at number 82. Could the Bears trade back in? We don't know. We're just having fun, chilling out, watching the draft. We're having a good time. Look at that face, that stern face, that face by Brock, that concentration.
It's called watching the draft when I should be talking with you.
Oh, let's check out the chat a little bit here. 40 pressures a year for Odengbo. Yeah, he didn't. It's not that he didn't get pressures. It's that he didn't get the sacks. I need to update the. I'm going to update the roster for you guys, and I'll show you. I'll get that out tonight.
As a Colts fan, I do miss Dio.
Dio Odengbo. We like Dio. We're glad we picked him up. I promise you guys the Bears know what they're doing with the draft picks. Just because we don't know like who they're going to take doesn't mean they was bad picks. I like us taking best player available this year. That's something we normally haven't seen from the Bears. Yeah, the 4th round is tomorrow. For those asking, 4th round starts early and the picks go a little quicker, but it's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round tomorrow. I will not be going live tomorrow. I will give a reaction for each pick, and I'll do highlights on the players, but I'm not going live for the entire draft tomorrow. I just did that for the 1st and 2nd days. 12 p.m. Eastern. That's 9 p.m. my time. Woo! You're going to have to get to bed earlier tonight, kids. Not staying up till 3 or 4 in the morning again. I stayed up making videos till 3 or 4 in the morning. Which was fun because when I woke up, there was a lot of excitement around it, a lot of views, a lot of people were excited for what I had made this morning. But I've been dragging today. I've been dragging. Shadur, Mr. Relevant. That would be so freaking hilarious if he was the last pick in the draft. Who has the last pick this year? The last pick is owned by the Los Angeles Chargers. It's always a comp pick. Chargers own the last pick in the draft. I don't think he would go there, but it'd be funny to see. Yeah, I don't think anyone's hating Sanders, but we're kind of hate watching because it's funny with how cocky he's been.
And it doesn't help who his dad is.
Yeah, What I hate, so I don't know if you've heard the connection, but an employee of my prior insurance agency that I sold, his name is John. I won't say his last name, but he was teammates with Eric Bieniemy on the 1990 National Championship Colorado Buffaloes team. And Eric Bieniemy was the running back. He was the offense of that team. Eric Bieniemy won that national championship. He had more all-purpose yards than the quarterback through that entire season. Let's see who the Titans pick here. Titans pick Kevin Winston Jr. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I do too. That's why I'm kind of mad.
Yeah, I like that pick. So, anyways, John, my former employee, who I'm still really good friends with, he's really good friends with Eric Bieniemy. Actually had some chats with him. Possibly, don't get too excited, anybody here. Eric will come on this show in the next off season. So Eric Bieniemy has agreed to come on to my show, which is awesome. I'm super stoked about that. But when they retired Shedeur Sanders' number in Colorado, and they haven't retired Eric Bieniemy's number, who led them to a national championship and was basically the entire offense. Now, anybody who knows that, I wouldn't have known anything about the 90 Buffalo team until I saw in his office. I mean, his office was decorated with stuff from that team because he was the starting tight end. John was. So I talked to him a ton about that team all the time. They were a defensive team. They won that championship off defense, but Eric Bieniemy ran for more yards than the quarterback even through that season. So something like 1,800 yards that season. And they haven't retired Eric Bieniemy's number, but they're going to retire Shedeur Sanders' number after a season or whatever it was, 2 seasons in Colorado. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break. And he got that in there. You're just upset because he's Deion's kid. No, I'm getting upset because he's getting special treatment for being a Sanders. It's a joke.
The Sanders are cocky. It's true. And Deion, he could be cocky because he could back it up. But his problem is he's put his kids out there so much. I feel bad for him.
No! No! No!
Caleb Johnson off the board.
I didn't want to see that one go off the board. You knew it was going to happen. He wasn't going to last 109. Oh. Skit, scat, scoodle, doot, flip, flop, flee. Now I want my scataboo. I want my scattleboo, but I think the Bears might be looking at more of a Bashal Tutton or a Rashard Smith type of player. What did we expect? Yeah, I mean, we're in the mid-80s now. What do you expect? Caleb Johnson isn't going to last forever. Devin Neal, that's true. Devin Neal's a really good prospect too. Scataboo also. So I don't.
I'll throw in Martinez there. I still like Martinez.
Martinez too. There's still this is why you don't rush the running back early. You fall into where it fits in nicely with your draft. And Shooty Kabooty. I did want Caleb Johnson, though. I thought that would be a really good pick. I think he would fit perfectly for the Bears. A compliment. Tanner D. Sanders left the cameras early yesterday, and he didn't even show up today. And honestly, he might not get drafted, and I'm here for it. So I don't know if you heard the rumor. The rumor, and this is rumor, so take it for what it is. Don't spread this like Adam's reporting something, but it was rumor, and I couldn't find anything confirmed. Schefter didn't say it. Rappaport didn't say it. But apparently when he visited the Giants, he and Dable got in an argument on his top 30 visit.
Went bad is what I saw.
Yeah, some of the rumors I saw, they got in an argument, like a verbal argument, like they were arguing. So that doesn't go over well when you're – I mean, that could spread fast. So if that's true, that could be a reason he's dropping. Like if that happens with the Giants and then teams start hearing about that, like it's not gonna go over well. So the Buccaneers have taken Jacob Parrish, cornerback out of Kansas State. We got to update this, scroll it down so we can be updated. I got upset after Caleb Johnson went off the board. Well, shoot. So it'll be interesting. It's going to be, I can't wait to hear. Which was there was one of the commentators that on the first day I mean, it was Mel Kiper Jr. ruined the entire first round of the draft by over talking about Shadur Sanders. Like every pick that wasn't him, he would talk about him for 4 more minutes. I think they counted it was like 15 minutes of airtime. They kept talking about Shadur Sanders.
Well, I was watching and it had Saban, and he's just like, everybody's put so much hype to him that he doesn't deserve all this talk about him falling. He's going to go where he's going to go, but
yeah,
I kind of agreed with that. And partially that's their own fault because they hyped themselves up so much, and Deion hyped him up.
Yeah, they're trying to do that to get people interested and to get excited about him, but it doesn't work that way.
But once you start falling, then you got that fallout.
Yeah, you have to deal with the repercussions. All right, the Chiefs.
Noel Williams.
You're ahead of me.
Yeah, am I?
Nope. Noel Williams, cornerback, just barely out of Cal.
You were ahead of me. Now I'm ahead of you. I like it.
I don't know how that worked out. All right, we're getting closer here to the end of the 3rd round. We're at 86 now. Let's look at the teams coming up. Then we're going to look at the prospects as this gets closer to the end. The Chargers have the next pick, and then the Packers, then the Jaguars, the Texans, Rams, Ravens, Seahawks, Saints, Browns, Chiefs again. Oh, that just literally happened right while we were talking. The Chiefs and Patriots just traded. I don't know what the deal is with it. Doesn't show. That's funny. We were literally sitting here doing this, and the Chiefs had the 95th pick. Now the Patriots do. The Eagles, you'd think they have to go up here. Maybe it was for this pick. Maybe the Chiefs came up. Either way. So Patriots there, then Eagles, then Vikings, then Raiders. Raiders again. These are comp picks. Niners, Falcons, and Jaguars end off this round. I can see the comparison you're making there, but I think it's totally different reasons. Shadur is the new Kaepernick, blacklisted because of his daddy in politics on those two. Anytime you overshadow, anytime you make yourself bigger than the team, it's not going to go over well. Yeah, the Raiders still could pick Sanders. I don't know if the Raiders want Sanders.
What does Tom Brady want Sanders? That's the question.
Chiefs took Sanders? Who's saying if that happened, I did not see it. Noel Williams.
Chiefs took Noel Williams, right?
Did I miss something earlier? Let's look at I always got to listen when someone says something. Let's look here and see quarterbacks. No, Shadur Sanders has not been picked yet. Are you saying they're going to take him? Yeah, Tom Brady probably doesn't want Sanders. I would not be shocked one bit.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
But Jalen Milroe, I still think will go off the board before Sanders. I said that earlier. And then even then, Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, even Will Howard. Like some of these guys really could go off the board before him. Oh, this could get real interesting for him. What if he went as an undrafted free agent? Oh my gosh.
I can't imagine he'd drop that far, but
I don't know, man.
It'll be interesting to see if he drops far enough that Deion might want him to be an undrafted guy just so he can go where he wants.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Caleb Johnson did go to the Steelers. I'm unhappy about it, but what do you do? There's still some good options. Let's look at the running backs here so you guys can see them. And there's still some really good options in this draft at running back. Only 5 have gone off the board. We still got Dylan Sampson there, Bashal Tutton. I'm not huge on Ja'Cory Croskett-Merritt, but a lot of people are. Jordan James, Cam Scattaboo. I'm not as high on Trevor Etienne. Jaden Blue. A lot of people are high on LaQuint Allen too. He was rising a lot of boards late. Damian Martinez, Brashard Smith, Raheem Sanders, Ollie Gordon. I mean, there's some good prospects still.
There's a kid from Auburn. I think his last name's Hunter. But he wouldn't be bad late. Yeah.
Devin Neal, DJ Giddens. I do like DJ Giddens.
Yeah.
Let's see. Corey Kiner is actually very undervalued. So there's still some good options here, guys. There's some really good running backs left on this class. At the edge position, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that have gone off the board. They were saying 17. Oh, 12, 13, 14. Sorry, just out of order. 14. They were saying 17 would go in the first 3 rounds. Looks like Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones, Josiah Stewart, Brady Swinson, Baron Sorrell, Kyle Kennard. Then you get into this range here where I'm not quite as excited. I do like Jared Ivey. I like Antoine Powell Ryland a lot, actually, for a fourth or a fifth round guy. Elijah Roberts is who you guys were talking about earlier. I got to look at my scouting on him again. Q Robinson, I think, is a little over or undervalued. Let's see here. Tyler Batty I like, but I'm a little biased there. That's what you got there for those. So let's go back to the picks. Looks like the Chargers pick is in. And they're coming up to the pulpit right now.
Melvin Gordon.
They can't pick Melvin Gordon. He's retired.
He's announcing the pick.
Jamry Caldwell out of Oregon, defensive tackle. Research Tom Brady and Sanders' relationship. I'll have to look into that. Scattaboo! It's possible. We could get Cam Scattaboo. We visited with him extensively at the Combine. We did not bring him in for a top 30. But we've met with him, so we obviously have some interest in him. I just really want to buy a Bears Scattaboo would become a Bears favorite. I promise Bears fans would love him.
You just like saying his name.
Scattaboo. Yeah, I like it. Now people are coming around and they want Cam Scattaboo, huh? Now you want him. Now you guys want him. He'd be a fun player to have. All right, the Packers pick is in. Boo! Boo! Yeah, but technically we've taken our nose tackle. I don't see us taking another nose tackle. I see us taking an edge, running back, safety, linebacker. We only have 3 picks left, but I mean,
Jack Sawyer at this range where you guys would be picking would be
phenomenal. That would be a phenomenal pick. There have been some loyal skit scatters. Yeah, great comment. Scattaboo has got heart. Bears need more of that. I like it. What is have we even talked about Scattaboo, me and you? What's your opinion of Scattaboo?
We've talked about him because when we were watching football down at your place, I remember you wouldn't shut up saying Scattaboo. So I told you I hated him just because you kept talking him up. So, but yeah, I like Scattaboo. I just don't. I didn't like him ahead of some of these guys that just went.
You don't like me? Keep saying Scattaboo, Scattaboo.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that ugly mug they're holding up. Jordan Love is such an ugly, just goofy doofus. Just a doofus. All right. Packers pick is in. Who are the Packers going to screw up next with? Scattaboo lacks the one thing BJ covets, speed. Yet Ben Johnson, for some reason, wanted to sign David Montgomery, who's the identical speed in every single way to Scattaboo. So I don't know.
Well,
I don't
he wanted
this
Jahmyr Gibbs too.
I don't like this pick for the Packers at all.
How many receivers have they picked now? Is that just their second, or did they pick another one?
How many receivers do they have on their team? 15,000. They're trying to fix their poor quarterback play by getting new receivers. Savion Williams is the pick out of TCU. They're looking for more of an X receiver, a big 6'4" guy. But I don't know if he fixes any problems they have, though. Like,
did you notice yesterday after the Packers picked at 23 that everybody just left the draft?
I didn't notice that.
There was a mass exodus.
That's so. Even when we were at the draft live here in Vegas, we didn't leave early. We checked out the whole thing. In fact, we stayed for the concert after. Yeah, there was a concert after, a free concert of Weezer. They had Weezer.
It was Weezer.
That was a lot of fun.
Good time.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun. They should do the draft in Vegas every year. This Green Bay. See, look at that. Green Bay left early. If they're leaving early, that's not true fandom. That's a bunch of.
Yeah, go back and if you watch the pick and if they show like the crowd, you'll just see a mass exodus.
That's funny. Yeah, I like Savion Williams too. This is a good pick by them, but it's just funny how many they can't even show all their wide receivers on the board, like on the screen, because they have too many wide receivers now. Took Matthew Golden, Savion Williams, Romeo Dobbs, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson. Who's the other ones they have? They have Melton, Bo Melton. They have the one that has the funny name with the hyphenation in the middle. Anyways, they've got so many wide receivers now. I thought our wide receiver room was packed. They've got a ultra packed wide receiver room. Caleb Ransom. He's off the board. I didn't think the Bears would take him, but I like him. I think he fell a little bit. Caleb Ransaw, sorry.
No, I was gonna say.
Did you like Caleb Ransaw at all?
I don't think I studied him much.
I think he's a good prospect. Jaguars had 2 picks in a row here, huh? So you'll see Caleb Ransaw. Here's a nickel here. He's a good. I think it'd be fun to develop him, but we just signed Kyler to the biggest extension or the most expensive nickel in the league, and we got Josh Blackwell as a backup. I was saying because you're in a division with him, and I think that's a great pick for them. But
yeah. Well, he's got 4.33 speed. That's pretty good.
yeah, he's a fun prospect to watch. I think he's gonna do well at nickel in the league.
Wow. So they went Travis Hunter and that guy. Okay.
Well, 2 different positions. This is nickel. The other one's the outside. Travis
Yeah.
Hunter's more outside guy.
2 cornerbacks.
Yeah. Oh, Dunze,
Although they
Moore,
did say they
Burton.
were going to start him on offense and then bring him in slowly to the defense.
Oh, really? They're going to start him at wide receiver over cornerback?
Well, yeah, they got an offensive-minded coach as the head coach. So
Yeah, but is he really a head coach? He seems kind of like a goober, like he doesn't know what he's doing.
that's what the Jaguars do.
Yeah, this offense is going to be lethal. If we don't score 30 points a game, I don't know. I expect it at this point with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, the revamped offensive line. I don't know what to say. This offense needs to score 30 points a game for sure. I don't think Loveland makes Kmet expendable at all. I've shared a little bit of this earlier for those who are just tuning in. They're 2 different types of tight ends. Kmet is more of an inline tight end who's going to be more of your, lining up next to the tackles. He's going to chip guys when he needs to, block when he needs to. He can get open when he needs to. Durham Smythe is more your blocking tight end. He'll come in to specifically block on blocking schemes. And Colson Loveland is going to be your more hybrid wide receiver type of tight end. He's going to be able to have clean routes, separation. All of them play a pivotal role. Almost every team, I don't know of a team that doesn't carry 3 tight ends, if nothing else for special teams ability. You always carry at least 3 tight ends. And the Bears are going to need all 3 of those. They're all specific. I would expect Colson Loveland to have more receiving yards to Cole Kmet. He's going to have to take more of a back seat, but Cole Kmet will have a very important role on this team still. Yeah. Yeah, Kmet's the inline tight end. I'll bring up that graph in a minute.
Oh, there's Milam off the board.
Wyatt Milam gone? Oh, Jaguars got a good one. I like Wyatt Milam a lot. Yeah, I like Milam a lot. That's a good guard. You know who my sleeper is for guard, and I've talked about him a lot earlier, in the 4th, 5th range, is Luke Kandra from Cincinnati. I like Luke Kandra a lot. I don't know how many teams are even looking at him. Burden has good speed. He's more of your DJ Moore. So it's going to be interesting to see what the Bears do with him. He's a slot receiver more than DJ's a slot receiver. DJ's an outside receiver, but they're very similar size. Burden is a little quicker, but Luther Burden is going to be a guy you get the ball and look for those yak yards. And you heard Ben Johnson talk this offseason about how yak is important to him and to this team. And Burden will be a yak guy. He's going to be a guy you get the ball in his hand to see what he can do and see what he can create on his own. I never want to see the ball snap to Kmet again, ever. Wow. Are we down on last year or what? Like, that wasn't all on Kmet. I'll say that much. In fact, Kmet had the highest receiving percentage on the team. There's like highlights of when he's catching the ball and plowing over guys going 10 yards into the end zone. I don't know how we can talk crap on Cole Kmet. There's nothing wrong Cole Kmet's done. Good comment here, Jim Helms. Burden and Loveland can play the same time, empty backfield or Kmet to the sideline. there's a lot of variations this gives the team. You have so many options with this many receivers, this many tight ends. Like, we're going to scheme things up like crazy. We do have DJ Moore. It's going to be interesting to see how they use it. But here's Luther Burden is more of a slot receiver. He is more of a slot. Slot wide receiver, slot tight end. That's what I'm saying, guys. You can scheme up different things. You're not going to have the same guys on every play, and you can rotate them. This is not a detrimental thing. We're acting like we have too many good players. This is not a problem. This is a good thing. Yeah, I don't think Scott was even the wide receiver 3 before this. I think Zacchaeus was wide receiver 3. Scott, I don't even think is going to make the roster at this point. Yeah, he could be goner. All right, did I miss a pick? Nope, the Rams pick is in.
No, they're on commercial break.
Well, shoot. All right, let's look at the availables again. Whew. This thing weighs on your head after a while.
You've only been on for 4 hours. Quit your complaining.
Is that what it is already? Ooh, 4 hours, 7 minutes. This is the longest one I've done. Woo! All right, let's look at prospects overall. Let's see here. So Billy Bowman is probably the highest graded prospect left available. Dylan Sampson, Xavier
Is
Watts.
Watts off the board?
This is crazy. Xavier Watts is still here, dude.
They have Bowman over Watts?
Yeah, this is just their grading on him from NFL Network. Doesn't mean it's the end-all be-all. Jalen Royals, who I thought was a little too overhyped anyways. Jack Sawyer. Man, all 3 of these. Dylan Sampson, Xavier Watts, Jack Sawyer. Savion Jones, Braden Swinson. I was never high on Smell Molden. You were high on him, though, weren't you?
Mondon Jr.?
Mondon?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're high
like
on him.
Yeah.
Isaiah Bond might have some legal issues. Shadur Sanders, Josiah Stewart. Yeah, there's still a lot of really good prospects left. Marcus Imbo, I like too. All right, we're into the end of the 3rd round here. We've got just a couple picks left, and then we'll see if I have any insight at all, because I thought there's a chance we could trade back up in here with these players available. Jack Sawyer. Now Caleb Johnson's gone. Caleb Johnson went to the Steelers. I was hoping we'd trade back up and get him. Yeah, Komet has done some Wildcat for the Bears. I don't know how anybody's negative on Komet. I don't agree with that. 20 more picks and we're up, but that's not till tomorrow morning, just so you guys know. It is not going to happen tonight unless we trade back into this. So the Rams pick is in, but we're on commercial. Ravens, Seahawks, Saints, Browns, Patriots, Eagles, Vikings, Raiders, Niners, Falcons, Texans. And then the end of the third round is over. The Rams could pick Shadur Sanders here.
Yeah. They've been kind of rumored to get a developmental guy behind Stafford.
Yep. Stafford's sounding like he's getting close to the end of his career.
Oh, geez, he's been playing for a long time.
Rams take Josiah Stewart, edge from Michigan. Josiah Stewart is off the board.
You think he's too small, but I think he's going to be all right.
He's like barely 6 feet tall. I think they list him at 6'1", but let's see what they have him listed here when he comes on the screen.
Mine says 6'1".
Yeah,
I wonder if yours is different.
They inflate those things though. It says 6'1" here, 6'1", 250, but he looks small. Anyways, I didn't love his size.
And this is a little off top, but in the NBA draft, they have in shoes and out of shoes. So I wonder if seriously, and so I wonder if these guys' height in cleats and out of cleats sometimes.
That's so funny. Their war room looks like somebody's garage. The Rams war room looks pretty rinky dinky. Looks like it was the COVID war rooms. You remember COVID, how everybody was like hunkered down in someone's
Just
house?
to their house, yeah.
Yeah. And they would like have split screens like a Zoom call. Did the Packers pick again? Because a lot of fans are still there. They didn't take off like yesterday.
Well, there's not very many there. If they
There's
zoom
not
out,
right now.
no.
That's why they're zoomed in close to a small pack of fans.
Yeah, they showed it a minute ago. It's only about a third full. It looks like.
Well, apparently it's cold there today too. Not to give them excuses.
Yeah.
The
I think
Ravens.
it's been raining.
The Ravens take Emory Jones Jr., who I like as a guard. Good guard.
Yeah, he'll
option.
be a good guard.
Ravens take Emory Jones Jr. Oh, is this true? Demetric says there's a video out of Shadur Sanders getting prank called. Shaking my head.
Oh,
People
no.
passes. That's dirty.
Mean.
That
Yeah.
is dirty. He's got this much emotion on something huge happening in his life, and he's waiting for that, and somebody does that.
That's messed up.
That is so dirty, man. Can you imagine? And that just jerks your emotions even harder when you're going through this. As much as we laugh about how cocky the Sanderses are, and as much as it's kind of we joke around about him falling. I don't want to see someone dicking around with emotion.
Yeah,
that's too far. Oh, that's brutal. Yeah, brutal. That's a good word for it. Brutal. I hate that. Yeah, that's low stuff, man. That's
That's messed up. Well, New Orleans is up next. They could take a quarterback.
No, didn't they already take a quarterback? Didn't they take Shao? Isn't that
they
Shao?
took Shao or Shuck or however you say his name.
People are saying it's different. They're saying it's Shuck.
That's right.
Where was that?
It was 40. It was 40 overall. It's been a long time. I forgot.
Yeah, the Saints took Shuck. Tyler
That's
Shuck.
right.
There's only 3 quarterbacks that have come off the board.
It's the Raiders that haven't taken a quarterback.
Yep. And the Browns.
And the Browns. I think the Browns, with those 2 first-round picks for next year, will just draft a quarterback next year.
Yeah, I think you're onto it. It wouldn't hurt to take one later here. Like you get into the 4th, 5th range, Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord. Just see, give him a chance to play in a game when what's his nuts is not doing great. Who just came from Seattle? Man, I've got brain rot. This has been going on forever today. Who just got traded from Seattle to the Raiders and then extended?
Geno
Smith, yeah. Jalen Milroe comes off the board. Quarterback to the Seahawks. So the Seahawks have taken Jalen Milroe, and the Shadur Sanders fall continues. Wow. We didn't even mention just barely the Seahawks. The Seahawks definitely look at people. Oh, no. I think that's a decent pick here at the end of the 3rd round. That's not a bad take at all. Like, not a bad one. I like Jared Wilson, center. I've said that a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. He's still on the board.
Bears don't.
Has there been a center drafted yet?
Yeah, Gray Zabel really early to the Seahawks 1st round.
Okay, but he can play guard too.
Yeah, they've listed him at center though. He
Did
talked
they?
about at the combine that he's been told by every team they wanted to play center. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other one. We'll go look, but yeah, he was number 18 overall, I believe.
Yeah, I think Wilson and the kid from Texas would be the next centers off the board.
Yeah, Jared Wilson, Jake Majors, Seth McLaughlin from Ohio State.
Oh yeah, Seth.
Let's look here. Let's look at centers. They don't have him listed as a center, but he was told, and he told teams that he would. Yeah, they have Willie Lampkin listed as a center. But yeah, none of these guys are off the. I like Jake Majors a lot actually, but a lot of places had him going 4th, 5th, 6th round. Like there's a lot of variation from these.
There are no teams looking for centers this year, or what?
I guess not. Seattle should be looking for a center. Oh, they took.
Well, they got Zay. Yeah,
we just talked about it. Gray Zabel. That's how long this has been going on, people.
You're starting to get acting like you're drunk now, being on for 4.25 hours.
I'd love to see the Bears trade up here and get Jack Sawyer. Man, I would. I don't know if they feel like they need to trade up, though. There's not a need to. Embo can play center, too. That's right, Jim Helms. You're right. You're spot on.
Yeah.
Willie Lampkin is like 4'9". We represent the Lollipop Kids. Sorry for you White Sox fans. I honestly didn't know how far the fall had happened. I saw you guys were 2-2, and then I blinked, and you guys had the worst record in baseball. I was kind of shocked.
Well, they had the worst record in baseball last year too, didn't they?
Yeah, it was pretty rough. It's a rough go
by
for
a long
White Sox
ways.
fans. Do comp picks count as third-round picks, or will they be drafted tomorrow? Yeah, comp picks are the end of the round, so they count as the round they're comped in. So third round, it is a comp pick, but it's still at the end of the third round. I like cake. I like cake too. Yeah, I'm kind
You
of
should
feeling
have
that way,
draft
too.
cake.
Have our cake and eat it too. Hey, that kind of fits. I like that we got that extra pick, though. I like that we traded and we got the fourth rounder now. I like cake also. Everyone's going on the tangent of cake. We need to have draft cake.
Well, I'm gonna piss everybody off. I'm more of an ice cream fan myself. So.
I don't know if anybody's pissed off at ice cream. Everyone loves ice cream. Cake and ice
Well,
cream
if you had
together.
to choose cake or ice cream, what would you choose?
All right, this is the stage of the draft we're in. We're starting to poll.
Make a Colts fan ruin everything here in the Bears chat.
Do you prefer cake or ice cream?
If you had to choose one or the other.
Cake, ice cream. There we go. Starting the poll. 230 still in the chat. You guys are diehards. I love it. Ooh, cheesecake. That's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Ice cream's taking the early lead.
Well
right,
done. I like your chat.
The Saints pick is in, and it's Jonas Sanker, the safety from Virginia that you liked.
I like him. Hard-hitting dude.
I like hard-hitting safeties. He's got the finger waggle down. Good pursuit. Yeah, it looks like he's got good instincts. Good pick. Patriots are up. This was a trade with the Chiefs. I didn't see the details of this when it happened while we were looking.
Here's
People
the thing
are coming
with,
around.
like with
People are
Xavier
coming around.
Watts, do you think there's something off the field or in his medicals that we don't know about, and that's why he's fallen? Because this is crazy for him.
Let me giggle it. Why is Xavier Watts falling? Battling a shoulder injury sustained during the Fighting Irish's 23-10 Sugar Bowl victory. Despite his injury, he played in the Orange Bowl against Penn. Watts is an experienced rangy safety with plus ball skills, but his shoulder injury is lingering.
No. So there's some medical.
Maybe when they got him in and they looked at his medicals, it was worse than they originally thought.
Yeah. They might think he needs surgery, miss a year or something. I don't know, but that's the only reason I can think he would fall.
I'm looking for more stuff here right now. Let me look at Twitter and see what they have to say. Why is Xavier Watts? Green likes Mike Green. Cake is good. Consent is not. I got to put some of these up. Jim Helms. Mike Green. Cake is good. Consent is not. Whoa, Greg's mom has cakes.
So is ice cream winning?
Ice cream is winning by it's 69%.
Nice.
Nice. Ooh, pie above ice cream. You guys are going to make me start another poll, huh?
No, never.
Bayshul Tutton is an option still, guys. Interesting. Pie is better than cake. I yield. Ooh, we're gonna have to put the 49 volts here. Let's get one more volt. Let's end it because there's 69%. I like 69%. 69% said ice cream. Ice cream won. Ooh, now I'm gonna have to start a whole new poll. Okay, so start a poll. Best option. Cake with ice cream. Pie with ice cream. Ice cream alone.
Well, that's cheap. You get only
Or
one with the ice cream.
cake and pie. Start the poll.
You should have put cheesecake in there.
And you can choose whatever kind of pie you want. So it can be blueberry, pumpkin, anything you want.
Lemon meringue.
Ooh, everyone's liking pie with ice cream, dude. Pie with ice cream.
Pie a la mode. Yeah.
Jeff Potter, what did I start? This is what happens when you're 4 hours and 22 minutes into the draft coverage. But hey, I'm sticking around with you guys. We have been waiting for this for months. We've been building up and prepping for this. If there's any chance of the Bears trading up from 109, it wouldn't take much. It would take what, a future 5th round pick to come up from 109 to 99. Like, it won't take much to come up from 109. So if the Bears love someone, I'm here for it. I want to see. Pizza flavored Pop-Tarts? Actually, that doesn't sound as bad as initially read. And Cam Scadaboo. So if we can get pizza flavored Pop-Tarts and Cam Scadaboo, this entire draft will be a success for Bears fans. That's what they're saying right here. Since we started talking about dessert, we did lose about 20 people.
They gave up.
They're like, this is the point of the draft we're in. We're out of here.
My bad. I told you to do a poll and they all left.
So the Browns select quarterback Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon.
Wow.
Whoa!
Did the NFL just say we're tired of Dion?
Blacklist Shadur Sanders. Sorry.
Will Dallas come and save him in the later rounds?
You know what just happened? They
What?
paid off the NFL so he could be an undrafted free agent and go where he wanted to go, to Dallas. That's what it was. They paid off the NFL. Give us a sob story. I'm making this up on the fly. It's clear that pie with ice cream is going to win this thing. 63% pie with ice cream.
Yeah, you should do a poll on what position they want to be drafted in the 4th round.
Don't try to round this back into sports. What are you doing here?
We only have a few more picks. I'm thinking most people are leaving because they don't think there's going to be another pick for the Bears tonight.
200 people is actually still a ton in the chat, and we're just hanging out for draft day is what it is. But I'm not. We're good at this point in the draft. We got 8 selections left. Looks like the Patriots selection is in. What if the Bears take Sanders? Don't even joke like that. That would be a cancer to the team. I would not be happy. I'll bet teams don't want that unwanted attention. They don't want the Deion Sanders.
Too much drama.
Yeah, that drama on your team. It is. Someone said it earlier. I think Jim Helm said it. It's the Kaepernick effect. Like, you don't want that. Kaepernick had talent. You don't want that effect on your team. You don't want that crazy. You don't want that craziness. So the Browns did end up taking a quarterback, Dylan Gabriel.
Well, the only hope is for the Raiders, I guess. Well, other teams will be looking for backups, so that's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you, on your channel, if you saw the amount of people that are there, but there's nobody there at the draft anymore.
I didn't catch it. Yeah, that's true, Nicholas. It was 1 year, but he did have some talent. All right, next poll they want.
Yeah, Jamarcus Russell had one good year too, and look what happened. But that was in college.
Ooh, Jared Wilson
Jared
goes off the
Wilson.
board. All right, I'm almost done with the poll. Hang tight.
What's your poll?
I saw someone in the chat mention it. All right. What is your preference for draft meal? Pizza and beer, hamburger and beer, nachos and beer. This is Chicago-based. I would expect it to be pizza and beer. Yeah, pizza and beer is dominating.
Gotta
Football
have that
student
deep
says-
dish.
Football student says oh, you don't know Chicago very well then. Deep dish is more of a touristy thing. It's not.
I do not know Chicago.
So all the above without beer. I'm with you, football student. I don't drink. I've told you guys on that here before, but it's a football thing. People do prefer their beer with their sports. Jared Wilson goes off the board of the Patriots, man.
Are they building a new stadium in Chicago? Is that final, or are they just still talking about it?
You're asking for a whole conversation.
Am I going to start a fight?
No, you won't start a fight, but you're going to get a whole conversation going on. Last year, right before the draft, they announced this beautiful, beautiful vision of what it would look like on the lakefront of the and now it's back and forth. So the Bears own some they own some land that's not in the inner city, it's in the suburbs. Best way to describe it to you who doesn't know Chicago as well.
Xavier Watts.
Oh, Watts is off the board. So they're still fighting over where it's going to be. Is it going to be where current Soldier Field is? Is it going to be off in the suburbs? What's it going to be? And they just need to freaking Arlington Heights, so you know where. And they're saying book it. So you're getting a conversation here. You've brought it back into Bears conversation. Good job, Brock.
I tried.
So they brought basically a racetrack. Arlington Downs, Arlington Heights is a site with a lot of room. It would be a lot more. They could do a lot more with it. They could make a lot more happen with the space, but you're not on the lakefront. So it's a back and forth thing. And it is leaning towards Arlington Heights right now, but we'll see. All right. Tavern style is
I remember seeing some of the photos of what the concept was going to be, and then I hadn't heard anything, so I was curious.
That was a year ago, right now before the
draft.
That's
a long time ago.
That. So you're getting pizza conversation. I fly Luminalties down on dry ice. They're very little good pizza in the great state of Texas.
Minnesota trades the pick to Houston.
We have Luminalties here in Vegas, believe it or not, to you guys. Tavern style is king. There's a lot of teams quietly having solid drafts. At least Watts and Wilson aren't playing for Minnesota. I can agree with that. New Haven Pizza is king. Ooh, now we got to have a whole pizza conversation here. So pizza and beer one. Let's do another one here. Let's do. What do you prefer on your pizza?
Jalen Smith, cornerback, USC.
So Jalen Smith is the pick for the Texans. We've only got a couple picks left, guys. All right.
Back-to-back for Vegas, it looks like.
Yep. Start a poll. Best pizza topping. Pineapple.
Pineapple by itself or with like a Canadian bacon pineapple?
We're just going to go one topping and see what people think is the favorite topping. Pepperoni. I can only put up 4 options. So we're just going to put like the main 4 here. You only get one. You only get one topping. I load the sucker up, man. I put everything on it. And yeah, I'll be weird. I'll put pineapple with sausage and pepperoni and onions and everything. I will load everything up on my pizza. I love pizzas loaded to the gills. I love it. Now I want pizza. Everyone's liking sausage. I don't blame them. Sausage is probably the best pizza topping.
If
there
you
is.
only have one topping, it's got to be sausage or
Yeah.
pepperoni.
Sausage or pepperoni. I like sausage more too, though. Quality over quantity, Jim Bodie says.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Meat. No, I put mushrooms on there too, baby. I put everything on my pizza. I'll load it up. Everything and the kitchen sink. You got it. We load that sucker to the gills. Pineapple is communist. Yeah, you can get anything delivered in Vegas. But also, nothing's that far away either. It's not that far to get a pizza either. In fact, I think I'm going to get a pizza after this.
You used to have a drive-through pizza, right?
Yeah, there was a drive-through. Fly pie. Pie fly? Something called like that. It wasn't good pizza, though. But they had a drive. It was I think it was the world's first drive-through pizza place. First oven-made fresh pizza place. Anyway, so I don't know what their claim to fame was. Something like that. Let's scroll this down. We see the last picks. We got 5 picks left in this round. Ooh, see more votes on this one. People like their pizza conversation. See, you started a good thing. It started with ice cream and dessert, but we've rolled into pizza. We got 57 votes on this one. Good job, Brock. There we go. Jim Helms with the best comment. Best pizza is FGB pizza. F Green Bay, if you don't know what that means.
I've never ate there.
What's your guys' favorite football, or I'm sorry, your favorite pizza place to go eat? I want to see if there's any I haven't been to in Chicago that I need to next time I'm there. Sausage clearly won. Luminalties I've been to. I like Luminalties. Arizona Charlie's. Arizona Charlie's does have the big breakfast. Pizza is pie, technically. Spacca Napoli. I've never had Spacca Napoli. Monocles. I've had Monocles. Chicago Pizza Grinder. I haven't been to that one. Giordano's I've been to. Frank Pepe. There's a lot of good. I need to screenshot this and keep this because there's a lot of these I haven't heard of. Rosati's I've had. There's one that I tried to go to last time. I haven't seen the name pop up, or it would have triggered me to remember. And the line outside of it was an hour and a half long, so I couldn't go to it. It wasn't far from like where the Winslow house was. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but I can't. Man, there's a lot of good options here. Bill's in Mundelein is the best. Pequod's might have been Pequod's. Might have been Pequod's is who I'm thinking of. Does Pequod's always have this huge line? Joe's in Wheeling. All right, here's the Raiders pick. Pick is in. Does Pequod's have like a giant line? Is it always backed up? Okay. Yeah, Pequod's is what I tried to go to, and I couldn't last time. McDonald's. All right, the Raiders have taken Caleb Rogers. Whew. Feels like we're not. Oh, there's a trade. Niners have traded up. Nope, they haven't. I'm sorry, I misread it. It's the Raiders are now on the pick is in, and the Raiders are on the clock. I apologize, guys. I got too excited.
There is a question that I like to ask people, and I think your audience would have good answers, but I'm curious where their favorite place to watch a game is besides Chicago. If they travel, it's stadium they like to go
Oh,
watch
which
the
stadium?
Bears play. Yeah, stadium-wise.
All right. Favorite stadium to visit outside of Chicago? What's your favorite stadium to? That's actually a good question to.
And maybe it's not the stadium, but it's going to a different place where you like the city.
You know what I've heard is a really cool stadium to visit, but I haven't visited there. And I don't want to bring this up on a Bears, but they say Lambeau is really cool to visit.
Yeah.
But there's nothing to do there. Like, you'll get bored out of your mind.
Well, it's a town of 100,000, right?
Hard Rock in Miami is legit. Haven't been to Miami's yet. That'd be a fun one to visit. Minnesota looks cool on TV. Cowboy Stadium was fun to visit. I did enjoy that one. Raymond James.
I went to
Northwest-
Nissan Stadium in Nashville, and the stadium isn't great. They're building a new one, but the town is kind of fun if you like live music. So
Nashville would be a lot of fun to visit. All right, the Raiders next. They are going offensive
Charles
line.
Grant.
Charles Grant. They say
So they
tackle.
went back-to-back tackles.
I don't think he's a tackle, and Caleb Rogers is a guard too. They are beefing up their backup on their line, man. They're focusing on fixing that line.
I think Charles can stay at tackle.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to need a year to
Beef up?
beef up.
Yeah, he's way too small to be a tackle. Carl ruined the podcast.
I'm glad they're not saying Brock did. So.
Oh, we're just hanging out now. Oh, I didn't know Charles Grant was a wrestler. Oh, he's a high school wrestler. That is a solid pick, Jim. You're spot on. That is a solid pick. Jerry World is cool. It's fun to visit. That's funny. Lambeau Field? I only know Williams Field. I love it. I love it. Indy. Scott Osborne says Indy's fun to visit. You've been to Indy?
It's a
before?
nice stadium. I like the stadium. They got good food around the stadium too.
I like going to sports bars with all the games on 20 plus screens. It's kind of fun here in Vegas if you haven't been before to go to like the big casino sports betting areas. Like some of them have. Brock and I have gone to Circa before. And it's one of the biggest ones in the world. The screens are just massive, and it's just fun to order something to eat there and check it out. It's fun. But I don't think anything compares to being in an actual stadium. But that's not always the most feasible thing. One time, Brock and I went down to Jacksonville because it's dirt cheap, and we were on the 30-yard line front row. And how much were those tickets for us? We were freaking cheap.
It wasn't. I don't even think they were $500 a piece, were they?
Oh, way cheaper than that. Front
It's
row.
like 400.
No. This was dirt cheap, man.
Was it cheaper than that? I
It was
don't
like
remember.
$150 a piece for front row. I'm not even kidding.
I don't think it was that cheap.
Yeah, you're thinking about our total cost with flights and everything else we did. Like it was dirt cheap to go to that game. Front row, 30-yard line. It was bizarre cheap.
That's when we had to argue with Southwest because they didn't know Tampa was in Florida.
Yeah. Good times. Dave S., you've never been to a game in 58 years, my friend. Where do you live, Dave S.? Jim Helms. I live in Jacksonville. The bank is trash stadium, but they're building a new one now.
Yeah.
That's why
The
tickets
stadium
were
was
so freaking
trash.
cheap.
Yeah.
It was a rundown college stadium is what it looks like in Jacksonville. But at least you're saying it and we're not. Montana for Dave S. That might be why you haven't got to a game. Dang, man. We got to get you to a game somehow, Dave.
Yeah. I'm the same boat. I have to get on a plane if I want to go to a game. So
Yeah. I not anymore. I can go right now. I'm going to go to the Bears game here in Vegas. You need to come down and go to that with me. That'd be fun.
They playing in Vegas this year?
Yep, they're playing in Vegas this year.
I mean, I do owe you a trip since you went to Jacksonville with me. So.
Oh yeah, owe me. It was fun. We had a good time. You had to yank me out there with you, didn't you?
Well, we did stop in Orlando, so we made a nice little trip out of it.
Yeah, it's a good trip. You guys are still talking about Carl in here. That's funny. Carl was just sometimes Carl gets in a mood. That's all you need to know is Carl gets in a mood sometimes, and he has a little bit of fun. And he was in a mood. I like Soldier Field a lot, though. I think you guys there might think it's run down, but I actually think Soldier Field is still a ton of fun to go visit. But yeah, they could use a new stadium. It's definitely not one of the nicest ones I've been to, but I enjoy visiting Soldier Field every other year. Levi Stadium was fun to visit. I've been to Levi Stadium twice, so I really like Levi Stadium. It's a good one. I just don't like the city it's in. I'm not a fan of San Francisco, but it's fun to visit Levi. It's technically in Santa Clara, South San Francisco. Broncos traded back into this round is what they're saying right now. So the Broncos now have the 101st pick. Here's the Niners pick.
Dude is like 5'8", but he's going to be a really good slot cornerback.
Yeah, Upton Stout has some very high upside.
.58", 180.
He little.
He likes to hit, but we'll see how long that will last in the NFL. But yeah, I like him at the slot.
Okay, these are my favorite things to do. So I'm going to pull this up, guys. These are my absolute favorite things to do. They've got this one up now for Luther Burden. I have not seen it yet, but I love these. So I'm pulling it up here for you guys. Luther Burden's video of when they made the call to Luther Burden.
Luther.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Ryan Post from the Bears. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You sick of waiting?
I've been waiting a while.
I know you have. Well, we're gonna put your name in right now, all right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Appreciate you. All right, here's Coach Johnson. Luther,
Yes,
how
sir.
we doing, buddy?
I'm
You
doing
ready
great.
to go?
I'm
Yeah?
ready to go.
It's
Let's
time
do
now. Coach Strink told me what you're about now, all right?
Yes, sir.
He said we're getting a dog. Is that what we're getting?
That's me.
I
That's
know.
who I am.
I know. Buckle it up, man. We got to get to work, all right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, I'm going to pass you on to our president here, Kevin Warren, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Luther, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
What's in the past is the past. It's time to come be a Chicago Bear. I'm excited.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
ready.
the best.
That was
Yes,
Antoine
sir.
Randall L.
You know Coach Randall L. Here he is right here.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You ready
sir.
for
Yes, sir. I'm ready. I've been ready.
That's right. We're going to the top of the mountain, baby, and you going with us. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. I'm right there.
How you feeling?
I'm excited, man.
Savion Jones just
Dreams
went off
come
the board.
true, man. For sure.
That's right. We ready to get it done, just like we talked about.
That's kind of cool. You can see the hand that Antoine Randall L had in that pick for sure.
He seemed more excited than anybody.
Antoine Randall L wanted his wide receiver. He got it. Some guys just have different attitude. That I didn't take that as him being pissed off or not excited to be to the Bears. He
Oh
just
no,
seemed
no,
like-
I was meaning at the front office. Randall L was just like
No, this guy.
you could just see
Ricky
he's
there,
pumped up.
Ricky on the screen said he don't sound excited. He sounds upset.
Yeah.
I do like the Bears' enthusiasm, but their picks too. Big win for Randall L for sure. Savion Jones, the Broncos traded back into the third round, and they've taken Savion Jones. I want to see if any of the other ones are up real quick. Let's see. There's Shamar Stewart. Let's just go to the Bears site because they usually have the stuff quicker. The last pick in the third round is in, so there's no trade up, trading in. Here's Shamar Stewart.
Go ready to get with the guys. Hey, bear down. Hey, how y'all doing, Chicago fans? Can't wait to get started, man. Ready to go, ready to get with the guys. Hey, bear down. Hey, how
There's
y'all
Shamar
doing?
Stewart. There's Ozzie Trapillo.
much. I'm excited to get there and get to work. Super fired up for this opportunity. Thank you guys so much. I'm excited to get there and get to work. Bear down.
Bear down. Looks like that's it. Skull doing that in Chicago. That's
wow,
fun.
somebody needs to put that on a short. You saying skull in your
I'm doing it to
Bears
make fun of
jersey.
Packers fan. I'm making fun of don't copy. Nobody clip that.
Ty Felton.
Wide receiver, Maryland. So there's some good options. Let's look at these options real quick before we log off here. All right, let's look at who's left. Jack Sawyer's still left. Jack Sawyer's falling to the 4th round. The Bears are going to have an opportunity to pick Jack Sawyer, and I like that a lot.
So you guys are picking 5th in the 4th round, is that right?
6th, I think. We'll look real
6th.
quick here in a second. Let's look at picks. We'll do 2 things. 4th round picks, 7th. So we'll be 7th in the 4th round. So Titans, Jaguars, Giants, Patriots, Jaguars, Raiders, Bears, Jets, Eagles, Saints, Niners, Panthers, Cardinals, Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, blah, 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 blah. Down here to the end. And then we'll pick 10th in the next round in the 5th round. So tomorrow morning, the Bears will pick 7th from the trade we got from Buffalo. And the prospects that are available, there's going to be some running backs available for sure. Will the Bears prioritize that over guard or over edge? We'll find out. But let's look at all 3 positions because that's got to be what it is. You got Dylan Sampson, Bashul Tutton, Jordan James, Cam Scattaboo, Corey Krosky Merritt, Trevor Etienne, Jarquez Hunter, Jaden Blue, LaQuant Allen, Damian Martinez, Rashard Smith. There's still some really good prospects, guys. Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens. Good prospects. Then at guard, we've got Marcus Embo would be a great option, very flexible. Miles Frazier's a good option. Joshua Gray's a good option. Jackson Slater's a good option. Let's go to the next page. Luke Kandra, I think, is seriously slept on. I think that's a great option. John Williams, he's a Bears local. We're going to hope he falls to an undrafted free agent for us. And then at edge, we've got Jack Sawyer and Braden Swinson still available. Baron Sorrell, Kyle Kennard, Jared Ivey, Antoine Powell-Ryland, I like a lot. So if it's my choice, I'm going to take running back next, and I'm going to take Antoine Powell-Ryland in the 5th round. That's what I would do. We'll see, though. We'll see what the Bears do. So, see what the chat has going on. People are starting to filter out. Totally get it. Use the undrafted filter to clear out the list a bit. I should have. Yep, sorry I didn't see that before. We'll do that tomorrow. Good night, gents. See y'all. Shadur Sanders tomorrow? Maybe. So, all right. You guys are awesome. Appreciate all you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of it.